Chapter 495. The night was cold and bleak, the arrow prison trapped the demon. The golden brilliance kept circling endlessly, sealing off all paths of retreat. Within the arrow prison, 3 bows supported the bow technique. Together with the formation, they killed the demon. Outside the battle, Zhao Feixiao was waiting for an opportunity to make a move. The tip of his arrow locked onto the target. Crimson drill moved, bloody light illuminating the world. Its extremely fast figure dodged one arrow after another. Then, the sword broke through the air, slashing towards one of them. Whoosh! The instant the sword arrived, the arrow followed. The black-robed figure soared again, dodging the arrow. The 3 of them worked together, taking turns to attack and defend. Their tacit understanding was flawless. They actually managed to eliminate the threat of the swordsman's extreme speed to the greatest extent. Not bad coordination. Unfortunately, I'm tired of fighting. The black-robed figure waved his sword, absorbing the evil energy of heaven and earth. Immediately, evil energy gathered in the sword. A monstrous baleful aura surged out. He slashed out, using force to break technique. Outside the battlefield, Zhao Feixiao saw this and bent his ancient bow. Golden light rose, and an arrow met the sword. With a loud bang, sand flew everywhere, covering the eyes for an instant. The black-robed figure disappeared again, and the fallen sword instantly arrived in front of one of them. At the same time, 2 arrows flew over and pierced through the black-robed figure. The black-robed figure was shocked to see that it was only an afterimage. Ugh! A sword entered the body and blood splattered. The black-robed figure who had appeared in front of another person at some point in time pierced the latter's chest with a sword. He immediately pulled out his sword and retreated. With the formation broken, danger appeared. Zhao Feixiao's expression became serious. His figure flashed, and he stepped into the formation, wanting to fix the formation's flaw. With one less person holding the formation, how much of a threat do you think this formation still has? The black-robed figure condensed his evil energy again. His feet turned and his sword moved. A sword turned the sky, and bloody sand filled the sky. Zhao Feixiao flipped his palm to block the sword. With a bang, the sand scattered, and the sword intent disappeared. However, the other 2 people in the matrix were not so lucky. The difference in their cultivation and foundation made it difficult for them to block the sword will like the former. Amidst the dust, the sword will passed through their bodies. Blood gushed out like rain. With 2 bangs, the 2 figures fell to the ground. Blood dyed the ground, and they never stood up again. The battle situation changed in an instant, shocking everyone. The black-robed man with the ominous sword in his hand was surrounded by a baleful aura. His cultivation was no longer his weakness. Between his moves, killing intent was revealed. Knowing that the first elder would be here soon, Zhao Feixiao did not want to fight head-on. His golden bow was like a crescent moon. Streaks of golden arrow lights sealed off his opponent's path. He focused on defense, trying his best to stall for time. On the other hand, He led the killing with his vicious sword. A bloody brilliance blossomed in the dark night. His afterimages were like illusions. His attacks were exceptionally swift and fierce. Demonic form, blood flame. The phoenix fire turned into bloody flames, and the killing move appeared in the human world. It was a demonic move born from the sword form, and it came from the same source. When the phoenix body used it, it was almost impossible to distinguish the real from the fake. Its might was astonishing. As the killing move approached, Zhao Feixiao condensed his qi and bent his bow to the extreme. 3 golden arrows crisscrossed and shot out, blocking the sword light that was coming at him at an extremely fast speed. A terrifying sound of collision rang out as the arrow and sword light dissipated. However, the ominous sword qi was unstoppable. It entered Zhao Feixiao's body along with the aftershock, bringing out a waterfall of dazzling blood red. Amidst the dust, He Yi's sword did not stop. It quickly passed through the flying sand and arrived in front of the former in an instant. His sword pierced through the former's body, and with a wave of his sword, he flung the person on the sword away. With a bang, the figure crashed into the ground. Dust and sand flew up, dyeing the ground red. The 4 people had been defeated. Hei walked to the arrow prison and slashed with his sword. The arrow prison shattered, turning into specks of light that dissipated between heaven and earth. At this moment, a white-bearded old man in white clothes rushed over from the distance. His powerful aura was infinitely close to the human sovereign realm. The pressure he gave off was almost on par with the Zhao clan's master. 3 breaths later, the Zhao clan's number 1 Grand Elder, the head of the Grand Pavilion, arrived. "I've been waiting for you, Zhao Qingyang." In the dark night, Hei stood there quietly, looking at the person in front of him. Zhao Qingyang glanced at the 4 people who had fallen into the dust not far away. His expression sank. Zhao Feixiao's group had actually been defeated so quickly. It was truly beyond his expectations. "What is your goal?" Zhao Qingyang asked in a deep voice. "Your life," Hei said indifferently. "With just you? Idiot." Zhao Qingyang's eyes turned cold. He clenched his right hand and a black sword appeared. Its cold aura was actually very similar to the Inua heavenly bow. In the next moment, the sword moved and a cold aura spread out. The ground was instantly covered in frost. The Inua sword revealed its sharpness for the first time. Hei's eyes narrowed. He turned around and dodged the Inua sword. Then, he turned around and used Scarlet Drill Life. Clang! The 2 swords clashed and light scattered. Ice crystals condensed on the swords. They were actually trying to forcefully seal the fiendish aura within the Scarlet Drill sword. Seeing this, Hei changed the direction of his sword and shook off the 2 frozen swords. Then, he retreated a few meters. His sword was like a willow, quickly restraining the strange power within the Inua sword. Not bad. Seeing that his opponent had changed his move, Zhao Qingyang shook off the person in front of him and focused. The moonlight on his sword shone brightly and a boundless cold aura spread out. His ultimate move was about to appear. Whirlwind Clouds, Red Sword. When the ultimate move appeared, a red glow appeared under the moonlight. A sword passed through a crack and 100 li was sealed in ice. Hei's eyes sank and he no longer hesitated. He clenched his left hand and Yama appeared. Both swords shone with a sharp light and a huge phoenix image appeared behind him. An instant later, Hei moved. His left hand used 9 suns burning the 9 provinces, while his right hand used sword-style moon splendor. Both moves appeared and intersected. When the 2 ultimate moves collided, there was a short moment of silence. Then, it was like the sky was collapsing and the earth was collapsing. The ground within 100 li trembled violently and huge cracks appeared, spreading out without end. "You are not Scarlet Drill Demon. Who are you?" Amidst the aftershock, Zhao Qingyang let out a muffled groan and took a few steps back. He looked at the black-clothed young man before him with a shocked expression as he spoke in a low voice. "The person who will kill you." Ning Chen moved again. Yama activated Yellow Springs Road and the 9 suns rotated. An ultimate Yang cultivation technique clashed with the ultimate Yin sword. The swords clashed and the flowers bloomed and withered in an instant. This was the short life of the ice flower. Yin and Yang countered each other and cancelled each other out. The fight between the swords was once again balanced. Sword style, breaking mountains. In close combat, Scarlet Drill Demon used 1,000 caddies. With a loud boom, it broke through the mountains. Zhao Qingyang swung his sword to block. He groaned and retreated a few more steps. The 2 swords used completely different methods. However, they both had peak attainments in the sword. The Zhao clan's Grand Elder was in danger. "You are so capable at such a young age. I can't let you live. Hand over your life." Zhao Qingyang's expression turned grave when he saw his opponent's shocking sword attainments. The Yin Moon sword's cold chi pierced through the sky. Dark clouds stirred in the sky. A trace of moonlight shone through a huge whirlpool and onto the sword. The shocking phenomenon caused the wind and clouds within 100 li to go berserk. Heaven's descent. When the power of laws appeared, Ning Chen's expression turned serious. He took a step forward and leaped into the air. His two swords formed two moves. One was rising sun, and the other was 9 suns burning the world. The ultimate yang moves turned into a divine sun that could burn the sky and boil the sea, pressing down from the sky. The two extremes clashed. Everything disappeared as far as the eye could see. The ground crumbled inch by inch, sinking several meters. The endless wasteland turned into scorched earth. Heavenly Book. Zhao Qingyang staggered. His eyes were full of shock. A moment later, blood gushed out from his chest. Evil qi entered his body and destroyed his meridians. On the other side, blood flowed down from the black-robed man's arms. After the ultimate move, he was also badly injured. Ugh! Zhao Qingyang spat out a mouthful of blood. He leaned on the sword in his hand and covered his chest that was bleeding. He was shocked at first, but then he laughed crazily. Kid, have you run out of strength? What a pity. My battle has just begun. Life and death, samsara substitution. In the crazed laughter, a golden talisman on Zhao Qingyang's chest bloomed with dazzling light. The substitution talisman had appeared for the first time. In the blink of an eye, the substitution talisman dissipated. The next moment, the Grand Elder moved. He slapped out and the black-robed man flew out. His blood stained the sand. You didn't expect this, did you? Man proposes, God disposes. I will take your life. Zhao Qingyang walked forward step by step. He pressed his palm against the Grand Elder's head and was about to end his life. At this moment, a black blade light appeared and blocked the Grand Elder's palm power. Then he carried the seriously injured knowing destiny and left quickly. Tears of the burial of flowers, butterfly and flowers, damn it. Seeing the two people disappear in the dark, Zhao Qingyang looked very gloomy. He did not expect butterfly in flowers to appear at this time. All his efforts were in vain. In a remote house in Beiyu City, a blue light flashed. Hua Zhongjie appeared with a severely injured knowing destiny. Without saying a word, she stuffed an elixir into knowing destiny's mouth and then gathered her qi to help him heal. Half an hour later, Ning Chen opened his eyes and looked at the angry woman in front of him. He smiled apologetically and said, Senior sister, do you want to die for a stupid talisman? If I came a little later, you would be dead. Butterfly and flowers scolded angrily. I believe you will come in time. Ning Chen smiled tiredly and said. Butterfly and flowers was very angry, but she could not bear to blame him any more. She changed the topic and asked, How do you get the substitution talisman? Do you understand? Yes. Ning Chen nodded and said, The time is very short. Even if I am prepared, I only have a moment. If I miss it, the substitution technique will be completed and the substitution talisman will disappear. Butterfly and flowers thought for a moment and softly asked, Do you need me to do it? No need. We still need the Zhao family to rescue Liusu. In addition, the strange consciousness in Liusu's fate spirit is definitely related to Zhao Tenkong and the Zenith Pavilion. Before we can ensure Liusu's safety, the balance between the two factions can't be broken. Do you know who did it? Butterfly in Flower's eyes flashed with a strange light. There's a 30% chance it was Zhao Tenkong's act. There's a 60% chance it was the Zenith Pavilion's scheme. As for the last 10%, there's the involvement of other factions. But the possibility is very small. Zhao Liusu's constitution was indeed extraordinary, but it was not worth it for a faction to make such a big fuss. As for the secret behind her constitution, there should be no more than 5 people, including him, who knew about it. The matter of the strange consciousness was too secretive. Apart from the person behind it, it was very difficult for other factions to find out. In addition, during the night attack, Zhao Yulan's 2 arrows had appeared to be helping him. But based on the situation when he had fought with her, if Zhao Yulan had used her full strength that day, those two half-step exalts would not have been able to escape unscathed. From all the signs, this was just a game between the two factions of the Zhao family. As for him, he was nothing more than a chess piece on Zhao Tinkong's chessboard. Aristocratic families were deep, but human relationships were cold. Only when all the chess pieces had been placed could one see how cold people were. Chapter 496. Within the Zhao family's Jingyu pavilion, there was an incense burner, 2 cups of tea, and 2 chess pieces. Each move was filled with danger and killing intent. The chess players were as calm as water. The big picture covered the sky, and the chess pieces were merciless. Half an hour later, the final word was uttered, and the dragon was resurrected, turning around in a full circle. It's been a while since we last met. Sect Master's chess skills have become even purer. I truly admire you. The azure-robed man across from Zhao Tinkong put down the chess piece in his hand and smiled. The Zhao family's Jingluan was full of wisdom. Although he was low-key, no one doubted his talent. He was one of the people the Zenith Pavilion feared the most. After probing, we've confirmed that Liusu's capture was done by the Zenith Pavilion, said Zhao Tinkong. The Zenith Pavilion's ambitions are clear. Unfortunately, Zhao Qingyang was too impatient. Now that his replacement talisman has been destroyed, he's at the end of the road, smiled Zhao Jingluan. Since you've returned, I'll leave Liusu's matter to you, said Zhao Tinkong. As a father, I couldn't ask for more, said Zhao Jingluan. Bai Yujing is a pretty good chess piece. She's someone who values relationships. If we use her well, she'll be of great help to us, reminded Zhao Tinkong as he looked at the chess piece on the board. Bai Yujing? It seems I'll have to find time to pay a visit to my daughter's savior, smiled Zhao Jingluan as he raised his teacup. Within a small courtyard in Beiyu City, Ning Chen was sitting in front of a table, calmly organizing his thoughts. There were no butterflies in the courtyard. The only thing that remained was a messenger bird chirping on a tree branch. It added a bit of life to the quiet courtyard. Clang! The sound of knocking came from outside the courtyard. Ning Chen came back to his senses and walked over to open the door. In front of him were 2 figures, one large and one small. What attracted Ning Chen the most was still that pair of star-like eyes. They were so familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen them before. Please come in, said Ning Chen softly. Bai Yunlian held the little girl's hand and walked into the courtyard. Ning Chen closed the courtyard door and walked behind them. The little girl turned her head and smiled. Her face was still a little pale, but it was now flushed red. Her body is fine. I came to return her to you, said Bai Yunlian. Many thanks. Ning Chen raised his head and looked at the woman before him as he spoke with a serious expression. There's no need to thank me. Accompany me to the Golden Buddha Temple and we'll be even, Bai Yunlian said calmly. Gold Buddha Temple? Ning Chen frowned slightly. He had heard of this name before. Recently, the people of the North Imperial City had spread the rumor that Buddha had appeared in the Golden Buddha Temple. Many people who went to pray had come true. He had never believed in the matter of praying to Buddha. If Buddha had a spirit, the human world would not be so miserable. Miss, do you believe in Buddhism? Ning Chen asked. I don't believe you, Bai Yunlian replied. Then why is Miss going to the temple? Ning Chen asked, puzzled. There's an old friend in the temple. Let's go pay him a visit, Bai Yunlian said indifferently. When Ning Chen heard this, a strange light flashed in his eyes. He didn't ask any more questions. He took a step forward and squatted down. Looking at the little girl, he said gently, Ling your big sister Bai and I are going to the Gold Buddha Temple. Are you going to wait at home or come with us? Ling tilted her head and thought for a moment before saying softly, Let's go together. Ning Chen nodded and said, It's a long journey. Let me know if you're tired. The little girl replied obediently. Then, 2 big and 1 small figure left the small courtyard and walked out of the North Imperial City. Not long after, the little girl was tired and fell asleep in a certain someone's arms. After days of heavy rain, The lake water was close to the bridge. There was no one on the bridge at the time of the flood. The two of them walked across and went into the distance. At the ancient temple at the foot of the mountain, the incense was flourishing. When the two of them walked over, it was already noon. In the temple, people came and went. Bai Yunlian had just stepped into the ancient temple when he frowned. An uncomfortable feeling rose in his heart. "What's wrong?" Ning Chen asked when he saw the former's strange expression. "Nothing." Bai Yunlian suppressed the abnormality in his body, and his expression returned to normal. When the two of them entered the temple, Ling was also awakened by the bell in the temple. She rubbed her eyes and slid down from a certain someone's arms in a daze. "There's a lot of people. Don't run around." Ning Chen patted the little girl's head and said softly. Ling nodded. She grabbed the former's hand and looked around curiously. After a while, she let go of a certain someone's hand and ran to the Buddha statue. She imitated the adults beside her and began to pray. Ning Chen stood in place and waited quietly. Back then, when he took Mingyu away, she was also the same age. Now that more than 10 years had passed, the little girl who was clamoring to listen to stories should have grown up to be slender and elegant. Time passed so quickly. Unknowingly, Mingyu and Qi had grown up and could take charge of things. In the temple, Bai Yunlian looked around and then walked out of the main hall and towards the back of the temple. In the back of the temple, Bodhi's pagoda was almost half completed. On the pagoda, a golden light was faintly discernible. Bai Yunlian walked over and looked at the Buddha in front of the pagoda. His dreamy eyes flashed with intense killing intent. Bodhi turned around and saw the girl not far away. He frowned. "It's her?" The silent and oppressive atmosphere was so heavy that it was hard to breathe. Just as the situation was about to go out of control, a white-clothed girl walked over and broke the deadlock. The Jiming Marquis. Bodhi frowned once more. "Oh? It seems Grandmaster has already gone to the eastern region. However, I'm now called White Jade Capital." Ning Chen smiled. "You once saved the world. You shouldn't bring disaster to this world," said Bodhi. "No one wants to be enemies with the world. We all have no choice. Of course, if Grandmaster wants to take action, I won't just sit and wait for death." Ning Chen glanced at the pagoda and smiled. "This pagoda is not bad. Grandmaster spent a lot of effort to build it. I presume you have a great use for it." Demon Sealing Devil. Bodhi didn't hide anything. "Then I'll have to trouble you, Grandmaster. However, I've always liked freedom. I might not be willing to be locked up in a pagoda like this," said Ning Chen calmly. "In 100 years, this pagoda will help cleanse Benefactor's body of killing karma. For Benefactor, there are no disadvantages," said Bodhi. 100 years? If Grandmaster can tell me how to revive the dead, then let alone 100 years, even if I never leave this pagoda, I'll have no regrets," said Ning Chen. "The samsara of life and death is irreversible. I'm powerless." Bodhi sighed. "Then forgive me for not being able to comply," said Ning Chen. "Do you know each other?" Bai Yunlian softly asked after hearing their conversation. "We do," said Ning Chen. "Do you have enmity?" asked Bai Yunlian. "Does Buddha and devil count as enmity?" Ning Chen's lips curled. "What a coincidence. We also have enmity," said Bai Yunlian. "Oh? How can there be such a coincidence in this world? Since that's the case, why don't we join hands and destroy his pagoda?" suggested Ning Chen. "There's no rush. Let's wait until your injuries are healed." "I just came today to say hello," said Bai Yunlian calmly. "That's reasonable. Using peaceful means before resorting to force is the way of a gentleman." Ning Chen nodded in agreement. He pulled the girl toward the front courtyard. Bai Yunlian glanced at the Buddhists in front of the pagoda and also turned to leave. "Ling once your body is better, I'll send you home." On the way back to the city, Ning Chen promised. "All right." The little girl nodded obediently and replied. Within the city, Ning Chen stopped in front of a small courtyard. He frowned slightly as he looked at the girl beside him. He crouched down and warmly said, "Go to Big Sister Bai's place first. I'll come pick you up in a bit." Bai Yunlian also sensed the unfamiliar aura in the courtyard. He didn't say anything. He held the girl's hand and walked toward his own residence. Watching the two of them leave, Ning Chen opened the door. There was an azure-robed man sitting in front of a stone table. His expression was calm, and his face was somewhat similar to Zhao Liusu's. It wasn't difficult to recognize him. Zhao Jingluan, Liusu's father. The azure-robed man stood up and introduced himself. "There's no need to be so courteous. Please sit," said Ning Chen with a faint smile. "I came this time to thank Mr. Bai for saving my daughter's life," said Zhao Jingluan sincerely. "You're too courteous. Liusu and I are friends, so it's only right for me to help." "Have you found Liusu's whereabouts?" asked Ning Chen calmly. "The sect master has already sent people to Tianji City. There should be news soon," said Zhao Jingluan. Ning Chen nodded. Thinking for a moment, he warned, "There might be spies for those assassins in the Zhao family. Please be careful." "Thank you for the reminder. I will pay attention to this matter. It's getting late, and I still have matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave first. Once there's news from Tianji City, I'll immediately send someone to inform you," said Zhao Jingluan. "Take care," said Ning Chen calmly. Zhao Jingluan left after him. Ning Chen narrowed his eyes. The main character had finally returned. Now it was time to see just what role he would play in this situation. The Zhao family's muddy waters were truly unfathomable. In a certain region of the Central Plains, there was an immortal residence that stood high above the boundless mountains. It didn't appear in the mortal world. The Grand White Manor was a legendary place in the mortal world. Today, the human walker had returned. Renjyoga, who had been defeated by a devil, walked up the mountain step by step. His heart was filled with unwillingness and shame. As the only walker of the Grand White Manor, he was supposed to be the protector of the devil and uphold justice. But he had never imagined that he would be defeated by a devil. In front of the immortal residence, Renjyoga knelt down and kowtowed in apology. "Get up." At that instant, a firm voice said calmly from the immortal abode. "Thank you, Manor Lord." Renjyoga got up and said respectfully, "Those who have fallen into the devil's path will give up their emotions and desires. Their combat power will be far greater than ordinary people. 4,000 years ago, a human sovereign unfortunately fell in the Scarlet Devil's calamity. Now that the Devil's calamity has arisen again, it's indeed too difficult to rely on just you. Manor Lord, please advise me." Renjyoga said unwillingly. "The homeland of the Western Buddha is a holy land for Buddhist cultivators. Since ancient times, Buddhism and the devil have been antagonistic. Go to Tianfu Mountain. The master of Tianfu Mountain, Guangzun, is an old friend of mine. Take this with you. Guangzun will naturally send people to help when he sees it." As soon as he finished speaking, a golden Buddhist bead slowly flew out of the immortal residence and landed in Renjyoga's hand. "Thank you, Manor Lord." Renjyoga glanced at the Buddhist bead in his hand, then bowed respectfully and left. Chapter 497. In Tianji City, Tianji Zi, who had not rested for more than 10 days and nights, constantly tried to observe the secrets of heaven through the dark clouds. The exhaustion in his eyes had reached its peak. "Master, you can't look anymore, or your lifespan will run out." Below the Tianji stage, a handsome young man had a worried look on his face as he advised him again and again. However, on the stage, Tianjizi acted as if he did not hear him and continued to use all his strength to stir the clouds and peek into the heavenly Tao that humans could not peek into. Pft! Suddenly, Swan Tianhe spat out blood, staining his purple robe red. The current Tianjizi, who was constantly overdrawing his lifespan, was at the end of his life. Almost there, almost there. At the last moment, Swan Tianhe used the last of his strength to push aside the dark clouds and peek into the secrets of the future. The apocalyptic scene of the 9 heavens falling and the sky beyond heaven appeared in front of the prophet's eyes. The scene of experts falling one after another, the black-clothed, black-haired demon standing in the 9 heavens, his killing intent endless, as if he wanted to destroy heaven and earth. It's him. Before he could take another look, Tianji staggered and fell straight off the Tianji stage. Master! The young man stepped forward and caught the falling Tianji, his handsome face full of anxiety. Swan Tianhe weakly said something in the young man's arms, then his vitality quickly dissipated and his hands hung limply by his side. At the same time, in the Xuanji palace, a jade pendant shattered with a bang. The Xuanji emperor suddenly got up from the dragon throne, took a step, and instantly disappeared. Boom! The 9 heavens were covered by dark clouds and thunder and lightning, as if lamenting the future of the human world. The void swirled and the emperor appeared. Looking at the old man in the young man's arms, his eyes darkened and his hands cracked. What did Master say in the end? The Xuanji emperor asked in a low voice. The sky beyond heaven has appeared, the experts have fallen, the demon's body is in the sky, the end of the human world, the young man said in a low voice. Tianji's instructions before he died described the last scene he saw. However, at this moment, no one knew whether what he saw was real or not. Bury him, the Xuanji emperor said in a low voice, then his figure flashed and disappeared. 2 days later, the Heaven's Legacy City's instructions were spread to every major sect in the Middle Continent, shocking the world. In the ancient temple at the foot of the mountain, in front of the demon-suppressing pagoda that was gradually being built, the old abbot walked forward and handed over the letter that the Emperor of 4 Stars had sent over. Tianji had informed him that there was a supreme martial artist in the ancient temple when he was still alive. The Emperor of 4 Stars did not disturb him all this time. Today, he sent a letter and for the first time, acknowledged the existence of the Buddha. Supreme Bodhi was silent after reading the contents of the letter. The Emperor of the 4 Stars sect's intention was very clear. He wanted Yi Qingyu to help him slay the demons. However, he had doubts about the instructions given by the Tianji city. He knew very well that there were 2 devils from the eastern region. One of them had completely become a devil, and the other had killed so much that he could fall into the devil's path at any time. However, he still had a trace of hesitation when it came to these 2 people. It was hard to believe that a powerhouse who had once saved the world would actually become the scourge of the apocalypse. In Beiyu City, a chess piece was placed on the chessboard. Dark clouds rolled in the sky, and thunder rumbled continuously. The atmosphere was unusually oppressive. In the small courtyard, Zhao Jingluan sent someone to deliver the news that they were about to set off. Ning Chen looked at the green bird on the tree branch and suppressed the uneasiness in his heart. After hesitating for a moment, he did not send the letter to the butterfly in the end. Linger, come here for a moment. Time was of the essence, and there was no time to waste. Ning Chen did not hesitate any longer. He called the little girl who was playing by herself and walked out of the courtyard. Knock knock. There was a knock on the door. Not long after, with a creak, Bai Yunlian walked out and looked at the person in front of him without saying a word. Miss Bai, I'll have to trouble you again. Ning Chen rubbed the little girl's hair and said softly, I have something important to do and need to go out. If I'm not back by dawn tomorrow, please send Linger back to the sword-casting manor. Thank you very much. Is it very dangerous? Bai Yunlian frowned slightly and asked. It should be fine. Maybe I'm just thinking too much, Ning Chen replied with a smile. Be careful. Bai Yunlian took the little girl's hand and hesitated for a moment before saying 2 words that he had never said before. A look of surprise flashed across Ning Chen's eyes. Then, he nodded with a smile and turned to leave. Outside the northern guard city, one figure after another flew out and headed north. Within the highest pavilion, a Zhao family disciple came to deliver news. Zhao Qingyang's expression changed slightly and he immediately headed north. Grand Elder, where are you going? 200 miles outside the city, two figures walked out and blocked his path. One was azure-robed and the other was blue-robed. Both of their powerful auras were shocking. Zhao Tenkong, Zhao Jingluan. Seeing the two of them, Zhao Qingyang's expression sank. He immediately realized that something was wrong. I originally thought that it would take a few more days to get rid of you. I never thought that a scarlet refining devil would help me so much. Now that your life substitution talisman has been destroyed and Zhao Feixiao is no longer here, your path has come to an end, smiled Zhao Jingluan. So you've long since suspected me, said Zhao Qingyang. You were in too much of a rush and exposed too many openings. However, I still don't understand how you learned about the strange consciousness in Liusu's soul. The sect master and I have never mentioned this matter to anyone, said Zhao Jingluan indifferently. You want to know? Keep dreaming. Zhao Jingluan, even a vicious tiger won't eat its cubs. Your viciousness surpasses mine by 100 times, 1,000 times. Sect master, if you ask a tiger for its skin, you'll end up burning yourself sooner or later, said Zhao Qingyang. Trying to sow discord is a useless struggle. Since you don't want to speak, then hand over your life. A vast palm condensed. The Zhao family's Jingluan was the first to use his shocking cultivation base. His vigorous true qi soared in the darkness, and he stepped forward and slammed his palm forward. Zhao Qingyang's expression changed slightly. With a wave of his hand, the Yin Moon sword appeared, blocking the incoming palm. The two of them collided, causing the wilderness to explode. Boundless chaotic streams of energy surged. As the two of them retreated, Zhao Tenkong's body moved and he pressed his palm forward. Yin Moon's sword art. Zhao Qingyang's feet spun and his sword moved. A Yin Moon rose behind him. His sword moved the wind and clouds, meeting the incoming palm head-on. With a boom, Zhao Tenkong retreated 3 steps. His eyes were cold, and he once more raised his palm to seize Zhao Qingyang's soul. At the same time, Zhao Jingluan also raised his true qi to support the battle. In this peak battle, one sword shook 2 experts. Zhao Qingyang held the Yin Moon sword in his hand. His sword was swift and fierce, vowing to kill his way out. Sword and palm collided again and again. Blood constantly splattered. How could this trap that had been prepared for so long allow someone to escape? Whirlwind scattering clouds, red sword. 2 experts working together were difficult to block. Zhao Qingyang's sword's Yin Moon sword flourished, and endless cold qi spread. A single slash of his sword sealed everything within 100 miles. Useless move. Zhao Jingluan snorted coldly. His figure flashed, and he suddenly split into 2. He dodged the sword and then condensed into 1. In the blink of an eye, he arrived behind Zhao Qingyang and slammed out a palm. The restraining move that he had cultivated for many years finally came in handy today. This life-taking palm mercilessly cut off the soul. With a bang, blood splattered everywhere. Zhao Qingyang staggered and vomited a mouthful of blood. His aura rapidly surged. First Elder, don't forget this life's lesson on the road to the Yellow Springs. Don't be a member of the Zhao family in your next life. As he spoke, Zhao Tenkong's body trembled, and his palm struck Zhao Qingyang's chest once more. With a muffled groan, Zhao Qingyang's white figure flew back. Blood flowed from his body, dyeing his white robes red. Having lost his divine talisman, the head of the venerated pavilion was at the end of his road. Zhao Qingyang's sword stabbed into the ground. It was a miserable scene. His white robes were dyed red, and his blood constantly flowed, creating ravines on the ground below him. Zhao Qingyang, who had lost all his vitality and strength, struggled to get up. Suddenly, he did something shocking. Even if I die, I will drag you all to hell with me. With a palm strike on his dantian, his qi collapsed. Endless true yuan surged out and flowed through his meridians. Zhao Qingyang, who had overdrawn his vitality, raised his sword to the sky. An incomparably dazzling moon slowly rose. Under the moonlight, black ice crystals rapidly condensed, reaching hundreds of miles away. Be careful. Seeing that his opponent was going all out, Zhao Tengkong reminded him. Immediately, he raised his true yuan to the limit and gathered the spiritual qi from all directions, condensing his strongest move. In an instant, the sky was filled with thunder. Bolts of lightning descended from the sky, increasing the power of his move. On the other side, Zhao Jingluan's mouth curved into an indescribable arc. He took half a step back without leaving a trace. Raising his true yuan again, he suddenly changed the direction of his palm. An unbelievable palm strike pierced through Zhao Qingyang's heart. At the same time, the Yin Moon sword qi pierced through his throat. You. Zhao Tengkong turned his head with difficulty and looked at the azure-clothed man behind him. His eyes were filled with disbelief. That was still a sincere smile, warm and gentle. The person he trusted the most in his life seemed so unfamiliar at this moment. Sect Master, First Elder, you've all been of use. With Liusu's help, the Zhao family will once more reign supreme in my hands and regain its former glory, said Zhao Jingluan. Zhao Tengkong, this is the person you trusted the most? How lamentable. I'll be waiting for you on the road to the Yellow Springs. Zhao Qingyang staggered and crazily laughed. His body slowly collapsed, smashing into the dust. As expected, the person you trust the most is the most untrustworthy. Haha, a sorrowful laugh came from the pain of being betrayed by someone he trusted. In the next moment, golden light blossomed from Zhao Tengkong's mouth. The life substitution talisman had appeared once more. Your life can't be returned. Zhao Jingluan's body flickered, and he arrived in front of Zhao Qingyang. His palm turned into a claw and pierced into Zhao Qingyang's heart. Zhao Qingyang's powerless body smashed into the ground. His final gaze was filled with sorrow and tears. His eyes slowly closed. The lesson of this life had been deeply painful. If there was a next life, would he still want to be a member of the Zhao family? Dark clouds surged, blocking out all light. The battle had ended in a wasteland riddled with holes. The victor proudly stood there, blood constantly dripping from the life substitution talisman in his right hand. The Zhao family's Jingluan was full of wisdom, but he had schemed against everyone. Zhao Jingluan, you deserve to die 10,000 times for your crimes. Just at this moment, an infuriated shout rang out. A black arrow filled with fury shot over. The Yin Moon bow was drawn, and the wind and clouds changed. Zhao Jingluan's expression shook. Vast vital energy converged and blocked the terrifying arrow light descending from the sky. With a loud bang, Qing Yi retreated a few steps. Blood dripped from his right arm, dyeing the ground red. Zhao Yulan, the Yin Moon bow. How? When Zhao Jingluan saw the woman in front of him and the heavenly bow that should have been lost, his expression changed again and again. He did not understand what went wrong. Chapter 498. Outside of the northern guard city, Yulan had arrived in fury. Her body was filled with killing intent, and the dark moon blossomed with dazzling light. One black arrow after another pierced through the air and arrived directly in front of Zhao Jingluan. Boom! With a loud rumble, Zhao Jingluan retreated a few steps. Then, he took a step forward and swiftly shot forward. His palm energy converged into a torrential wave as he struck out with a bang. Zhao Yulan gracefully stepped out of the way, dodging the palm strike. Her heavenly bow's cold qi soared into the sky, piercing through the black clouds. Another black arrow appeared. With a boom, the arrow pierced through the air, cutting through the horizon. Its destructive power caused heaven and earth to tremble. A peak battle between two geniuses. Arrows and palms pierced through the 9 heavens, shocking the world. An hour before the battle began, a black-robed figure appeared in the Zhao family's dark moon pagoda. He instantly arrived in front of the heavily injured Zhao Yulan. You! Zhao Yulan was just about to resist when a sword was pointed at her throat. She didn't dare to move. If you don't want to die, then don't resist. Phoenix flames surged into her body, burning away the remnants of her fiendish aura. A vast amount of phoenix origin energy flowed into her body, temporarily suppressing her injuries. Dark Moon Bow, I'll return it to you. The black-robed figure waved his hand, and an object wrapped in black cloth flew out and landed in her hand. Zhao Yulan opened the black cloth, revealing the Dark Moon Bow that had been stolen from her a few days ago. Its familiar aura was bone-chilling. Why? Asked Zhao Yulan. If I were you, I wouldn't ask why. I've already returned the Dark Moon Bow to you. Zhao Qingyang is currently on his way to the Red Maple Forest. Whether or not you can save his life will depend on your own good fortune. As soon as he finished speaking, the black-robed figure moved his feet and instantly disappeared. Grand Elder! Zhao Yulan's expression changed. Her figure flickered as she left the Zhao family and headed north. Up in the sky, a furious and irrepressible arrow pierced through the heavens. Wherever it passed, a terrifying hole was ripped open in the air. A sinister black chi wildly whistled through the air. The arrow was too fast to dodge. Zhao Jingluan waved his hand, gathering the energy of heaven and earth. A furious torrent of energy slammed into the black arrow. When he saw blood, he retreated several steps. In the aftermath of the shockwave, his green robe disappeared. He stepped through the air and instantly arrived in front of Yulan in the void. He sent out a palm strike and raging waves attacked the sky. Zhao Yulan gathered her energy and sent out a palm strike. Blood spurted out and Yulan was sent flying. The blood did not stop flowing. Inu drew her bow and 3 arrows shot out, chasing after the stars and moon. Heaven and earth are one game, and the falling stars are the chess pieces. Zhao Jingluan waved his hand and pointed at the stars. The world turned into a chessboard, and the stars turned into chess pieces that fell into the overall situation of the world. In the pinnacle of the match, the child of the stars met the Dark Moon arrow head-on. 3 arrows filled the sky and the stars shattered. With a huge explosion, the world tilted and blood splashed. Zhao Jingluan retreated several more steps. His fury reached the tip of his brow as he condensed the power of wind and clouds in his hands. His shocking cultivation instantly erupted. The chaotic aura formed a huge whirlpool around Zhao Jingluan. Zhao Jingluan displayed his shocking martial arts foundation for the first time. His aura that was close to that of a human sovereign soared into the sky and shook the world. 7 stars fall to earth, annihilation of the universe. This was a shocking move. 7 enormous stars appeared in the sky above Zhao Jingluan. They condensed into a myriad of things that seemed illusory yet real. Zhao Yulan's slender hand drew across the bowstring of the Dark Moon arrow. Blood flowed out and dyed the heavenly bow red. A terrifying aura quickly awakened. Boundless blood light enveloped Yulan's body. In the next moment, a blood-colored arrow appeared. It absorbed the cold energy of the world and transformed into an arrow that pierced through the sky. The arrow that appeared in the sky had a bright red moon on it. It was as if the moon had descended from the heavens, causing the world to tremble. Within the whirlpool of wind and clouds, the 2 extremes collided. The bright moon lost its color, and a brilliant light spread out endlessly, destroying everything in its path. Everything collapsed and sand surged like a wave. Ugh! Zhao Jingluan was sent flying several meters away by the shockwave. Blood dripped from the corner of her mouth. She had been seriously injured. On the other side, a beautiful figure was dyed red as she was sent flying. Blood sprinkled across the sky. The Zhao family's Yulan, who had yet to recover from her injuries, was once again injured. New injuries and old injuries erupted at the same time. She staggered as blood splashed across the sand. To be able to injure me like this, Zhao Yulan, I commend you. However, I will be taking your life. As he spoke, Zhao Jingluan's palm energy once more arrived. A life-taking palm strike flashed past. Let's enter seamless together. Zhao Yulan didn't even try to dodge. Instead, she stepped on the bowstring, her body turning into an arrow. In an instant, her orchid blossomed, and a sky full of purple crystals quietly floated down. That year, the Grand Elder had found the pride of the Zhao family, empty Valley Yulan, in front of the highest pavilion. Yulan, are you willing to enter the highest pavilion? I'm not willing. Yulan refused. I know you've always thought that I opposed the sect master, because I was eyeing the position of sect master. But do you know what Zhao Tenkong and Zhao Jingluan did? They forcefully implanted the soul energy of several of the Zhao family's ancestors into Zhao Liusu's soul. That is a taboo. Even a vicious tiger will not devour its cubs. The Zhao family will sooner or later be consigned to eternal damnation in their hand. Come to the highest pavilion. Only by working together can we stop these two devils, advised Zhao Qingyang. Yulan's expression sank. How do I know you're not just making up excuses for your ambitions? You can use your own eyes to see for yourself. You should know that Zhao Liusu's physique can only be considered not bad. However, a few days ago, I accidentally discovered that her physique is gradually approaching perfection, without any flaws. In this world, there is no heavenly treasure that can change a person to such a degree. The only exception is a human sovereign, continued Zhao Qingyang. So you're saying that Zhao Liusu is already a human sovereign? Asked Yulan. It's not complete. Right now, it's just her cultivation realm, but her physical body hasn't reached the required level. However, one day, once the strange consciousness within her three souls completely awakens, her physique will reach perfection. At that time, Zhao Liusu will truly become a human sovereign who only has strength, but has completely lost her sense of self, said Zhao Qingyang gravely. How do you know? Asked Yulan. Before I became the Grand Elder of the Grand Pavilion, and before Zhao Tenkong became the sect master, I accidentally entered the Zhao family's ancestral shrine. From the 4 stone tablets below the altar, I saw this forbidden technique. At that time, I only felt that it was too shocking and difficult to realize, so I didn't take it to heart. It was only when I discovered Zhao Liusu's abnormality that I thought of this matter again, explained Zhao Qingyang. Don't let me find out that you're lying to me. Otherwise, I'll make you pay an unbearable price. Yulan snorted and turned to leave. From that day onwards, the Zhao family's Yulan had entered the Grand Pavilion, and for the next 10 years, she had used her own eyes to observe the Zhao family's bottomless depths, to see the truth that was difficult to see. 10 years later, when the truth was placed in front of her, the Zhao family's Yulan's fury soared into the sky. The Yin moon gathered the 9 heavens Yin Qi, and her body transformed into an arrow. The moment the Yulan flower bloomed, the arrow shot out, causing the world to dim. At the same time, her palm energy also arrived. The moment the arrow and palm collided, the ground within dozens of miles caved in. Even Beiyu City, which was 300 miles away, could clearly feel the tremors. The commoners were terrified. Ugh! A waterfall of blood sprayed into the sky. On the collapsed ground, 2 figures vomited blood and retreated a dozen steps at the same time. The Zhao family's Yulan was half kneeling on the ground, her body covered in blood. Blood continuously dripped from her body, dyeing her purple dress red. The Yulan flower that had bloomed in the cold wind had completely bloomed. It was so beautiful that it was dazzling. For the sake of protecting the Zhao family, she had endured patiently. No matter what the outside world said, no matter what the Zhao family said, she still followed her own method to protect the family that she had sacrificed her entire life for. The Grand Elder's scheme, Zhao Tenkong's and Zhao Jingluan's ambitions, none of it was seen by others. However, Zhao Yulan, who had been calmly watching from the side, had silently seen it all. Perhaps in this world, the Zhao family's Yulan was the one who saw it the clearest. Rip! Under the rumbling of the night sky, the sound of clothes tearing apart was ear-piercing. Amidst the raging sandstorm, a waterfall of blood sprayed out from Zhao Jingluan's chest. The final arrow had pierced through his heart, forcibly destroying his martial bones. Ugh! Blood continued to pour out of Zhao Jingluan's mouth. His expression was sinister as he looked at the woman in front of him. Zhao Yulan, You've made me have a whole new level of respect for you. However, in the end, you still won't be able to kill me." As he spoke, golden light flickered. The substitution talisman appeared in the world. Its brilliant brilliance illuminated the world, as well as the sinful night. Substitution samsara. The sinner was about to take a step back from the brink of death. However, at this moment, a white robe flashed through the night. In an instant, a cold sword pierced through the sky. The golden light that filled the sky instantly turned sluggish. "Zhao Jingluan, you won't be able to return to the heavens." The phoenix opened its mouth and swallowed the substitution talisman, completely severing the connection between the two. Then it disappeared into the body of a life-knowing cultivator. "It's you." The familiar face in front of him now had a completely different coldness. Zhao Jingluan's sinister face flashed with shock. He had never imagined that in the end, this would be the place where his mistake had occurred. Ning Chen glanced at the man whose martial bones had been destroyed and whose heart had been heavily injured. He didn't finish off the final blow. Instead, he turned and walked toward Zhao Yulan. No matter what, this man was still Liu Su's father. Even if he deserved to die, he didn't deserve to die by Ning Chen's hand. "So, this was all part of your plan." Seeing the crimson drill sword in Ning Chen's hand, Zhao Yulan instantly understood everything. She smiled miserably and coughed up another mouthful of blood. "How many people could I have schemed against?" said Ning Chen calmly. He stepped forward, turned over his hand, and slowly sent qi into the woman's body. "It's useless." Zhao Yulan pushed Ning Chen's hand away, her expression exhausted. Perhaps he was right. If it weren't for the greed of the human heart, then this entire situation would have been completely meaningless. No matter what, she had to thank him for personally wiping away the filth of the Zhao clan. "Father! Uncle sect leader!" Just as the dust was about to settle, a group of figures appeared off in the distance. Their leader was an old man. Zhao Liusu saw the unbelievable scene in front of her, and her mind trembled. Ning Chen turned his head and his expression changed slightly. Just as he was about to step forward, an indescribably terrifying pressure suddenly pressed down on him. It was as if the 9 heavens were falling down. It was so heavy that everyone's expression changed. However, in the void above, Zhao Liusu, who had lost control of her mind, tears quietly slid down her cheeks. In the next moment, a mournful cry resounded for hundreds of miles. The wind and clouds in the 9 heavens changed. Her black hair danced wildly in the sky, and a terrifying pressure descended, destroying the world. "All of you deserve to die." She lost control of her mind, and the seal merged. In the air, the mortal sovereign opened her eyes, and a terrifying killing intent surged out. Chapter 499. The Supreme Being of the mortal realm had awakened. Dark clouds rolled and lightning flashed continuously, illuminating the faces of everyone present. Her hair wildly danced in the wind, and her aura was so terrifying that it made people's hearts tremble. It far surpassed esteemed Qingbai's. The heavens descended, and lightning fell one after another. Heaven and earth grieved. Boom! A 3-meter thick bolt of lightning fell from the sky. The heavenly Daos had sensed it, and it sent down world-cleansing heavenly lightning, wanting to destroy this man-made forbidden existence. The blazing white lightning was exceptionally dazzling, and it contained a destructive force. Under the lightning, the woman remained as unmoving as a mountain. She raised a slender hand to block the world-cleansing heavenly lightning. The forbidden existence was difficult to remove. Thunderclouds once more roiled, and thousands of bolts of lightning fell at the same time. Scram! The woman's bloodshot eyes looked up at the sky. Her words were like a law, and the lightning instantly froze. The black clouds in the sky scattered, and the lightning collapsed. The extremely powerful human supreme beings, even the heavens couldn't stop them, their cries trembling. "Run!" Seeing that a chosen had appeared, the situation was irreversible. Zhao Yulan endured her heavy injuries and shouted. Ning Chen recovered his wits and brought the heavily injured Yulan away. I already said that all of you will die. The woman took a step forward, and space twisted beneath her feet. In an instant, she appeared in front of the two of them. Her palm pressed down and space collapsed. An extremely terrifying existence was difficult to contend against. The Yama King reappeared in Ning Chen's left hand. His two swords condensed into a pair of yang move. Divine suns appeared in the human world to block the chosen's palm. Zhao Yulan also condensed her remaining true yuan. In moon bao was drawn and moonlight shone brightly. The sun and moon moved side by side, condensing into a move that could kill gods and slay Buddhas. Together, they resisted the forbidden existence. The chosen's palm fell, and the sun and moon instantly collapsed. The two of them were sent flying, their blood filling the sky. The central plains and the eastern region's two peak heavenly geniuses were unable to block a single attack. What a terrifying existence! 9 suns, space severing. Seeing that Yulan was already heavily injured, Ning Chen endured his injuries and used his heavenly book's move. 9 suns revolved, cutting through the void. However, just as the combined technique was about to arrive, the woman raised her hand, and the void twisted, instantly using the parallel engulfing flow technique. In the next moment, the mortal sovereign's palm struck out again. The terrifying might was as if the 9 heavens were pouring down. It was abnormally terrifying. Ning Chen took a step forward, and the King of Hell condensed his phoenix essence again. The murderous aura of the crimson drill sword swept out violently, and the power of the 2 swords blocked the heavenly fall. With a loud bang, blood splashed into the sand. Ning Chen was sent flying backwards. Behind him, Yulan was also sent flying hundreds of feet away, stumbling and vomiting blood. Go! Ning Chen leaped into the air and borrowed the momentum to retreat again. He took Yulan with him and quickly left. Hurry up and leave. If you take me with you, no one will be able to leave. I'm already without a doctor. Leaving or not, there's no difference. Even as she spoke, Zhao Yulan flipped her palm and knocked him out of the battle. Then, she took advantage of the momentum to send him out of the battle. After finishing her last task, Yulan turned around and activated yin and yang to their limit. Amidst the bloody mist that surged into the heavens, the heavenly bow reflected the moon. A scarlet arrow radiance slowly condensing the moonlight's yin energy and rising endlessly. Looking back on her life's perseverance, the Zhao family's Yulan no longer had any regret. Her final arrow had surpassed her own limits and rapidly climbed, reaching the supreme realm of perfection. Tell me your name. Within the bloody mist, the orchid bloomed and a clear voice rang out. Ning Chen. Outside the battle, Ning Chen couldn't help but turn his head and transmit his voice. Heh, so it's you. I'll remember it. Goodbye, Grand Xia Jiming Marquis. After the arrow shot out, the orchid quietly withered after blooming to the extreme. In the horizon, a blood-red brilliance cut through the void and arrived in front of the mortal sovereign. The mortal sovereign raised her hand to block the arrow. The endless sharpness of the arrow rapidly revolved, breaking through the mortal sovereign's true essence and entering her body. Pup! A drop of blood dripped from the corner of the woman's mouth onto the ground. This was the first time she had seen blood since the battle began. On the ground, the gradually withered orchid had already reached the end of its life. A pair of beautiful eyes tiredly looked into the distance. This life had been worth it. Bring her back to the Yin Soul prison. Everyone else continue chasing, said the woman coldly. Yes. Outside the battle, the Zhao family's experts suppressed their shock and respectfully accepted the order. Under the night sky, streak after streak of light flashed past, chasing in the southwest direction at high speed. Within a secluded residence in the northern imperial city, Bai Yunlian stood quietly. Looking at the eastern sky, she couldn't help but frown. He still hadn't returned. Had something really happened? After waiting for a quarter of an hour, the sky was already bright. The person who should have returned still hadn't returned. Bai Yunlian didn't wait any longer and walked into her room. He still hadn't returned. According to her promise, it was time for her to send Iner back. Half a day later, in the sword-forging villa, the space rippled, and a beautiful figure in a blue and white dress walked out. She no longer concealed her aura, and a powerful pressure descended from the sky, causing everyone in the villa to feel their chests tighten. Human sovereign! Within a study filled with ancient texts, the sword-forging head was startled. He quickly turned his wheelchair and rushed out. Inside the villa, everyone was on guard. In front of them, an exceptionally beautiful woman stood quietly. Beside her, a cute little girl stood there, causing everyone who saw them to be shocked. Iner! A beautiful woman excitedly ran forward and hugged the little girl tightly, crying bitterly. Tears streamed down Iner's face as she began to sob. In the end, she was just a 7-year-old girl. After experiencing such a life and death situation, how could she remain calm? "Many thanks for saving Iner," said the sword-forging head. "I didn't save her. You don't need to thank me. Furthermore, Iner's foundation has already been cleansed by her phoenix blood. She has already paid back that sword attack." After saying that, Bai Yunlian turned and left, disappearing in an instant. The sword-forging head was startled. He looked at the little girl in the woman's embrace. At this moment, his expression was extremely complicated. In just one day, the Central Plains had undergone a huge change. The Zhao family once more reigned supreme. A terrifying sovereign who stood at the apex of the human world had appeared, sweeping away all resistance and forcefully unifying the Zhao family's power. Another day later, the Zhao family's devil-slaying order was issued. No one dared to go against it. Practically all the large sects had sent out Xiantian experts to discuss the matter of slaying the devils. What was different was that the sword-forging manor, which had always been active in slaying the devils, chose to remain silent this time. They didn't respond at all. However, even so, the trend of slaying the devils was irreversible. Within Heavenly Fate City, Tianjizi's disciples worked together to use divination arts to lock onto the traces of the devils. They used secret arts to spread to the various sects, assisting them in slaying the devils. In the boundless wilderness, the red clothes were stained with blood. The swords opened up a path for the devils. Waves after waves of pursuers seemed to always know where they were and couldn't avoid them. Even if they changed their appearances, it was useless. Forced to a dead end, they couldn't take it anymore. In the hands of the knowing destiny state, the king of hell opened up a path to the underworld. In half a day, they had killed all the pursuers of the 3,000 large sections. A stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. The extremely angry sects finally exploded with their strongest anger. They worked together to send out thousands of Xiantian experts. 9 half-supremacies walked out together to slay the devils. Under the setting sun, the wilderness was dyed red. No one knew how many people's blood had stained Qilian's sword. The monstrous, killing intent soared into the sky. It could be seen clearly from thousands of miles away. The knowing destiny state was already injured. After being besieged repeatedly, his body was exhausted day by day. The blue bird asked for his whereabouts. The anxious butterfly kept asking for his whereabouts. However, no one responded. Among all the sects in the world, only the Academy didn't receive guidance from the Tianji city. This was an order from the human supremacy of the Zhao family. The Tianji city didn't dare to disobey. Under the cold moon, the knowing destiny state, who had broken through many pursuers, closed his eyes and sat on a dead tree. He listened to the blue bird's voice on his shoulder. He didn't answer from beginning to end. As long as she was safe, it was enough. "Aren't you going to run any more?" The void stirred. One figure after another appeared. The 4 half-supremacies chased after him again. Behind them, Xiantian experts, 5th tribulation experts, and 3 disasters experts came. Their soldiers surged like waves in the sky. Endless auras joined together and gathered the power of the world. They didn't give the devils any chance to escape. On the dead tree, the knowing destiny state, who had temporarily adjusted his breath and suppressed his injuries, stood up. He looked at the allied forces of the various sects calmly. His black hair had been stained with frost. The terrifying killing intent surged. With the blood under the sword, it could no longer be suppressed. The Taoist body had lived for 100 years, while the devil body had lived for 1,000 years. As the killing continued, the powerful devil showed signs of suppressing the phoenix body again. The road of Avicii was long. Once one stepped on it, it would be difficult to turn back. In the Zhao family's Seoul prison. In the prison, a sad and beautiful figure was tied to the wall. Yulan, who was at the end of her life, couldn't resist the erosion of the cold air in the Seoul prison for days. She finally reached the end of her life. Cough, cough. In the silent prison, coughs sounded one after another. Drops of blood flowed from the corner of Yulan's mouth, and fell on the ground that had been dyed brown by blood. Her once beautiful eyes gradually lost their former brilliance. However, there was a trace of calmness in them that hadn't been there before. At this moment, the door of the prison opened. A girl in purple walked in. Her face was familiar, but it was completely cold. Yulan raised her head and looked at the girl in front of her. She smiled tiredly and said weakly, "Liusu, are you here to send me off?" "I'm here to see how miserable your end will be," the girl said coldly. "Is it important?" Yulan coughed out another mouthful of blood. Drops of blood fell on the ground in front of her. "It's important. Also, there's no need to rush on the road to the Yellow Springs. That man should be accompanying you soon," said Zhao Liusu coldly. "Liusu, you can't kill him." The time limit was up. Yulan's consciousness was in a daze. She weakly replied, then coughed again. Outside the Seoul prison, the sun gradually rose. The first rays of the morning sun shone through the cracks in the prison's window. At this moment it was unexpectedly warm. "It's daybreak." Yulan raised her head and smiled tiredly. After waiting for so long, it had finally come. "I hope you will be safe and happy from now on." Yulan looked at the girl in front of her for the last time. There was no hatred or resentment in her eyes. She had just opened her heavenly eye to observe the world of mortals. Chapter 500. In the wilderness of the buried gods, another killing scene unfolded. The black and white hair fluttered in the wind as Qi Lian and Yama's twin swords opened the path to hell. The allied forces of various sects surrounded them heavily, sealing off all escape routes. 2 half-venerables were in charge of the formation, while the other 2 half-venerables stepped forward, holding their weapons and preparing for battle. "Kill!" With a single command, the saber and halberd beheaded the demons. The sharp killing light chased after their souls and took their lives. With a loud clang, the 4 weapons collided with each other. The aftermath of the collision shook the earth. The knowing destiny dual swords fought against the 2 venerables. The heavenly son of swordsmanship had once again reached his peak. Taking a step, turning his body, swinging his sword, simple yet flawless sword moves were like flowing clouds. Sword after sword, he blocked the 2 venerables' fierce attacks. Rip! The sound of clothes tearing could be heard. A half-venerable's arm turned red for the first time. He took half a step back and his face darkened. In the battle, Hong Yi's expression was ice-cold. Her entire body was filled with demonic killing intent. Every move she made was the result of everything she had learned in her life. More than 10 years ago, he learned the way of the sword from the sword consecrator. After that, he carried the sword for the legend of the Grand Xia dynasty and saw the sword on the sword. After that, in Desolation City, Mu Bai taught him the way of the sword. Sword style, sky severing. The Yama king swung his sword, slicing through the air. 100-meter-long gust of wind tore through the void, and even the path to the Yellow Springs. Fresh blood spurted out, and severed limbs fell everywhere. The Grim Reaper took his life, and the sword opened the Yellow Springs. Seeing that the situation was unfavorable for them, A half-venerable who was in charge of the formation waved his hand and held his spear. A whirlwind broke through the air and entered the battle once again. With a loud bang, the sword and spear collided. Cold light scattered in all directions. Hong Yi's sword power rotated. One sword retracted and the other advanced. In a flash, the attack and defense had been switched. The King of Hell had seized his life. Clang! The blade flashed and blocked the sword. Then, the halberd came from behind Hong Yi. They attacked in unison and did not give him any chance to breathe. Sword style, remnant red. Danger struck. In knowing destiny's hand, the King of Hell's blade turned in an instant. Holding the sword with a backhand grip, he took a step forward and his shadow scattered. In an instant, the sword flashed and the red sword fell. The sword and halberd clashed. Immediately after, a muffled groan sounded. One sword attacked, the other defended. Qi Lian's god-shaking halberd pierced through the chest of Yama. The sword pierced an inch into his body, and the halberd in the demigod's hand released a surge of true yuan. The demigod was pushed back, and he took 2 steps back. Then, he operated his martial arts to suppress the injury on his chest. Behind him, the saber light and spear shadows arrived again in the blink of an eye. They were swift and fierce and did not stop for even a moment. Zhi Ming turned sideways and swung his sword to ward off the spear shadow. Then, the tip of his sword collided with the saber radiance. The aftershock of the saber and the sword rolled up thousands of sand waves. There were layers upon layers of murderous traps, and there was no way to survive. The sword in the trap was handsome and proud. Knowing destiny had walked out of corpses and bones. Even in the divine tribulation, it had never retreated half a step. Tens of thousands of miles away, in Tianji City, human supremes appeared one after another. They stood at the top of the sky and looked towards the southwest of the central region. Their eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. To have such attainments in the sword at such a young age was truly shocking. The great Xia Zhiming Marquis lived up to his name. Unfortunately, his foundation was too far from what the legends said. Otherwise, even if the 9 half-venerables came together, they would not be able to defeat him. The eastern region's Zhiming Marquis has come to the central region. We didn't even know about it. Sorry for not going out to meet you, said a Supremes with a half-smile. It's not too late to welcome him now. All the sects under the heavens have moved because of him. This kind of extravagance is enough. While speaking, a purple-clothed young lady walked over. Even though she looked young, her terrifying aura actually faintly suppressed every single Supreme being present. It was truly shocking. As the saying goes, nothing is more poisonous than a woman's heart. It's true. Zhaoliosu, I heard that the Zhiming Marquis saved your life. To repay him like this is really impressive, said the Supremes who spoke first. Tuli Zun, if you think you've lived too long, I don't mind sending you on your way, said the girl coldly. Ha! Tuli Zun smiled faintly and did not say anything else. Although this person's attainments in the sword are terrifying, his foundation is too far from what the legends say. It's hard to reverse the situation, said another Supremes. It's hard to send a deity off. If he doesn't pay a price, how can he succeed? If his foundation was still there, we would be the ones to act now, said the fourth Supremes. A hero at the end of his road. What a pity. The first Supreme sighed softly. Tianji City's prophecies have never been wrong. This person's killing intent is already irreversible. Instead of watching him completely enter the demonic path and wreak havoc in the world, it's better to send him on his way before that day comes, said the fourth Supremes calmly. Tens of thousands of miles away, the sound of swords clashing became more and more ear-piercing. The battle had reached its climax. Knowing destiny fought against 3 venerables with 2 swords. Above the 9 heavens, endless sounds of chains were heard. The pinnacle ultimate martial art resonated with the heavenly law. Drops of sweat hadn't even dripped down when they were evaporated by phoenix flames. The 9 suns on the sword spun into the sky and forced back 100 people who were surrounding it. Sword force, heavenly fall. The 9 suns turned into a sword. The sword form and the heavenly book combined together fell from the sky. The sword sun descended and 1,000 feet of land suddenly collapsed. Amidst the miserable cries, the bodies of hundreds of cultivators from various sects exploded. Blood and bones scattered all over the sky, dyeing the wilderness red. The 3 venerables blocked the sword and retreated several steps. Their blood did not stop flowing. They took a step back and the halberd descended once again. Knowing destiny brandished his sword to shake off the 2 weapons. Borrowing the force, he turned around and blocked the saber again. At the same time, in the ancient temple at the foot of the mountain, in front of the demon-subduing pagoda, Supreme Bodhi, who had never left the ancient temple, was quietly watching the battle in the distance. His usually calm eyes had become abnormally complicated at this moment. It was difficult to understand the Buddha's heart. Should the sinner who had no choice but to become a devil in order to save the world be punished? In the Heaven's Fate City, 7 white-clothed youths were studying the Heaven's Fate together. Suddenly, their expressions froze. One of them immediately said, "A sovereign is heading towards the god-burial wilderness. His goal is unknown." "Another paragon has left, and he's also heading towards the wilderness of gods," said the second youth. "Humph, do you think it's that easy to interfere?" The purple-clothed girl took a step forward and disappeared instantly. "This sovereign also wants to join in the fun," Tuli revealed a playful expression. His figure flashed as he followed after her. In the god-burial wilderness, who knew how many tens of thousands of li away, the paragons started fighting. For the sake of the battle in the god-burial wilderness, the Xiantian full-circle sovereigns who had always avoided fighting also started the most intense battle. Pieces of the void collapsed, and thousands of li of land collapsed. The terrifying heavens might frighten even gods and ghosts. Under the momentum of the world devil-slaying war, even the paragons were powerless. They were blocked by other paragons and couldn't advance. Today, no one can save him. The Zhao clan's paragon turned his hand into clouds and opened the sky. He blocked the path of the paragons. Every move caused the world to tremble. In the god-burial wilderness, the battle became more and more intense. 1,000 li away, the remaining 5 paragons and a portion of the sex forces were rushing towards the god-burial wilderness. With the help of the Heaven's Fate City, the traces of the devil body were like candlelight in the dark night, difficult to hide. The killing array was heavy, and countless souls had died under the sword. In the killing array, the black hair and white frost that moved along with the sword increased. The sword opened the gate of life, and the sword killed the souls. In the center of the killing array, the 3 paragons unleashed their full strength. Their auras soared, and their divine weapons were used to slay the devil body. After a long battle, the 2 swords suppressed the 3 paragons. The shocking sword techniques made the battle of the devil-slaying war even more difficult. Morning sun shines in the east. The king of hell shines in the sun, and the heavenly book's technique appeared again. Seeing this, the 3 paragons gathered their energy and blocked the shocking technique. With a shocking explosion, the world shook. When the 3 paragons retreated, the leader of the 4 paragons, who hadn't moved until now, finally moved. A strange, snake-shaped sword swept past, breaking through the sky. When the sword met the sword, it shook violently. Ning Chen didn't have time to react, and the corner of his mouth was dyed red. Broken Mountain. One sword retreated and the other sword advanced. Scarlet Lotus condensed its fiendish energy, and with one sword it slashed down. Scarlet Lotus Demon, I commend you for being able to endure until now. Unfortunately, your path has come to an end. The leader of the 4 paragons gathered his energy and blocked Scarlet Lotus Demon's attack. In the midst of the chaotic sandstorm, several sword marks appeared on his clothes. Knowing destiny didn't say anything, and with a pair of cold eyes, he slashed down one sword after another. He didn't give up for even a moment. Before saving the ghost girl, no one could take his life. He had to live on, and he had to live on at all costs. 9 Suns, Burial of Life. At this moment, a terrifying fiendish energy soared into the sky. The 2 swords met, and the 9 suns gathered the evil energy of the world, turning into 9 black suns, and loudly fell down. It was a scene of doomsday, and the world within 100 miles was being destroyed. Sand was flying everywhere, and the earth was moving up and down like a tsunami. Countless experts couldn't withstand this terrifying evil energy, and with a bang, their bodies exploded. The 4 paragons blocked the attack, but all of them vomited blood. The evil energy entered their bodies, and their true essence became chaotic. When an opportunity appeared, knowing Destiny's 2 swords moved again, and with one sword slashing through the sky, his body turned into a phoenix image, and quickly flew away. Do you think you can escape? At this moment, the other 5 paragons finally arrived. The leader condensed his energy into his palm, and with a bang, he slapped at the phoenix image. Suddenly, a green arrow pierced through the sky, and blocked the paragon's attack. In that short moment, the phoenix spread its wings and disappeared into the distance. The Zhao family's people. The 9 paragons were furious. How could the Zhao family's people interfere at such a crucial moment? Traitor, it's you again. Tens of thousands of miles away, the purple-clothed girl flipped her palm to block the paragon's attack. Then she looked toward the southwest, and anger flashed through her eyes. Seeing the phoenix image leave, the paragons fighting Zhao Liusu also quickly retreated. 700 miles away from the god burial wilderness, the phoenix image appeared, and as soon as it landed, it staggered and vomited a mouthful of blood. Many thanks, said Ningchen tiredly as he glanced at the man behind him. It's been a long time since we last met, but your ability to cause trouble still hasn't decreased. Luo Xingchen looked at the youth in front of him and sighed. It's just that I can't help it. Ningchen replied and then reminded him, you should quickly leave. My tracks have already been locked down, and it'll be difficult for me to escape in a short period of time. If a paragons personally attack us, none of us will be able to leave. I understand. I'll go hide in the Western Buddha's homeland for a while. You should also think of a way to leave the Central Plains as soon as possible. Luo Xingchen helplessly said. He had originally come back to cause trouble for the Zhao family, but now that he had helped knowing Destiny's arrow, he had no choice but to run. Yes, we'll meet again someday, said Ningchen. We'll meet again someday. Luo Xingchen sighed softly. Without further delay, his figure flashed, and he headed west. Old friends had met again in less than a quarter of an hour, and now they had to part again. The experts who had risked their lives for the human world in the past actually had such a difficult road ahead. Chapter 501. Xingchen left and went to West Buddha to seek refuge. Jiming also went west, but he chose the furthest direction from Luoxing and went southwest. Hundreds of miles away, the 9 half-venerables split into 3 groups to block them. One group chased after them while the other 2 surrounded them. Before the world demon slaying situation was completed, they couldn't afford to make any mistakes. Jiming went west quickly. However, Zhongzhou was too big and the 3 groups kept chasing after them. The road ahead was getting more and more difficult. In Tianji City, the 7 young men in white used the sky-reaching technique to predict the whereabouts of the demons. They were doing their best to help in the demon-slaying situation. At the same time, the human supremes were watching from afar to see what would happen to Jiming Marquis. The way of heaven was vast. Slaying the demons might be following the will of heaven. However, Jiming Marquis had saved the world. No one knew if it was a good thing to attack him. Therefore, they didn't want to take the risk unless they had no other choice. In the southwest of Zhongzhou, time flew. The world demon-slaying situation went from day to night and from night to moon. No one dared to be careless in the battle of life and death. Jiming went west faster and faster. He knew that as long as he left Zhongzhou, the world demon slaying situation would be over. The phoenix spread its wings and sped up. If he could pass the situation, he would have a bright future. If he couldn't, the phoenix would break its wings and be doomed. The three groups surrounded the phoenix day and night. When the moon was in the middle of the night, one group met the phoenix. After a short fight, Jiming Marquis didn't want to fight anymore and left. The world demon slaying situation was in a stalemate again. The world demon slaying situation was in a stalemate again. At this moment, a huge dragon gate appeared in Tianji City. A middle-aged man in a white robe with blue patterns walked out of the dragon gate. He was as powerful as the Zhao family's supremes. Upon seeing the person who had come, the expressions of the supreme beings present were slightly surprised. Why had he also come? Lord of Taibai Prefecture, why are you here? Tuli asked. The world demon slaying situation is the responsibility of the world. I'm here to make the last move, the Lord of Taibai Prefecture said calmly. Oh? Do you have a way to stop him? Tuli was surprised. You can just wait and see, the Lord of Taibai Prefecture replied. At the western border of the central state, the sound of Brahma descended from the heavens and the void cracked open. 9 bodhisattvas in Buddhist robes walked out. The one in the lead had a solemn Buddhist appearance and a pure and holy aura. In West Earth's Tianfo Mountain, Pavilion Master Jing Feng and the 8 Dharma protectors appeared together. They received Light Venerable's decree and came to quell the demonic disaster. With the Palace Master's guidance, the devil's body is up ahead. Pavilion Master, please, said Rinjoga. Amitba. Benefactor, please lead the way, Pavilion Master Jing Feng chanted. Rinjoga nodded and stepped forward. He led the Buddha mountain group in the direction indicated by the manor head's secret technique. 3,000 li away, the phoenix let out a long cry as it sped past the 9 heavens. The allied forces of various sects formed a triangle formation to surround it, but they were still one step behind, unable to trap the demon. The border of Zhongzhou State was right in front of them, and they were about to break the stalemate. Suddenly, the light of Buddha shone and blocked the way to Knowing Destiny State. Demon, you have nowhere to run, said the pavilion master of the Jingfeng Pavilion as he descended from the sky. Soon after, the 8 Buddhist protectors stood in the air, guarding the 8 directions and cutting off the devil's path of retreat. The phoenix transformed and appeared in red. Its long black and white hair was even more dazzling. Knowing Destiny State's last hope of leaving was destroyed, but his expression was still calm. He clenched his fists and the King of Hell and Red Viper appeared in his hands. Without saying a word, he moved and his sword started to kill. Buddha is merciful. The 8 Buddhist protectors chanted and the light of Buddha shone brightly. The next moment, 8 huge golden Buddha statues appeared behind them. The cycle of reincarnation rotated and opened the Buddha mountain demon cleansing formation. With a clang of the sword, the Buddha's palm blocked the attack. Pavilion Master Jing Feng, who was as immovable as a mountain, was not hurt at all. With the support of the formation, the devil was doomed. Demon, the sea of bitterness is boundless. Turn back and you will be saved, Pavilion Master Jing Feng said softly. There is no saving in the sea of bitterness. Knowing Destiny State responded. The demonic chi on his sword suddenly exploded. With a clang, the Buddha was forced to take half a step back. Between thoughts. Seeing that the devil would not be able to turn back, Pavilion Master Jing Feng did not say anything else. He formed a Buddhist seal with both hands. In the brilliant light, the holy light shone and turned the night into day. With the Buddhist holy technique in front, the Red Viper's power was immediately suppressed. Seeing this, Ning Chen changed his stance and the phoenix fire turned into 9 suns. The heavenly book martial arts rose to the extreme and blocked the Buddhist holy technique. With a loud bang, waves surged. The 8 Buddhist protectors flipped their palms and the golden Buddha statues behind them shone brightly, dispersing the aftermath of the battle. Outside the battle, Renjyoga looked at the demon cleansing formation in front of him. His eyes flashed with surprise. The manor master was right. Buddha and demon were natural enemies. Using Buddha to cleanse demon was the best way. Break. The sword was suppressed and could not display its full power. Ning Chen waved his left hand and the red viper disappeared. In the purple light, the demon blade appeared. The king of hell's two weapons attacked together. Ghost woman, let's fight together in this battle. In a battle of life and death, Ning Chen held the king of hell's two weapons in his hands. There was no longer any distracting thoughts in his mind. There was only the determination to not give up. Seeing the change in Ning Chen's aura, Pavilion Master Jing Feng's expression turned serious. This kind of peak was too familiar. 10 years ago, the swordsman who walked up to Tianfu Mountain was the first time he saw what a sword above a sword was. Sword style break. The tip of the sword passed by. 100-meter-long mist roared and surged, cutting open the sky. The powerful sword above a sword was unstoppable, destroying everything in front of it. Boundless Dharma. Pavilion Master Jing Feng twirled his fingers and the Buddha's light shone. In the formation, the 8 Buddhist protectors praised at the same time. The boundless Buddha's light shone and blocked the sword at the peak. The two techniques collided and blood splattered. The red viper disappeared in the blink of an eye. Riding the wind, the blade slashed towards the Buddhist protector in front. Pavilion Master Jing Feng flipped his palm and blocked the blade. The blade moved with the wind and turned at an extreme speed. Its afterimages were like illusions and the blade was like flowing light. The body was extremely fast and the blade was sharp. In the formation, the 4 Buddhist protectors moved. They turned into shadows and moved at the same speed, joining forces to seal the blade. Sword style, break the mountains. In the extreme speed confrontation, knowing destiny calmed down and moved his sword. The heavy sword fell down. The heavy sword had the power to destroy mountains. At this moment, the other 4 Buddhist protectors also moved. With the same divine power, they flipped their palms to block the sword. There was a loud explosion, and the aftermath roared. Heavy against heavy, the heaven and earth were split into 4. It was a battle of the pinnacle. The purple sword and the blood-red blade blossomed in the night sky. 8 Buddhist guardians and a pavilion master worked together to besiege Marquis. With the knowing destiny blade and sword in hand, Marquis abandoned all distracting thoughts and began to display the shocking supreme will of blade and sword. The 4 figures were like illusions. They were extremely fast. The phoenix body moved strangely. Their blades were like willows in the wind. Extreme speed against extreme speed. The palms of the 4 were like falling mountains. Their divine power could destroy souls. The red viper calmed down and condensed Yuan Qi. Their swords were like rainbows falling from the 9th heaven. There was no need to argue. Strong, so strong that it was shocking. Even if he lost the foundation of being unparalleled in the world, the knowing destiny realm was not easy to obtain. Thousands of miles away, the Supremes were silent. They could not suppress the waves in their hearts. If the foundation was not destroyed, who in the world could stop him? This person could not be left alive. The plan of the world was about to be completed. 500 miles away from the Demon Slayer formation, 9 half-supremes flew past. Behind them, countless shadows followed. The allied forces of various sects were about to join the battle. In the long night there was no light. The knowing destiny realm in the battle was shocking with their swords and sabers, but they still could not escape from the Demon Slayer formation. Sword style. When the 9 Supremes were about to arrive, the King of Hell in the knowing destiny realm spiraled into the sky. For a moment, heaven and earth were frozen. Immediately, endless sword will spread. 100 miles away, the swords in the hands of the strong cultivators of various sects trembled. At this moment, they did not listen to their masters. They were out of their sheaths and flew into the distance. Nirvana. The final sword, the strongest sword, bloomed magnificently in the dark night. The sword overturned the sky and the void within 100 miles collapsed. Pavilion leader Jing Feng and the 8 protectors joined hands to block the attack. However, there was a horrifying tremor and the shock waves were chaotic. The 8 golden Buddha statues could not withstand the huge force and shattered. The demon-cleansing formation of the Buddhist sect was broken. Ugh! A pool of blood splashed all over the sky. The 9 Buddhist strong cultivators took a few steps back. Their mouths were red. In the battle, Ning Chen saw an opening and turned into a phoenix shadow, flying away quickly. Chase! The pavilion master Jing Feng steadied himself and shouted. He quickly chased after Ning Chen. The 8 protectors moved. The swastika shone brightly and chased after Ning Chen. That direction is? Seeing the demon escaping, Renjioga, who was far away from the battle, stepped forward and chased after Ning Chen. Under the night, the 5 directions surrounded the knowing destiny realm. All the escape routes were blocked. The severely injured knowing destiny realm could not escape. 300 miles away, the phoenix turned into a red robe. Looking at the dead end ahead, he sighed deeply. Heaven's will. In front of him was a gloomy and silent dead end. White bones could be seen everywhere. Coincidentally, it was the most terrifying forbidden land in the human world, the demonic Wheel Sea. The road ahead was a more dangerous dead end. Heaven's will was playing tricks on him. It wanted to cut off all the hope of the knowing destiny realm. Why don't you continue to run? Outside the demonic Wheel Sea, figures arrived one after another. The 9 Supremes showed up and the Bodhisattva blocked the way. There was no hope. Even the Supreme Beings could not save the situation. The demon-slaying formation had been completed. 9 demigods, 1 Buddhist pavilion lord, 8 Buddhist Dharma protectors, and thousands of experts from various sects looked at the red-clothed young man. Ning Chen looked at the people in front of him calmly and remembered their faces. Then he turned and walked into the demonic Wheel Sea. The next moment, a terrifying black light rushed to the sky and blocked the moonlight. The demon entered the dead end. The pavilion master Jing Feng could not stop the 9 half-supremes. His heart sank. Maybe he was overthinking, but they felt uneasy because they could not see the demon-slaying demon with their own eyes. That look just now was indescribable. Ning Chen. At this moment, a blue light gathered in front of the demonic Wheel Sea. The butterfly in the flower, who had been chasing for a day and a night, finally arrived. Looking at the red figure disappearing in the black light, her delicate body trembled. Her heart ached so much that she could hardly breathe. After a while, the butterfly turned back and looked at the strong cultivators in front of her. Her beautiful face was so cold that it was terrifying. With a boom, thunder from the 9 heavens lit up the night. The butterfly in the moon's eyes were as red as blood. Her black hair broke free and danced in the wind. She had entered the demonic tribulation, and the wind and thunder were shocking. I, the butterfly in the flower, swear to heaven that if he does not come out alive, all the sects in the world will be buried with him when I attain Tao. Her voice reached the 9 heavens. Heaven and earth bore witness. The butterfly swore that she would not stop until she died. Chapter 502. The world's demons were all killed, and those who knew their destiny entered the demonic wheel. Dark light filled the sky, and within the heavy atmosphere, coffins rose from the ground one after another. The lids of the coffins fell down, and ancient experts walked out one after another. Ning Chen brandished his sword, and the scarlet sword appeared. Endless baleful energy coiled around his body, blocking the corrosion of the dragon burial ground's strange power. The ancient experts' figures swept over, and their palms reflected the dark moon. Their might was shocking. The most dangerous place in the human world. Danger arrived as soon as one entered it. Ning Chen's feet moved, and his red clothes flashed through the cracks. His sword danced through the spring and autumn, and with a loud clang, he blocked the palms of 2 ancient experts. Within the dark light, he was an ambitious and ruthless character when he was alive, and even after he died, he was still a ghost. He was a senseless and painless corpse deity, and it was difficult for swords and palms to injure him. The moment the sword and palms collided, the strange power of the dragon burial ground became more and more powerful. The baleful energy on the sword actually flowed away endlessly at this moment, swallowed by the power of the danger zone. Ning Chen's mind focused. He had seen how the supreme elders of various sects fell in the danger zone, so he knew that he had to leave this strange place as soon as possible. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to hold on for too long. Book of Sun, 9 suns burning the heavens. The king of hell entered the 9 heavens, and the 9 suns illuminated the mortal world. The divine suns circling around the sword turned into angry waves, and as the sword passed, the corpse deity retreated. In the blink of an eye, the red-clothed figure flashed past, escaping from the corpse deity's encirclement. 10 li away, the red-clothed figure stopped. Suddenly, he spat out a mouthful of blood. The injuries from the past few days of battle had actually erupted, and attacked his divine sense. With a clang, the sword stabbed into the ground. Ning Chen gathered his energy to suppress the injuries in his body. Now was not the time to stop, and he had to hold on. More and more corpses covered the ground. For thousands of years, countless experts tried to find the immortal palace, but in the end they were all buried here. They didn't even see what the immortal palace looked like. The baleful energy on the scarlet sword that was as red as blood became weaker and weaker. The vicious sword that once shook the central state, under the devouring of the dragon burial ground, was gradually unable to hold on. The red-clothed figure hurriedly moved, but the dragon burial ground seemed boundless, and he couldn't escape. Time passed by unknowingly, and it was hard to tell how long they had traveled. There was no day or night in this land of danger. The sky was overcast, and there was always only a single dark moon illuminating the sky. Pooh! A flaw appeared in the baleful aura protecting Ning Chen's body, and a strand of strange power entered his body. Ning Chen staggered, and 10% of his life force instantly disappeared. It affected his injuries, and he vomited blood. The terrifying power was enough to make one feel fear. The surroundings were silent. Looking around, the number of bones gradually decreased. It was clear that there weren't many people who had made it this far. Under the dark night, the phoenix flame rose and burned away the strange power that had entered his body. Ning Chen endured his injuries and pushed forward with all his might. He knew that only by continuing forward would he have hope. If he stopped, he would only be waiting for death. In the endless night there was no dawn. Knowing destiny walked on the road to hell step by step. No matter how hard it was, he never gave up. He was still dragging the 2 swords behind him. He was no longer alone. He didn't ask for the protection of the gods or the mercy of the heavens, because the gods and the heavens had never shown any mercy to the knowing destiny state. In the shadow of the phoenix, a woman in a red wedding dress was sleeping quietly in a coffin made of ice and snow. She was the Rakshasa of hell. She had walked through the mercilessness of hell and fell in love in the human world. The night was so quiet that even the sound of the wind had disappeared. In the endless darkness, there was only the sound of footsteps, which never stopped for a moment. "You've already come this far. Do you still not trust me?" Black light gathered, and a black-haired figure in black clothes walked out. His eyes were cold and emotionless, without any fluctuations of the human world. Knowing destiny's state didn't say anything. He still walked forward step by step. With each step, the power of the phoenix body weakened a little, and the seal of the killing body weakened a little. After walking for a long time, the long black and white hair behind the phoenix body turned white, indicating that the devil body was about to come again. The consciousness of the knowing destiny state with 2 souls in one body was about to change. At the end of the road, it was difficult to move forward. The phoenix body gave up the chance to use the substitute talisman to repair itself, and returned the control to the other consciousness in its body. Devil body, no matter how different you and I are, we've come this far just to wake up the ghost girl. Don't let the knowing destiny state hate you. After saying that, The phoenix body that had been severely exhausted gradually fell into a deep sleep. The two consciousnesses changed, and the horrible killing karma rushed to the ninth heaven. The devil body opened its eyes, and the world trembled. The devil body's killing body reappeared, and millions of killing karma surrounded its body. The red sword was shining brightly, and the evil spirit waves surged for dozens of miles. You've made the right choice. From now on you can rest. I'll walk the rest of the way, the devil body said lightly. The killing karma protected its body, and the immortal devil body walked forward. Different bodies, different ideals, but there was only one thing that was engraved in its heart, and it would never forget it. The strange power in the dragon burial ground was getting stronger and stronger. The devil body's killing karma protected its body, and it blocked the loss of its vitality. It stepped forward like a shooting star. After walking for a long time, the ground suddenly shook, and the ground sank 3 feet. The scene in the dragon burial ground suddenly changed. The sand waterfall with a diameter of hundreds of feet was flowing, and it kept falling toward the center. The devil body stepped in the air and jumped up. At this moment, vines swept out from the flowing sand waterfall, entangling the devil body's legs and pulling them down. The devil body's eyes flashed coldly. It slashed out with its sword, and the red devil flames burned the vines to ashes. The dragon burial ground actually has vitality. How strange! After the sword strike, the black vines that filled the sky once again spread out. They were endless, like a net. The demonic body looked at the shocking scene below him. Qi Lian's sharp edge turned and a blood-red light rose. With a wave of his sword, rumbling sounds could be heard as the 100 feet of sand was split apart. The next moment, the devil body's killing body jumped down and entered the sand waterfall. Below the sand waterfall was a wondrous scene. In the dark underground world, thousands of black devil's snare flowers were quietly blooming, and the vines were dancing in the air. Although the devil's snare flowers blooming in the dragon burial ground were beautiful, danger lurked everywhere. As soon as a stranger entered, countless vines wrapped around them. The vines were covered in black mist, and everywhere they passed, there was a sizzling sound of corrosion. Blood flame. The devil body calmed down. The red devil flames surged out from the sword and turned into a world-burning fire, drowning the sea of black flowers in front of him. The demonic flowers were burned out in the devil flames. The knowing destiny killer body looked at the dark world in front of him, and his eyes flashed. It was hard to imagine that there was a world below the dragon burial ground that was not affected by the dragon burial ground. Was it formed naturally or was it man-made? Devil's snare flowers were Buddha flowers, but the ones here were strange and dangerous. The devil body was about to leave, but suddenly, he stopped. Looking at the demonic flower seeds burning in the ashes, he could not help but frown. What tenacious vitality! With a wave of his hand, the devil's snare seeds flew into the devil body's hand. The sizzling sound of corrosion kept swallowing the former's vital essence. Even the killing karma could not stop it. Phoenix body, lend me your power. The devil body opened his eyes and the world shook. Endless killing karma rose. Behind him, the shadow of a phoenix appeared. It was blurry and difficult to distinguish. Obviously, it was extremely weak. The phoenix cried, and a strong suction force came out. The devil's snare seeds flew into the phoenix shadow's stomach, and their aura gradually disappeared. After doing all this, the devil body continued to walk forward. These devil's snare seeds would be of great use after he got out. He was not a gentleman if he did not take revenge. He would repay the kindness of all the sects in the world tenfold. The devil had his own demonic frown. In his opinion, the phoenix body had too many concerns, and he really did not like it. No matter how meticulous one's thoughts were, one would not be able to abandon a chess piece mercilessly. There would always be times when one would make a mistake. He had seen the entire situation of the Zhao family. If the phoenix body could be ruthless and kill the potential variable, Zhao Liusu, before the final piece was placed, everything that happened later would not have happened. Unfortunately, one wrong move caused the whole game to be lost. No matter how good the previous game was, it was completely useless because of this move. In the dark underground world, the devil body walked forward for hundreds of miles. There was no end to the strange world, and only the silent and endless darkness accompanied him. Something is wrong. After walking for a long time, it was still difficult to get out. The devil body noticed the abnormality and looked at the dark world around him. After a while, his eyes narrowed slightly. It was a restriction. He was trapped in a certain space. Ha! With a deep shout, endless killing intent rose around the devil body. The demonic power on the sword rushed into the sky, and a bloody light rose. The sword slashed the sky. The sword slashed down with a bang, leaving behind a dazzling bloody scar in the sky, causing the heavens and the earth to rumble and tremble. However, after a short moment, a strange light rose up, and it actually swiftly repaired the shattered heavens and the earth, sealing off all paths of escape once more. Seeing this, the devil body's mind sank. This was troublesome. He was not good at restrictions and formations. If Dao Kuei was here, he might be able to see the mystery of this formation, but he could not. The ancient Taoism was the master of restrictions and formations. However, when the calamity of the underworld king was imminent, he did not have time to learn these things from Dao Kuei. Compared to formations, breaking restrictions was abnormally complicated. It required a lot of deduction. One wrong move and it would be impossible to get out. The restriction that trapped him now was obviously not ordinary. It would be difficult to break it. Phoenix body. The devil body called out. However, there was no response for a long time. The heavily injured Phoenix body fell into a deep sleep and would not wake up in a short period of time. The human body had 3 souls. The heaven soul controlled intelligence, the earth soul controlled strength, and the life soul controlled life and death. Losing the Phoenix body with the heaven soul was undoubtedly a problem. Just as Zhenming was trapped in the demonic Wheel Sea, the butterfly did not return to Central State College. The blue bird bid farewell and completely disappeared from Central State College. At the border of the 2 dynasties, the butterfly who had entered the demonic calamity walked over step by step. Her black pupils were as red as blood, and her black hair danced in the wind. Before the Supreme Being, the butterfly stepped into the final calamity and could not turn back. On the blood-stained wasteland, broken halberds and spears were everywhere. Time had not left a trace. The spiritual energy of the former divine weapons had dissipated, and they had become useless scrap metal. The world was glorious and the world was desolate. Endless demonic energy and resentment filled the ancient battlefield, not dissipating for thousands of years. When the world rose, the people suffered. When the world fell, the people suffered. The autumn wind was bleak, blowing up sand and dust. The butterfly walked through the ancient battlefield, step by step, gradually moving away. Chapter 503. In the demonic Wheel Sea, 1 month after the Demon Slayer War, deep in the forbidden land of the human world, knowing destiny demon body was trapped in an unknown restriction. The Phoenix body was severely injured, and the heaven soul with wisdom was in a deep sleep. The knowing destiny killing body could only rely on its own strength to gradually deduce the infinite changes of the restriction formation. After a whole month, the demon body deduced 36,000 changes, but it was still difficult. Forbidden underworld. The first restriction was broken, and the strange light disappeared. The demon body squinted his eyes, and the name of the restriction flashed in his eyes. The most terrifying restrictions in the world were the forbidden underworld, the forbidden time, and the forbidden celestial. It was said that these restrictions were not created by humans, but were given by God. He had never thought that the place he stepped into was one of them. The forbidden underworld was a space restriction that was formed by countless restrictions. It was said that there were millions or even tens of millions of changes. Once a person stepped into it, it was almost impossible to get out until he was trapped to death. It was called the Forbidden Underworld, which showed how terrible this restriction was. Big trouble, the demon body thought. Although his power was higher than the phoenix body, his ability to deduce was not as good as the phoenix body. The Forbidden Underworld had tens of millions of changes, and it was getting more and more complicated. He could only deduce 36,000 changes in 1 month. If that was the case, it would take him more than 20 years to get out. Complaining and hesitating were useless. The demon body calmed down again and started to deduce the secrets of the Forbidden Underworld. So what if it took him 20 years? He could afford to wait. There was no time in the underworld. In the sealed world, the black-clothed and black-haired figure was silent. In the blink of an eye, several months had passed. In the central state, the situation changed. The Tai-Bai house and a few secluded sects came out one after another. The world was glorious, and all sects no longer chose to hide from the world. The gods had returned, and the demonic disaster was over. Every sect believed that the golden era after the chaos was coming. The world would return to its peak, and all sects would come out to fight for a share of the pie. Outside the demonic we'll see, the void rolled, and a figure floating in the white fog appeared. He looked into the distance, and a complicated expression flashed in his eyes. Half a year had passed. Even if he wanted to kill him, he had no chance. There was nothing left for the human world. After finishing the last thing it had to do, it would also return to the primitive land. In the east wing of the Zhao family, a girl in purple pushed open the door and entered the room where knowing destiny had once stayed. Her cold face no longer had any trace of its former charm. After the fusion of the Zhao family's 9 supreme soul power, the Zhao family's Liusu could never return to how it used to be. The candlelight flickered, illuminating every corner of the room. Zhao Liusu sat at the table for the entire night without moving. In the Yin Soul prison, the Yulan in the prison had already disappeared. Only the dried blood on the ground quietly told of the desolation of this tragic event. The fickleness of the world always made people feel helpless. They couldn't leave when they wanted to, but they couldn't stay when they wanted to. In the ancient temple at the foot of the mountain, more than half of the Devil Ceiling Pagoda had been completed. Subhuti looked in the direction of the Devil Wheel Sea and sighed in his heart. The devil had already left. Would this pagoda still be of any use? Outside the mountain, in the sky above the Qingxi Lake, dark clouds rolled and rain came again. On the Qingxi Bridge, a girl in a blue and white dress walked over with an umbrella. Looking at the most beautiful scenery in the human world, the nostalgia in her eyes was so clear. With a boom, heavy rain poured down from the mountain. The beautiful girl on the bridge left. In the ancient temple, the void rolled and the demon Venerable appeared. His palm was like a falling mountain, causing the world to tremble. Subhuti focused his mind and raised the Buddha beads in his hand. His palm condensed Buddha energy and met the attack with a bang. With a violent tremor, the ancient temple shook. Thousands of Buddha arrays rose, separating the surrounding 100 feet from the outside world. Amitabha. There were no other words. The battle between Buddha and demon in the rain was a matter of gratitude and hatred. It was also the fate of the difficult coexistence of good and evil. In the rain, the white flood dragon's combat power reached its peak. He waved his hand and held a sword. The rainwater gathered and turned into a waterfall that covered the sky. It coiled around his body like a real dragon that appeared in the human world. Subhuti twisted his fingers and the Buddha beads flew into the air. The swastika spun rapidly and pressed down from the sky, trying to trap the demon Venerable. Waterfall. The white flood dragon raised his hand. The rain turned into a heavenly waterfall and blocked the Buddha beads that fell from the sky. The most terrifying supreme in the human world attacked with all his strength. The wind and clouds in the golden Buddha temple were chaotic. The water waves rolled and the golden light shone brightly. Although Subhuti's cultivation was higher, The white flood dragon in the rain was strengthened by the heavens and his combat power increased sharply. He could compete with the strongest Buddha in the human world. The battle between the two supreme lasted for a long time. When the wind stopped and the rain stopped, the battle ended. The golden Buddha temple regained its tranquility. Only the 100 feet around the demon-subduing pagoda was destroyed, showing the intensity of the battle. In the forbidden land of the underworld in the sea of demonic wheel, half a year had passed. The demon venerable broke a few more layers of restrictions. However, the road to the underworld was difficult. It was still far from being able to walk out. The sleeping phoenix body had not woken up. There were no signs of it waking up. In the Eastern Divine Prefecture, in the imperial city of Great Xia, many people knelt down to welcome the return of a legend. Xia Qi, who had grown into an adult, stood quietly in front of all the officials. He was extraordinarily handsome and bore some resemblance to his father. However, there was a hint of a smile in his eyes and a belly full of black water. It made people involuntarily think of a certain young man from back then. After many years of recuperation, the 1,000-year-old Great Xia gradually regained its former prosperity. The three most powerful dynasties in the Divine Prefecture, Northern Meng, Great Xia, and the Barbarian Dynasty, tacitly chose to maintain this hard-won peace. There were no more large-scale wars. Half a day later, in front of Zhang Xuan's tomb, the legend stood silently. He stood there for several days and nights. No one dared to disturb him, not even Xia Qi. Perhaps only Ho, who had left, could say a few words to this legend of the Great Xia. 10 years had changed too much. Zhang Xuan's departure took away the last tears of knowing destiny. Men did not shed tears easily, only because they had not been deeply hurt. Time was merciless. No one could resist the reincarnation of destiny. Even the powerful knowing destiny and the legend of the Great Xia could not change this fact. At the end of another year, Xia Xinyu came. Just like before, she would come to visit her mother's grave year after year. 10 years had passed. The former 9th princess of Grand Xia had become even more beautiful. Her beauty, which could topple empires, was so beautiful that any description would pale in comparison. In the past, when Zhang Sun asked for a marriage, neither of them agreed. Whether it was because they were young and immature or because fate had not yet arrived, they missed it forever. Uncle. Xia Xinyu first bowed to the legend in front of the tomb. Then she stood up and walked to the tomb, carefully cleaning the dust on it. Xinyu, do you regret it? Prince Yan asked calmly. No. Xia Xinyu said softly. Prince Yan nodded and did not ask any more questions. If they were not fated, they could not force it. If they did not meet at the right time, he could not change anything. In the Barbarian Dynasty, the princess of the Barbarian Dynasty, who had been away for 10 years, had returned. The entire palace was shaken. When the crown prince who had ascended the throne 3 years ago heard the news, he suddenly stood up from his throne and went out to welcome her. In front of the palace there was a beautiful girl. Just like 10 years ago, she was clean and flawless. The newly appointed imperial guards had never seen this princess before. No matter what, they refused to let her in. The older guards behind them broke out in cold sweat. Commander, this really is Princess Man. If we don't let her in when the king comes, we'll all have to bear the consequences, said one of the guards. No. Without a pass or the king's personal decree, no one can enter. The guard commander was stubborn and refused without hesitation. Square-headed, said Aman, pouting. The little girl was kind. Although she could beat up a bunch of people in front of her, she still obediently waited in front of the palace. She knew that her father and brother should be arriving soon. As expected, before even a moment had passed, a figure rushed over. Seeing the guard commander blocking Aman's way, he immediately sent him flying with an ashen face. Brother Wang. Wild smiled happily when he saw who it was. Man, you've finally returned. I've missed you to death. The crown prince's expression rapidly changed, and he became abnormally excited. He took a step forward and was about to take a closer look when he was also sent flying by a kick. Scram, don't block my way. A majestic figure appeared. After sending his son flying, his expression also rapidly changed. He was so excited that he couldn't speak. Father! A man shouted charmingly, and the smile on her little face became even more brilliant. It's good that you've returned, it's good that you've returned. The barbarian king tightly hugged his daughter. A trace of undetectable tears flashed through his eyes. Once upon a time, he really thought he would never see his precious daughter again. On the side, the crown prince and the guard commander miserably crawled up. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly. The crown prince couldn't go against his father, so he vented his anger on the guard commander. He angrily glared at him. In the future, this king needs to be more observant. In the barbarian palace, the princess can go wherever she wants. If you dare block her again, this king will skin you alive. Yes. The guard commander lowered his head. You're not allowed to curse people. A man turned her head and unhappily said, I'm not cursing people. Crown Prince Barbarian's body trembled when he heard this. His originally angry face was suddenly filled with a smile as he chuckled. A man walked over and patted the guard commander's head. She quietly muttered, square-headed. The guard commander was completely confused. He didn't understand what she meant. The barbarian king also didn't understand. However, he didn't need to ask to know that this was something that stinky brat had taught his precious daughter. In the princess's courtyard, Hong Zhu was excitedly standing in front of the courtyard, waiting for the princess to return. 10 years had passed, but Hong Zhu still hadn't chosen to leave the palace to marry. She had remained in the courtyard, waiting day after day. A woman's youth passed in the blink of an eye. In these 10 years, even the barbarian king, who had never been very understanding, had personally come to ask about Hong Zhu's feelings. He had even made an exception and promised that Hong Zhu could choose her husband. However, in the end, Hong Zhu had tactfully refused. When the sun was about to set, a man walked over in her jade-green dress. When Hong Zhu saw her, she excitedly walked over and knelt down. Hong Zhu greets the princess. Like I said, I won't kneel anymore. A man raised Hong Zhu's hand. Yes, this servant forgot. I won't kneel in the future. Hong Zhu wiped away the tears at the corner of her eyes and did her best to smile. Chapter 504. Barbarian Palace. Princess Red Candle stood in front of the dressing table, helping the princess dress up. The face in the mirror was still as beautiful and charming as it was 10 years ago. There was not the slightest change. She was the most beautiful pearl of the barbarian dynasty. She was so dazzling that no one could bear to blaspheme her. Princess, have you seen him? Red Candle asked softly. No. A man shook her head. I couldn't find him for a long time. I was homesick, so I came back first. Red Candle smiled. Princess and the knowing destiny Marquis are connected. You'll meet again sooner or later. Yes. A man nodded. She was also thinking the same thing. Another month passed in the forbidden underworld of the demonic Wheel Sea. The trapped knowing destiny devil's body evolved 36,000 changes again. For more than half a year, it was forced to become a half-baked restriction master from knowing nothing about restriction. However, the Yellow Springs Forbidden Domain's level was too high. It had tens of millions of changes. Without several decades, it would be impossible to break through it. The main intelligence's phoenix body had already fallen into a deep slumber. Although the demon body's combat strength was stronger, it was useless against the ever-changing forbidden of the netherworld. The more restrictions the Yellow Springs Forbidden Domain broke, the harder it was to see the mysteries of the Yellow Springs Forbidden Domain. The killing body evolved 1,200 changes a day. Every time it broke through a restriction, it would feel the Yellow Springs Forbidden Domain change even more. Although its attainments and restrictions were becoming more and more extraordinary, it was difficult to increase the speed of its evolution. Another 4 months later, a year was about to pass. Suddenly, phoenix flames rose within the forbidden domain. Amid the cries of the phoenix, red light gathered and a red-clothed figure appeared beside the devil body. Your origin has yet to recover. Forcefully waking up will only add to your injuries, said the devil body calmly. No problem. I can still hold on. The phoenix body looked at the constantly changing space and slowly said, Yellow Springs Forbidden Domain. Is there a way to break it? Asked the devil body. It won't be easy, but it's not impossible. How long will it take? Asked the devil body. 10 months, the phoenix body replied. The devil body narrowed its eyes. The world needs 100 years, but I need 20. High perception is also one of my strengths. The phoenix body smiled faintly and walked forward. It raised its right hand and phoenix fire instantly filled the air. It quickly spread throughout the divine forbidden space and filled every corner. Seeing this, the demonic body didn't waste any more time. He walked over and stabbed the red chain into the ground. Then, he sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes to adjust his breathing. Everyone had their own specialties. It was more appropriate to leave the task of breaking the restriction to the phoenix body. Within the Yellow Springs Forbidden Grounds, Hong-Yi waved her hand. Phoenix flames burned the sky, and the forbidden grounds were quickly broken. Starlight flashed in her calm eyes as she memorized the changes of each forbidden ground. In the next moment, the restrictions were repaired, and everything returned to normal. However, the restriction that had been broken through once could no longer stop the phoenix body's footstep. With a flip of his palm, the restriction shattered. The number 1 sage of the Divine Prefecture was undoubtedly Fan Lingwei, followed by Knowing Destiny, and lastly, the rest of the world. The existence of the Northern Meng military advisor was not tolerated by the heavens. He was born as one of the 7 fatalities, and his lifespan was less than 25 years. Knowing Destiny had experienced 2 lifetimes. Although he was slightly inferior, he was still much better than the rest of the world. 10 months wasn't short, but compared to 100 years in the human world, it was just a blink of an eye. In the divine forbidden space, the phoenix body tried its best to break the restriction. In the world, misfortune and fortune were interdependent. Although the Yellow Springs was difficult to break, it wasn't as dangerous as the time restriction and the celestial execution restriction. While Knowing Destiny was breaking the restriction, he tried his best to memorize the changes of each restriction. His understanding of restrictions also improved by leaps and bounds. Heaven and earth gave him a rare opportunity. The road to the Yellow Springs was difficult. Knowing Destiny went through it once, he wouldn't allow himself to fall at the same place a second time. 10 months later, heaven and earth rumbled and trembled. The divine forbidden space quickly fell apart. The demonic body opened his eyes. He stood up and looked at the collapsing space around him. A glint flashed across his eyes. In just 10 months he actually succeeded. Demonic body, I'll leave the rest of the journey to you. In order to break the divine forbidden grounds, the phoenix body that barely held on for 10 months dissipated bit by bit and merged back into the demonic body. Although the 2 bodies had different ideologies, they could temporarily put aside all grievances regarding the Ghost Lady. The Yellow Springs restriction dissipated. The demonic body walked out and continued to walk forward step by step. Knowing Destiny was 1 body and 3 transformations. The original body was in order to repay the Ghost Lady's kindness and might not be able to return for 100 years. The Phoenix body was in charge of finding a way to awaken the Ghost Lady. It was difficult for her to move forward. The appearance of the killing body wasn't originally part of the plan, but now it had become the most important combat force. After walking through the Yellow Springs path, countless large pits appeared in front of the demonic body. The black soil and the dusky sky made it silent and gloomy. After walking for a long time, the demonic body suddenly stopped. He looked at a tomb in the distance and frowned slightly. The tombstone in front of the tomb had been corroded by the passage of time. The words on it couldn't be seen clearly. However, in this dangerous place there was a large tomb. It meant that someone had been here a long time ago or had lived here. The demonic body's gaze turned serious. After thinking for a moment, he continued to walk forward. Unexpectedly, not long after he walked, there were more and more tombs in front of him. They looked at least 10,000 years old. The tombstones had been corroded to the point of almost turning into dust. The demonic body's expression became more and more serious. What kind of place was this? After walking for another 100 miles, the scene changed again. Hundreds of thousands of talismans were suspended on the crisscrossing rope. However, too much time had passed, and the spiritual energy on the talismans had already dissipated. They would disperse upon contact. After 1,000 steps, in the dusky distance, a huge underground stone palace appeared. The stone door was tightly shut and hadn't been opened for tens of thousands of years. The demonic body walked forward and pushed open the stone door. He was on guard and carefully observed the surroundings. Fortunately, nothing unexpected happened. The stone palace's door opened. What entered his eyes was the same crisscrossing talismans hanging high up. However, the talismans here still had spirituality and hadn't died after tens of thousands of years. Silence. It was still silence. It was so quiet that it made one's heart flutter. It was the silence of tens of thousands of years. Heaven and earth seemed to have lost the passage of time. The demonic aura responded and the void shook. In the next moment, the entire stone palace shook violently. A terrifying aura that could make heaven and earth crawl quickly awakened. Thousands of talismans suddenly shone with spiritual light and suppressed the awakening forbidden existence. Demon! The Shah body's heart sank. There was actually such a terrifying demon suppressed under the demonic wheel ocean. As if it had sensed someone's arrival, the shaking under the stone palace became more and more intense. Demonic chi surged out and swept across heaven and earth. Suddenly the void changed. Separated by endless space, the two demons looked at each other. One stood in the void, and the other was hundreds of feet tall. However, only half of its body was left. Its lower body had been cut off and disappeared. "Young Junior, I have waited for you for far too long," the giant demon said. "Who are you?" Knowing Destiny's demonic body asked with an unusually serious expression. "My name is Xian Luo," the giant demon said slowly. Knowing Destiny had never heard of this name before, he was on guard. There was no such existence above the 5 regions. Although Supremes could also form Dharmakayas, the demon in front of him was obviously not as simple as a Dharmakaya. "You are not from the 5 regions," Knowing Destiny said. "I come from the heavens beyond that you speak of." "I am indeed not from the 5 regions," Xian Luo replied. "With your ability, why would you be suppressed here?" Knowing Destiny continued to ask. "A long time ago, I was careless and was ambushed by some self-proclaimed righteous people. That is why I am trapped here. Young Junior, I know you have a lot of doubts, but as long as you are willing to help me get out, I will agree to one request of yours." "Any request?" Xian Luo promised. "Any request?" Knowing Destiny's demonic body narrowed his eyes and asked. "Any request?" Xian Luo replied. "I want to revive someone," Knowing Destiny said in a low voice. "Yes." Xian Luo nodded and replied. "How can I help you?" Knowing Destiny asked. "In the depths of this stone palace, the other half of my body is sealed. The curse is slightly weaker. You only need to destroy the runes on it, and I will have a way to restore my true body and break out of the seal," Xian Luo said, suppressing the throbbing in his heart. Knowing Destiny nodded and said, "I hope you will remember your promise after you get out." "Demons are the most trustworthy race," Xian Luo replied. Xian Luo replied. In the next moment, the changed space returned to normal. In the dim stone palace, only the light of countless runes could be vaguely seen. The demonic body stepped forward and looked at the runes hanging high in the stone palace. His eyes kept flashing, and no one knew what he was thinking. The stone palace was very big. After walking for a quarter of an hour, Knowing Destiny finally saw the other half of Xian Luo's sealed body. After tens of thousands of years, half of the giant demon's body had been petrified. The runes sealed the demonic chi of the other half, preventing it from leaking out. Knowing Destiny walked forward and raised his hand to touch the petrified half of Xian Luo's body. Just then, the runes gathered in the sky and an illusory figure appeared in the stone palace. The soul of the extremely old man had almost completely dissipated. However, one could still tell how powerful he had been when he was alive from the extraordinary fluctuation of his soul power. Perhaps he had already surpassed the supremacy of the mortal world, just like the headmaster. "Young man, do you really want to save this demon?" the old man asked seriously. "Why not?" Knowing Destiny put down his hand and said calmly. "Since you have come here, you should have seen the thousands of tombs outside the stone palace. Do you know that the weakest people in those tombs were above the half-venerable level when they were alive? Back then, almost all the strong people in the 5 regions were killed in order to seal this demon. In the end, we had to borrow the power of the dragon burial ground to barely seal this demon," the old man said seriously. "What does that have to do with me?" Knowing Destiny said lightly. "This demon is murderous. Once he breaks out of the seal, he will definitely bring disaster to the human world again. At that time, no one in the human world can stop him. Young man, Xian Luo's promise can't be trusted. Please think twice," the old man said seriously. "I don't care about the rise and fall of the human world, and I have no conflict of interest with this demon. On the contrary, the forbidden seal of the underworld 100 miles away should be set up by you. Speaking of which, you and I have a real grudge," the demonic body said coldly. "I did set up the forbidden seal of the underworld. In order to prevent people from entering the stone palace to save this demon, I had to do this. I'm sorry." The old man sighed softly and said, "Let's not talk about this for now. I just want to ask if you can bring someone back to life with the power you had when you were alive," Knowing Destiny said seriously. "Impossible." The old man shook his head and said. Chapter 505. Hearing this, Ji Ming didn't say anything else. He turned around and looked at Xian Luo's upper body. He flipped his palm and formed a seal. No! The old man couldn't stop it in time. With a loud bang, the talismans on Xian Luo's body shattered one by one, turning into starlight and disappearing. Heaven's will! With a heavy sigh, the old man's soul power had also reached its limit. Specks of light began to scatter, and it seemed like he was about to vanish into thin air. At this moment, the cry of a phoenix rang out and Red Robe appeared. His sword pointed to the source, and he barely managed to stop the dissipating soul of the old man. One-body dual transformation technique. The old man's body slowed down as he looked at the red-clothed young man in front of him. "Senior, is there an immortal in the demonic Wheel Sea?" Ning Chen asked anxiously. "The immortal palace has existed since ancient times. However, whether or not there are immortals, I do not know." The elder wearily said. "Is there a way to enter?" Ning Chen asked anxiously as Ning Chen's soul grew weaker and weaker. Immortal palaces' whereabouts are indistinct and difficult to find. If it is fated or not, everything will be up to fate. You cannot force it. Youngster, you must remember that you absolutely cannot let Xian Luo appear. Otherwise, the 5 regions will be finished. As he spoke, the old man's figure completely dissipated. He turned into specks of light and disappeared from the world. In front of the petrified mystical demon, the seals shattered one by one. The aura around the killer's body surged as he unleashed all of his martial arts. "Demon body, just what are you thinking?" asked Ning Chen. "Save the ghost girl," said the demon body coldly. "You trust him?" Ning Chen narrowed his eyes and asked. "I am also a demon. Do you think I will trust a demon? Demons are the most untrustworthy race in the world. If we save him, the first ones to die will be us." The demon sneered. He slammed his palm into the petrified half of the body, shattering another portion of the seal. Then what do you want to do? Ningchen frowned and asked. The immortal palace is hard to find. Rather than placing your hopes on the illusory immortals, why don't you try using your own strength? Xian Luo is a superior supreme. Regardless of whether his words are true or false, once I merge with his power, I will be able to verify them, said the devil coldly. Ning Chen was silent. If the demonic body really merged with Xian Luo's power, it meant that Ning Chen would no longer be able to keep him in check. Once the demonic body became evil, Ning Chen would be completely powerless. How about it? Are you going to help me or stop me? That's your choice. The devil body didn't say anything else. Palm after palm landed on Xian Luo's petrified body, breaking the seal. The light in Ning Chen's eyes kept flickering, but he didn't step forward to stop him. With a pring sound, the final palm descended. The stone skin on the giant demon's upper body began to crack apart bit by bit. Overflowing demonic energy erupted. It was as heavy as an ocean, making one feel fear. The demonic body's expression turned serious, and the 1,000,000 slaughter karma around him was released. They drowned the ocean and continuously devoured Xian Luo's power. How dare you! Below the stone palace, an angry roar rang out. Xian Luo, who was sealed, sensed that something was wrong and was furious. You didn't keep your word. Xian Luo roared. When did I say that I would definitely release you? The demon replied coldly as it devoured the former's energy. Don't you want to resurrect the person you mentioned? Xian Luo made a final struggle and said angrily. Demons will never be a race that keeps its promises. I am also a demon. Do you think I will believe your promises? Even if you really do have that ability, once I devour your energy, I can still revive her, said the devil. Very good. Xian Luo roared. Brat, remember what you did today. I originally wanted to let you live for a few more days, but you didn't know the difference between life and death. Once I leave this place, I will definitely turn your bones to dust. You will never be able to reincarnate. We'll talk about that when you come out, snorted the demonic body. Within the stone palace, more and more cracks appeared on the petrified giant demon's body. However, not a single strand of demonic energy leaked out. It was completely devoured by the slaughter karma. Ugh! Suddenly, a muffled groan rang out. The demonic body was unable to endure the excessive amount of demonic energy entering its body, and it staggered. Ning Chen took a step forward and poured his phoenix origin into the demonic body. At the same time, his left hand flipped through a series of complicated seals, sending them into the demonic body. Yellow Spring Seal! Cried the demonic body when it sensed the seal within its body. The Yellow Spring Seal I control isn't complete, so I can't help you much. These seals can only help you temporarily seal the excessive demonic energy within your body. Whether or not you can fuse with this energy before the seals break will depend on your luck, said Ning Chen gravely. Many thanks, said the demonic body. Words of thanks are useless between you and me. As long as I can save the ghost girl, I have to try anything, said Ning Chen. Even if I can destroy the human world after obtaining this energy? Snorted the demonic body. If such a day really comes, then you and I will bear all the sins together, said Ning Chen slowly. Finally, for once I appreciate you, said the demonic body indifferently. Let's stop talking and focus on fusing with this energy, said Ning Chen. His left hand flipped faster and faster, sending streams of light into the demonic body. The Yellow Spring's divine seal forcefully sealed away the excessive demonic energy. The demonic energy was endless. Day after day passed, and the demonic body worked together to slowly refine the otherworldly demon's energy. No matter how furious the demonic body roared, it didn't waver in the slightest. Foolish humans, you can't save her. No one can save her. You want to reverse life and death? Dream on. Xian Luo's unwilling roars echoed in the stone palace for several days. The The demonic body acted as if they couldn't hear him. They continued to devour the demonic energy within the crack. With the killing karma as a guide and the divine seal as a tool, the demonic body was sealed. After 10 days and nights, half of Xian Luo's energy was finally sealed away. Exhausted, the demonic body coughed up a mouthful of blood and staggered. Ha! The demonic body stabilized itself. Yuan energy gathered in its palms and poured into the phoenix body, helping it suppress its injuries. The path of the world was difficult, and people's hearts were unfathomable. The demonic body that had been forced into a dead end could only support each other and force its way forward. I need to borrow the talismans here to help suppress the demonic energy within my body. I might not be able to leave for a long time. I'll leave the matter of finding Immortal Palace to you, said the demonic body after a few minutes. Yes. Be careful of Xian Luo, reminded Ning Chen. No seal could resist the corrosion of time. He could clearly sense that the talismans within the stone palace were weakening with each passing day. The demonic body nodded and didn't say anything else. It sat down and focused on fusing with the demonic energy within its body. Ning Chen glanced at the stone palace one last time before turning around and walking out. The demonic body had already been delayed for a long time. The phoenix body left on its own, once more stepping onto the path of immortality. In this life, it wasn't to become an immortal, nor was it to live forever. It only hoped to see her return from reincarnation. The demonic we'll see was an eternally dusky world. The demonic body's foreign body and demonic energy mutually consumed each other. The closer one was to the stone palace, the safer it was. However, for the sake of finding Immortal Palace, Ning Chen left the stone palace's surroundings in the end. An afterimage flashed by in the dusky darkness, so fast that it was difficult to see it clearly. He didn't know if it was fated or not, but he knew that if he didn't do his best, he would never be able to see Immortal Palace. The most fortunate thing in the world was that hard work would be rewarded. There weren't many things like this, so how could he not cherish it? In the depths of the demonic we'll see, the phoenix appeared and the red-clothed walked out. Affected by the foreign energy of the Forbidden Land, the demonic body's phoenix origin had been greatly exhausted. It was difficult to even move through the dragon burial land. Looking around, it was a boundlessly dusky, silent, and ice-cold world. Not a single trace of life could be seen. Ding! Suddenly, a wave of strange, immortal music sounded. Flower petals drifted through the air. 7 colors lingered about, releasing faint divine light. In the next moment, a golden immortal palanquin appeared. Exceptionally terrifying fluctuations spread from within. Wherever it passed, the void would collapse. It was mysterious and terrifying, as if it came from the ancient past and headed towards the unknown distance. There were large amounts of mysterious symbols engraved on the immortal palanquin. 3 dragon corpses opened the path, their flesh as condensed as iron. Black light flickered about, long becoming immortal. They headed south, accompanied by Tao cries. Multicolored light scattered down, immortal music faintly discernible. It was as if an immortal was moving. However, the inside of the palanquin was invisible to the naked eye. Even with the heavenly eyes opened, they still couldn't see through it. Immortal Corpse Patrol. Ning Chen's expression changed. He quickly snapped back to reality and hurriedly chased after it. It was rumored that outside Immortal Palace, there were immortal corpses patrolling on the palanquin. 3 dragons opened the path, resonating with the heavenly Tao. They were extremely powerful and almost undefeatable. Even the supreme beings of this world had to avoid them. Right at this moment, in front of the Immortal Corpse Patrol, ghostly energy curled about. Een winds whistled past, and groups of Een soldiers passed by. At the front were 2 headless Een riders holding battle spears. Their auras were extremely terrifying, already infinitely close to the supreme beings of this world. The Immortal Corpse Patrol was close to a legend that no one in this world could prove. The Een soldiers passing by were also extremely strange. There were Een riders that were close to supreme beings opening the path. Now that the two met, Ning Chen's footsteps paused, immediately moving out of the way, unwilling to approach. A moment later, a shocking scene occurred. The immortal palanquin headed south, not stopping at all. A dragon corpse leapt out, sweeping past with its flesh. A large expanse of dusky space collapsed. In just the blink of an eye, the two Een riders vanished like smoke into thin air, unable to retaliate at all. Behind them, the 3,000 Een soldiers similarly didn't escape the misfortune of dispersing. The dragon corpse spat out a breath and heavenly might, instantly turning them into ashes. The ones blocking the way disappeared. The dragon corpse returned to the front of the palanquin, silently opening the path and continuing into the distance. Ning Chen suppressed the shock in his heart, cautiously following behind, heading south together. The immortal music was pleasing to the ear, cleansing one's heart. Wherever the divine light from the palanquin fell, the strange power of the dragon burial was suppressed, unable to erode it at all. In the boundless darkness, the palanquin was in front, and knowing destiny was behind. They traveled for an unknown number of miles, seemingly without end, as if they would go on forever. The strange power of the dragon corpse was getting heavier and heavier. Ning Chen didn't dare to get too close. However, the strange power was difficult to resist, and his phoenix vitality was being consumed faster and faster, gradually drying up. The substitute talisman could only be used once. Rather than wasting it to death, it would be better to use it here. Ning Chen's eyes darkened. He gritted his teeth and decided to take a gamble. He took a step forward and a red light flashed. In an instant, he arrived beside the palanquin. Just as he was about to get closer, he felt a huge force and was immediately sent flying. Puff! A pool of blood spilled into the dust. Ning Chen staggered 2 steps and stabilized himself. Looking at the palanquin in front of him, he stamped his foot and continued to chase after it. He wouldn't die. That's enough. The next moment, the red clothes flashed past. Resisting the repulsive force from the palanquin, he firmly held on to the iron chain between the dragon corpse and the palanquin. Like flying a kite, he followed the immortal corpse into the distance. Chapter 506. In the depths of the demonic wheel ocean, the immortal corpse was cruising towards the south. On the palanquin, 5-colored light shone down, suppressing the strange power that was rising from the danger zone. Behind the 3 dragon corpses, the iron chains swayed, and the red clothes fluttered. No one knew how long they had been traveling. 10 miles, 100 miles, or 1,000 miles, Ning Chen could no longer calculate. But he knew that the demonic wheel had an end. They had been traveling towards the south, so logically speaking, they should have left the demonic wheel ocean. However, that was not the case. The immortal corpse was still cruising in the darkness, as if it would never reach the end. Just as Ning Chen suspected that the palanquin would continue traveling forever, a broken stone door appeared in the darkness ahead. It was simple and majestic, but it was missing a lot. Dragon Gate. Seeing the stone door, Ning Chen frowned slightly and said, "When a mortal cultivator reached the human sovereign realm, they could summon a Dragon Gate. It was said that after crossing the Dragon Gate, one would become a true immortal." He never thought that he would see a similar stone door here. The palanquin approached. Suddenly, Ning Chen's expression changed again. He saw the 3 ancient characters on the stone door, and he could not hide the shock in his heart. Southern Heaven Gate. The 3 large characters carved in ancient seal script contained the aura of countless years. Even from afar, one could feel the pressure of the vicissitudes of time. Ning Chen's expression became more and more serious. Could there really be immortals in the human world? After cruising through the Southern Heaven Gate, the palanquin did not stop and continued forward. As soon as it entered the Southern Heaven Gate, the strange power of the dragon burial suddenly disappeared. Without the restrictive power, the palanquin's repulsive force suddenly increased. Immediately, the palanquin was sent flying again. Ning Chen staggered a few steps and stopped himself. He wanted to chase after it again, but he saw the space in front of him swirling. The palanquin entered and disappeared. Ning Chen focused and turned into a ray of light, rushing into it quickly. The space changed, and the scene suddenly changed. It was a desolate and silent world. The night was cold, and the sky was filled with stars, shining with eternal brilliance. The palanquin had already disappeared. Ning Chen stood still and looked at this unfamiliar world. He gradually became confused. Was this place still the demonic Wheel Ocean, or was it a strange realm like the Four Extremities? Cold winds blew in all directions. It was a completely different world, vast and boundless. It was impossible to tell whether it was real or not. Ning Chen stopped in his tracks. The cries of the phoenix resounded in the air as a gigantic shadow of a phoenix appeared behind him. His red robes dissipated as he merged with the shadow of the phoenix. In an instant, the phoenix appeared, spreading its wings and soaring into the 9 heavens. The height of the 9 heavens was more than 10,000 zhang. When the phoenix entered the heavens, it could see the peak of the heavens. However, the sky was boundless. The higher they went, the stronger the shackles of heaven and earth became. The phoenix's wings were as heavy as 10,000 caddies, making it harder and harder to fly. Red robes walked out from the phoenix manifestation realm and looked up into the sky. With a wave of her hand, the king of hell appeared and slashed out with her sword, causing sword light to shoot up into the sky. The sword broke through the wind and clouds, surging outwards. The boundless world finally appeared at the peak of the heavens. With a thunderous boom, heaven and earth trembled. The sword light shattered, dissipating into nothingness. As expected, a strange look flashed in Ning Chen's eyes. It really was an illusory world like the Four Extremities. The unsolved mystery of the past reappeared today. Ning Chen once again returned to the earth. He was even more puzzled. The first time it happened, it could be explained as a miracle. Now that it happened again, it was inconceivable. Humans could not create things out of thin air. Even those as strong as the supremes of the human realm could not open up a world that was similar to the real world. This was the domain of the gods. Regardless of the ancient times, perhaps only the master of 7 absolutes heaven could have this ability. The king of hell was born as a god, not cultivated by humans. This was clearly recorded in the Book of Enlightenment. If there were miracles in the world, then the king of hell was the most inconceivable existence. The only explanation that made sense was that there really were immortals in the human world. At least, there were immortals in the past. Thinking of this, Ning Chen forcefully suppressed the emotions in his heart. His footsteps trembled as he quickly left. No matter what the truth was, since the immortal corpse patrolled here, it meant that this world was unusual. Perhaps the truth would be revealed soon. The boundless world was extremely dilapidated. Turbulence could be seen everywhere. It was like the realm of a great world. The territory was extremely vast. After walking for several hours, he still couldn't see the end. All of a sudden, a finger swiped across the air, soundless and deadly. Sensing danger, Ning Chen's heart trembled. He subconsciously dodged, but with a ripping sound, the clothes on his shoulder were torn and several strands of hair fell to the ground. Clang! A finger light slashed again. The eyes that flashed past were cold and ruthless, revealing murderous intent. Ning Chen waved his sword. Although his body moved with the sword, the king of hell met the finger attack. With a clang, the woman in front of him was pushed away. A feminine face, strange clothes, never seen before. His aura was as strong as a furnace. Obviously, he wasn't one of those grand elders who were nearing the end of their lifespans. Insiders die. The woman's body moved again. Her strange body movement was unpredictable. Her finger attack was like a poisonous snake spitting out its tongue. It was impossible to guard against. Even someone as strong as knowing Destiny State was restrained. What a strange martial art! In the fierce attack, Ning Chen frowned. He stepped on flowing light and his body was like an illusion, avoiding wave after wave of attack. Remnant wind passing shadow. The finger and the sword collided. The two retreated at the same time. Seeing an opening, Ning Chen used his sword and stepped forward. His body turned into thousands of pieces. After a moment, they condensed into one. The king of hell took his life. Ugh! The sword pierced through the woman's body. She took a few steps back. Blood spilled everywhere and dyed the ground red. The woman held the sword with her left hand and used her other hand to form a palm. Ning Chen's left hand formed a sword with 2 fingers. The sword finger broke the palm power. Blood spilled and the sand was dyed red. "Who are you? How did you get in here?" Ning Chen said coldly as he reached out and grabbed the woman's fair neck. "Shameless insiders, go to hell with me." The woman's eyes showed a trace of madness. The true qi around her became chaotic and rushed into her qi sea. In the next moment, an earth-shattering explosion sounded. The ground within 10 miles collapsed and sank a few feet. In the sand, Hong Yi appeared outside of the explosion. Looking at the huge crater in front of her, she frowned. She really is crazy. From her words, she shouldn't be from the 5 regions. Could she be from sky beyond heaven like Xian Luo? More and more questions flashed through Ning Chen's eyes. As a person who had lived 2 lives, he knew very well that the 5 regions weren't the only world. Now it seemed that there were cultivators in sky beyond heaven too. For the demonic will see to hide such a secret was truly shocking. For thousands of years, there had been no rumors of sky beyond heaven in the 5 regions. This meant that there was no direct connection between the 5 regions and this realm. However, Xian Luo and the woman who had just appeared in the stone palace both meant that the 2 realms weren't completely separated. He didn't know why that woman hated the insiders so much, but this was definitely not a good thing. What he cared about the most was where this place was. It was located behind the southern heaven's gate. Could it be the former celestial realm? If that was the case, why was it so broken? Where was the celestial? Layers of fog covered the truth, making it impossible to see clearly. Ning Chen cautiously walked across the vast land, looking for traces of the celestial. Several days passed. The sun rose and set. There was no sign of life in this vast and desolate land. On the 11th day, when the cold moon rose, the phoenix body that had traveled tens of thousands of miles suddenly stopped. It looked at the constantly moving void with a serious expression. At the moment of crisis, it quickly retreated. A huge ancient war chariot appeared. Black light scattered and space shattered. On the war chariot, a young man in 5-colored divine clothes stood quietly. He had a dignified appearance and an extraordinary temperament. Peak half venerable. Ning Chen focused. What a powerful young man. He had almost entered the supremacy realm. Someone from the insiders? My luck is really good. The young man's mouth curved slightly. He patted the war chariot. Divine light rose and a divine sword with green lightning appeared. The moment the sword appeared, heaven and earth sank and the void within 100 miles shook violently. Ning Chen's expression turned cold. Was there really no end to this? Even a person made of clay had some anger, let alone Ning Chen, who was never easy to talk to. He clenched his hand and the king of hell descended. Purple light rose and shone in the night sky. Oh, this sword is not bad. I'll take it. The young man smiled faintly. His figure flashed and he slashed with green lightning. With a bang, the tips of the swords collided. Lightning and sword energy spread out in all directions. Powerful shockwaves rippled out and raised thousands of feet of sand. The cold moon shone high up in the sky. Under the moonlight, the 2 swords clashed loudly. Ji Rushue's eyes shone with a strange light. Green lightning surged on his sword. An incomparably swift and fierce attack appeared for the first time. On the other hand, although the Knowing Destiny State Cultivator's foundation was not as good, with a sword in hand, no one in the world could do anything to him. The sword on the sword was at the peak. It forcefully closed the gap between the two of them. Not bad. Seeing that the opponent's strength was extraordinary, Ji Rushua turned the sword in his hand. The true yuan in his body was activated. Green lightning soared into the sky. Immediately, the broken heaven and earth could not withstand the might of the sword and began to collapse. Seeing this, Ning Chen's body moved. In an instant, a demonic blade appeared. The blade and sword separated and broke through the gap between Ji Rushua's attack. With a bang, the swords collided. Sand danced wildly. The demonic blade took the life of Ji Rushua and the palm met the blade light. Fighting in close quarters made the crisis even more obvious. The blade and sword clashed with the green lightning. The two geniuses both displayed their peak strength. The rumbling shook the heaven and earth. The void kept collapsing. The two dodged, but the blade light arrived again. It was so fast that it was too fast for the eyes to follow. The battle reached an incandescent state. It was hard to determine the victor. The swords clashed again. The palm energy shook the blade light. Blood dripped down the blade. Ji Rushua frowned. Looking at his injured left hand, he shook his true yuan and stopped the battle. You name. Shouldn't you tell me where you come from before asking for someone else's name? Ning Chen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said coldly. It was really troublesome to have a weak foundation. Spirit Void Ji Rushua. Oh. Ning Chen did not have any impression of this name. He casually nodded and replied, Inner World, White Jade Capital. Ji Rushua narrowed his eyes and said, I'll remember it. Let's stop here today. I look forward to the moment of life and death again. Although he did not use his full strength in the battle just now, the young man in front of him had also held back. The outcome of this battle was hard to predict. If they continued to fight, both of them would be injured. In this ancient immortal domain where danger lurked everywhere, it was not fun to be seriously injured. Anytime. Ning Chen also had concerns in his heart. He replied and left with his sword and blade. Looking at Ning Chen's departing figure, a dazzling light flashed in Ji Rushua's eyes. He stepped on the ground and returned to the war chariot, heading west. There was actually such a talented sword genius in the inner world. This trip was not in vain. Chapter 507. In this broken world, Ning Chen carried his sword and saber as he moved forward alone. Space would occasionally collapse around him, so he had to be extra careful. After arriving here, he had inexplicably fought 2 battles. Although he didn't obtain much information, he at least understood 3 things. The most obvious thing was that the people of Sky Beyond Heaven were very hostile to the people of the Inner Realm. In addition, coming here from Sky Beyond Heaven should be much easier than coming from the 5 regions. Finally, and the most important thing, since the people of Sky Beyond Heaven had appeared here, it meant that there was something here that everyone wanted. Perhaps the legend of the Immortal Palace wasn't just baseless rumors. The long search took another half a month. The unfamiliar world became more and more unstable. More and more space collapsed. It seemed like it would completely collapse at any moment. Suddenly, the fluctuations of a great battle came from far away. As far as his eyes could see, pieces of the world collapsed and spread out. Ning Chen focused his attention. His figure flashed out and rushed towards the battlefield. 10 miles away, Ning Chen stopped. He hid his aura and quietly watched the battle in the distance. In the battle, 2 men wielding long swords were besieging a white-clothed woman. The woman's body movements were peculiar, and the tip of her fingers was strange and awe-inspiring. Although she was at a disadvantage, she was always able to resolve the crisis at the crucial moment. Enemies are bound to meet on a narrow road? When Ning Chen saw the woman's martial arts, he sneered. It was clear that this woman was from the same sect as the crazy woman who had ambushed him before. The 2 young men took turns to attack and defend. Their movements were very similar. They were both at the peak of the 3 disasters. When they worked together, even the woman in white found it difficult to deal with them. As Ning Chen watched the battle and saw the cooperation between the two, he couldn't help but praise them. The difficulty of going against the flow was extraordinary. The difference in realms wasn't something that could be made up for by numbers. The sword techniques and cooperation of these two young men were truly rare. Talent was indeed something that made people gasp in amazement at times. However, the influence of one's cultivation base on one's strength was much greater than expected. These two young men would soon experience it. Great Void Battle Technique. As she spoke, the woman in white forcefully pushed away the sword in front of her. Her slender hand circulated a vast amount of true essence. Waves of black energy gathered on her fingertip. A terrifying pressure caused the ground within 10 miles to shake violently. Finger of Extinction. With a point of his finger, the void was annihilated. Black streams of light howled and surged, and the heavens and the earth instantly lost their color. The two of them brandished their swords to block. Their swords flowed from the same source, and their ultimate moves complemented each other. They transformed into a ray of purifying sword light and broke through the air. With a loud bang, the two extremes collided. A fountain of blood gushed out. The woman's chest was pierced by a sword, and her blood dyed the sand red. However, on the other side, the black flowing light entered their bodies. The two figures groaned at the same time. A moment later, they staggered a few steps, vomited blood, and fell straight down. In the desolate battlefield, dust and sand flew everywhere. The unwilling war spirits disappeared, unable to rise again. What a pity, they could have been stronger. In the distance, Ning Chen shook his head and sighed. The greatest barrier to going against the flow of the Celestial Slayer was to break the opponent's moves but not their strength. In the end, these two youngsters were still inferior. Pooh! On the battlefield, the victor stood upright. Suddenly, he spat out a mouthful of blood, dyeing the yellow sand red. At this moment, a red light flashed. It was so fast that no one could react. The white-clothed woman's pupils fiercely shrank. Just as she was about to attack, she saw blood spurt out. Her sword finger was like a god, and a sword broke through her chi. After 3 successful attacks, her body was destroyed. The woman staggered, but the sword did not stop. It turned into a claw and grabbed the woman's neck. Someone from the inner realm. The white-clothed woman's expression changed. Miss, you have good eyes. Please cooperate with me so that you don't make things difficult for me. Ning Chen's right hand tightened even more as he smiled. Despicable! The white-clothed woman was unwilling to give up. Her true essence flowed backwards, and she was about to self-destruct like the previous person. However, the true essence that had been destroyed scattered everywhere. Blood and chi clashed, and with a groan, blood dripped down. You want to self-destruct? Too late. Ning Chen sneered. His left hand quickly flipped over, and imprints entered the woman's body. The yellow springs opened, and the woman's remaining cultivation was forcefully sealed. I'll give you 2 choices. 1. Answer whatever I ask you. 2. I'll forcefully search your soul. As for whether or not you'll become an idiot, I can't guarantee that, said Ning Chen calmly. The woman's expression changed. She wasn't afraid of death, but she was afraid of living a life worse than death. What do you want to know? She forcefully suppressed the hatred in her heart. First question. What is your name and where did you come from? Ning Chen put down the woman and smiled once more. Spirit Void Jiang Li, she coldly replied. Oh? Spirit Void? So Miss also came from that place. Ning Chen's eyes flashed. It seemed this Spirit Void wasn't the name of a sect. Have you met other people from Spirit Void? Jiang Li's expression sunk. Ning Chen faintly smiled. A person called Ji Rushua. Does Miss Jiang know him? Hearing this name, Jiang Li's hands clenched, and her hatred grew. Even if he turned to ashes, I would still know him. Hearing this, Ning Chen's interest was piqued. It was good that they knew each other, and it was even better if they had enmity. Under the moonlight, the two of them walked side by side. If it wasn't for the bloodstains on the woman's clothes, perhaps no one would be able to tell that the two of them had fought to the death. Jiangli revealed some information about Spirit Void. Only then did Ning Chen understand that Spirit Void was the name of a cultivation planet, which was the place where Jiangli and Jirushua came from. In the outer heavens, cultivation planets were widely distributed. Spirit Void was undoubtedly one of the best and was famous throughout the outer heavens. As for the inner world, it was a name the outer heavens gave to the 5 regions. Because the heavens and earth were boundless, there was no distinction between the inner and outer worlds. However, a supreme existence changed everything. Countless years ago, the Nether King appeared in the outer heavens and suppressed all those who resisted. Then he refined countless large planets and created the 5 regions. He used a formation to separate the 5 regions from the outer heavens, forming the world of today. Hearing this, Ning Chen fell silent. Perhaps he had guessed why the Nether King would do such a thing. The Netherworld King's nature was noble and pure, and he could not tolerate the existence of any filthy things. It was very likely that he created the 5 regions because he was disgusted with the conflicts between humans in the realm beyond heaven. Thus, he wanted to personally create a pure land to isolate the filth of the world. He didn't expect that the development of the 5 regions would ultimately disappoint the god. The greed of human nature grew over time and continued to spread. In the end, it provoked the wrath of the gods. They descended twice and used blood to cleanse the filth of the mortal world. One more thing. How did Miss Jiang recognize that I'm from the inner world? Ning Chen asked, puzzled. The 3 people he met all recognized his origin at a glance. It was really unusual. Jiangli didn't hide anything and calmly said, "Everyone who comes to the celestial realm from the outer heavens has been baptized by the celestial transformation pool. You don't have the aura of the celestial transformation pool, so you're naturally not from the outer heavens." Is this really the celestial realm? Where is the immortal palace, and why did you come here? Ning Chen's eyes narrowed as he asked. This is indeed the celestial realm, but it was destroyed countless years ago. As for the whereabouts of the immortal palace, no one knows. We came here mainly to find a unique source jade in the celestial realm. We call it the immortal origin, answered Jiangli. What use does it have? Asked Ning Chen with a frown. It's useless right now. However, the density of spiritual energy above the great circle of the celestial realm is no longer enough to satisfy the requirements for cultivation. You must have this immortal origin to continue cultivating, said Jiangli. Is it this? Ning Chen frowned and flipped his right hand. An origin jade appeared. Its enormous spiritual energy was faintly discernible. It was extremely shocking. Jiangli was shocked. The immortal origin. Where did you find it? How many do you have? Asked Jiangli. I picked it up on the road. This is the only one. Ning Chen casually replied, but he was inwardly shocked. So this thing was the immortal origin. Back in the competition tower, he had snatched quite a few. If he had known this thing was so precious, he would have snatched all of it. What a pity! Disappointment flashed across Jiang Li's face. There were extremely few places in the celestial realm that could condense immortal origins. Moreover, one needed luck to find one. Picking one up on the road wasn't strange, but it was just too few. Do you know where I can find this thing? Let's snatch it together. We'll split it 30-70, suggested Ning Chen. Right now, no one knew where the immortal palace was. Searching aimlessly was useless. Rather than that, it was better to snatch some useful things first. 50-50. Jiang Li narrowed her eyes. 50-60. I can't give you any more. 50-50. Jiang Li wasn't willing to relent. 50-60. If you don't agree, I'll search your soul. At that time, you won't be able to get a single piece, threatened Ning Chen. Stop acting. You don't know the soul-searching technique at all. Jiang Li sneered. At first, she had been careless and believed his words. Now that she had calmed down, she felt that something wasn't right. If he really knew the soul-searching technique, why did he have to go through so much trouble? Leniency? Pity for the fairer sex? The youngster in front of her clearly didn't possess any of those. Lady Jiang truly is exceptionally intelligent. 50-50 then. 50-50 is a small matter. Ning Chen revealed a warm smile. He really didn't expect this woman to react so quickly. Back then, he hadn't learned the soul-searching technique from New Chang. It really was a mistake. About 7 days of travel from here, there is an abyss. Every once in a while, an immortal source will be produced. However, there are quite a few experts among the people who came to the immortal domain this time. They should all be rushing over. It won't be easy to get a share of the profits, said Jiangli. Will there be a great perfection expert? Asked Ning Chen. No. The immortal domain is already on the verge of collapse. There is a limit to what it can take. Great perfection experts cannot enter, replied Jiangli. Ning Chen nodded and stopped. With a flip of his right hand, a green medicinal pill appeared. He handed it over to the former. What is it? A trace of coldness flashed through Jiangli's eyes. 100-flower pill, poison. Ning Chen indifferently said. Take this medicine, and I'll undo the restrictions on your body. As for the antidote, I'll give it to you when we leave. Chapter 508. In this world, there were very few people that Ning Chen trusted, and Butterfly in the Flower was definitely one of them. At the same time, Butterfly in the Flower treasured this junior apprentice brother of hers very much. The 100-flower Dan was indeed a poison. It was an extremely terrifying poison. Within a month, if one didn't take the antidote, he or she would die a miserable death. Butterfly in the Flower was good at using poison. Back then, the King of Shadows suffered because of this poison. The 100-flower Dan on Ning Chen was given to him by Butterfly in case he needed it. Jiangli looked at the Dan in Ning Chen's hand and hesitated for a while. In the end, she took it and swallowed it. She had no choice but to lower her head when she was under someone else's roof. She would definitely return this favor tenfold in the future. Seeing this, Ning Chen's eyes flashed with admiration. Only by knowing when to submit and when to stand tall can one have a chance to turn the tables. This woman's mentality really impressed him. As for revenge, he didn't know if he would have a chance in the future. However, in the immortal region, he would not give her any chances. As soon as the poison entered her mouth, it quickly spread through her meridians and disappeared. Jiang Li's heart sank. It seemed like it would be impossible to force the poison out. Seeing that Jiang Li had swallowed the 100-flower Dan, Ning Chen kept his promise. He concentrated his energy into her body and unlocked the underworld seal. After recovering, Jiang Li shouted. Qi swirled around her and her finger pierced through the air towards Ning Chen. The two attacks collided. Boundless Qi surged. Inside the shockwave, Ning Chen's smile remained. He said calmly, Miss Jiang, you cannot win against me right now. Please lead the way. Oomph! Jiang Li snorted coldly and turned around to walk away. Ning Chen smiled faintly. He retracted his qi and followed her. For 7 whole days, the two of them traveled day and night without stopping for a moment. Jiang Li temporarily suppressed her injuries with Dan. However, her broken body couldn't recover in a short period of time. Every time she thought about this, Jiang Li's hatred towards the young man beside her increased. However, she suppressed it and didn't explode. Ning Chen knew exactly what Jiang Li was thinking. However, there were too many people in the world who wanted to kill him. One more wouldn't make a difference. When you have too many lice, you don't itch. When you have too many debts, you don't have to worry about it. It's just that he didn't need to care about people's feelings. If he could disgust those who wanted to kill him, he would have done so. 7 days later, 10 li away from the immortal extermination ravine, 2 people appeared and stopped in their track. Miss Jiang, you can go in first, Ning Chen said. You're not going in with us? Jiang Li frowned and asked. One in the light and one in the dark. Only then can we have unexpected result. Since you can recognize me as someone from the inner realm, that means others can as well. If we appear together, it won't be good for either of us, said Ningchen calmly. How do I know if you will keep your promise? Jiang Li asked in a low voice. Do you have any other choice? Ningchen asked indifferently. Jiang Li snorted coldly again. He didn't say anything else. His figure flashed as he flew toward the mountain stream ahead. Behind her, Ningchen looked at the back of the woman as she left. Her red robes gradually faded and disappeared. The immortal execution stream was a deep and gloomy ancient stream. It was rumored that before the desolate era, a true immortal was buried here, hence the name Immortal Execution. In a few days, ancient chariots, golden palanquins, dragon palanquins, and even half-step supreme-level existences arrived at the Immortal Extermination Valley. Experts gathered and waited for the immortal origin to appear. The immortal origin was condensed from heaven and earth's essence. It contained an enormous amount of spiritual qi, and a small amount of it even contained fragments of laws. It was extremely precious. Among the experts with terrifying auras, 4 people were the most eye-catching. One of them was Ji Rushue, who Ningchen had encountered that day. Of the other 3, one was standing on top of a dragon palanquin. He was covered in golden armor and was tall and slender. He held a golden spear in his hand. His starry eyes were like swords, making him look like a god of war. Another person wasn't riding a mount. He was tall and sturdy with a battle-axe on his back. He was domineering and his aura didn't lose out to anyone. The final person was a woman with delicate features. She wasn't particularly beautiful, but she gave off an unforgettable feeling. She stood there, and even the world around her seemed to lose its color. The 4 of them all had different auras. Only their dreadful pressure showed how extraordinary they were. The increasingly solemn atmosphere in the Immortal Extermination Valley indicated that the immortal origin was about to appear. In front of everyone, a slender youth was holding a compass. He was constantly divining the location of the immortal origin. The youth's cultivation base wasn't outstanding. He was only around the first calamity. Among the experts of Sky Beyond Heaven, he could only be ranked at the bottom. However, even so, everyone was very polite to the youth. They were even somewhat respectful. The immortal origin has already appeared. It's 33 miles north of here. However, the divination shows that this trip is extremely dangerous. I advise everyone not to take this risk, said the youth gravely. Many thanks for Tian Hengzi's reminder. However, if we give up this time, we'll have to wait at least 60 years. The immortal realm is already on the verge of collapse, and no one knows how long it can last. Thus, even if it's a dragon's pool or a tiger's den, I still have to give it a try. Ji Rushue stood on top of a black chariot and drove it north. Brother Ji is correct. Time waits for no one. If everyone isn't leaving, then I'll be leaving first. On top of the dragon chariot, the young man in golden armor no longer hesitated and rushed towards the direction Tian Hengzi had mentioned. The 2 of them left. Of the remaining 2 peak half-exalts, the woman who had been silent the entire time still didn't say a word. She lightly walked towards the north alone. They've all gone. If I still don't go, then it'll seem like I am a coward. Seeing the 3 of them leave, the brawny man with the battle-axe on his back smiled freely and walked towards the north with large strides. The 4 peak experts had already left. The remaining people hesitated again and again. Apart from the youth, everyone else also followed. In the depths of Immortal Execution Stream, spring water gurgled. In this ancient land that had existed since time immemorial, figures entered one after another. War chariots filled the air and dragon chariots floated up and down, breaking the silence of time. It's here? Said the man in golden armor calmly as he looked ahead. In the broken world before him, a huge cauldron that was extremely damaged stood in the spring water. After the baptism of countless years, many mottled green rust had appeared on the cauldron, covering its original appearance. However, what was even more eye-catching was that above the green cauldron, pieces of shattered space fell down and coincidentally fell into the cauldron. Law fragments. On the black war chariot, Ji Rushue's expression became serious. An immortal origin that contained law fragments was extremely rare. It seemed their luck wasn't bad. The immortal origin is in the cauldron. However, we can't doubt Tianhengzi's words. How about the four of us join hands and take out the immortal origin first? Then we'll fight for it with our own abilities, said the man in golden armor. Sure. Ji Rushua nodded. That's good. The brawny man with the battle axe also nodded in agreement. The woman who hadn't spoken this entire time nodded slightly. Although she still didn't say anything, she had also expressed her attitude. The four strongest people present had reached an agreement, and an alliance was formed for a short time. On the war chariot, Ji Rushue was the first to attack. Azure lightning crackled as a divine sword appeared and slashed toward the green cauldron. The green cauldron violently trembled, and the surrounding world collapsed even faster. However, a moment later, a green light soared and devoured the sword light. When the other three saw this, their eyes narrowed. Something wasn't right. They were extremely clear on Ji Rushue's strength. It was impossible for him to be unable to break a broken cauldron. Let's join hands and try, said the man in the dragon chariot. With that, the four of them circulated their true essence. Their moves converged and collided with the green cauldron in front of them. With a world-shaking rumble, the space 300 meters around them collapsed. The green cauldron shone brightly and devoured their power. In the next moment, the immortal execution sword was activated, and the entire immortal execution stream instantly turned into hell on earth. Dense sword light rose and fell between heaven and earth. 4 destructive swords appeared in the air, suppressing everything and destroying the Grand Tao. Immortal execution 4 swords. Their expressions changed at the same time. How was this possible? When the immortal execution swords appeared, a monstrous killing aura erupted. Space instantly collapsed and devoured all the light. In the endless void, thousands of sword light fell from the sky. They were as heavy as mountains and as fast as lightning. Those who touched them would die, and those who grazed them would be injured. Save me! Hell appeared in the immortal execution stream. One figure after another couldn't withstand the killing sword light and exploded. Miserable cries shook the sky. The resentment of death rose and turned into the 4 swords again, increasing the killing sword light's power. In the blink of an eye, the shattered flesh and blood dyed the immortal execution stream red. Broken limbs were everywhere. Less than 30% of the original people could stand. At the place closest to the green cauldron, the 4 peak half-venerables were surrounded by divine light. Their figures were constantly moving, dodging the chilling sword light. On the black chariot, a sword hung upside down in the sky. Countless sword light fell. Ji Rushue waved his sword against the immortal execution stream. With a world-shaking rumble, blood splattered on the chariot. The peak half-venerables were injured by the sword. The most terrifying immortal execution prohibition had revealed its fangs. The geniuses of the outer heavens were in imminent danger. Outside the immortal execution stream, red light gathered and knowing destiny appeared. Looking at the stream that had turned into hell on earth, he narrowed his eyes. It seemed that he had made the right choice not to rush in. Today, he had seen the immortal execution prohibition. This trip had not been in vain. Outside the stream, the youth holding the compass sighed softly. He looked at the red-clothed youth and said, "Sir, please save them once." Ning Qin looked at the youth not far away and calmly asked, "Why?" "As long as you are willing to help, Tianhengzi will help you once. As long as it is within my ability, anything is possible," the youth promised. "How do you know I can save them?" Ning Qin asked. "The heavenly compass can calculate everything in the world," the youth replied. "Then you should be able to see that I am from the inner realm. Do you think I will save some people who are hostile to the inner realm?" Ning Chen coldly asked. The youth was silent. After a long time, he softly said, "What if I can help you deduce the location of the immortal palace?" Hearing this, Ning Chen's eyes lit up. He looked at the youth and slowly said, "That is true. They will live together. Otherwise, everyone from the outer heavens, including you, will be buried here." Chapter 509. Outside Zhuxian Valley, Ji Ming and Tian Hengzi looked at each other. Inside the valley, geniuses from the outer sky were dying every second. Time was so precious at this moment. Ning Chen was not in a hurry. Even if everyone inside died, he would not be soft-hearted, including Jiang Li. "I will try my best to figure out the location of Immortal Palace. During this time, I hope you can break the restriction first." The young man looked at the Zhuxian Valley that was getting heavier and heavier. He turned around and said seriously, "Okay." Ning Chen nodded and said, "The day you figure out the location of Immortal Palace is the day the restriction is broken. Their lives are in your hands. Don't make me wait for too long." Then, Ning Chen walked in front of the restriction. Phoenix Chi rose around him and he slapped on it. Inside the immortal execution restriction, the 4 slaughter swords seemed to have sensed something. One of the swords flashed and a terrifying sword chi shot out. It passed through the restriction and headed straight for the formation breaker outside the stream. Seeing this, Ning Chen quickly turned his left hand. Behind him, a huge phoenix shadow appeared. With a shocking phoenix cry, the phoenix fire burned brightly and drowned the sword light. In the next moment, many seals were shot out from Ning Chen's hand. The yellow spring opened and sealed the slaughter celestial swords. Through the yellow spring, Ning Chen quietly observed the immortal slaying transformations. After a few breaths, the Zhu Xian sword dissipated. The yellow spring restriction also disappeared. Ning Chen memorized some of the changes and used the same trick again. He used the yellow spring to seal the slaughter celestial swords. At the same time, outside the Zhuxian Valley, Tian Hengzi's hands moved. He used his life to activate the compass in his hand. He opened his heavenly eye and looked into the mortal world. The spirit void, or even the entire outer sky, the most talented heaven teller, opened his heavenly eye. 2 drops of blood tears flowed down silently. The immortal domain was vast and time had left its mark. The heaven teller burned his life to find immortality. The Zhuxian Valley changed. Tian Hengzi, who peeped into heaven's secrets, caused the world to settle. Above the 9 heavens, thunder rumbled and covered the sky. At this moment, the heavenly compass emitted a dark light and covered the young man's breath. It temporarily blocked the heavenly path's senses. Droplets of blood dripped down her white clothes, dyeing them into bright flowers. It was so beautiful that it was intoxicating. Heavenly calculators were originally practitioners who went against the heavens. They had seen too many things that they shouldn't have seen, so they had to suffer the consequences. In front of the mountain stream, Ning Chen saw this scene. His calm expression did not change in the slightest. In this world, if there was a reward for putting in effort, that would be the most fortunate thing in the world. At the same time, the smell of blood in the immortal execution forbidden ground became thicker. The 4 immortal slaughter swords absorbed the resentment of the people before they died and became even more powerful. The might of the divine restriction was unstoppable. More and more experts died, and even the 4 most powerful heavenly talents were dyed red. The situation was extremely dangerous. Yellow springs, passage of time, and immortal slaying. Among the 3 types of heaven and earth divine seals, the yellow springs divine seal was the most complicated, the passage of time divine seal was the most mysterious, and the immortal slaying divine seal was the most dangerous. It was rumored that this divine seal had once slain immortals. Once one entered the divine seal, they would never be able to leave again. The yellow spring could be broken because although there were many changes, it was not aggressive. As long as it was not a complete yellow spring forbidden ground, there would be traces to be found. In comparison, the immortal execution forbidden ground was much more terrifying. The name Immortal Execution revealed its essence. It was a killing formation with extremely strong offensive power. Moreover, the 4 immortal swords in the Forbidden Ground would continuously absorb the resentment of the people before they died. They would become stronger and stronger until all the living beings in the Forbidden Ground were killed. In front of the Forbidden Ground, Ning Chen used the yellow spring to seal the Immortal Execution sword chi. He kept observing the changes in the Forbidden Ground. The more he understood, the more confident he would be in breaking the Forbidden Ground. 1 day, 2 days. Time passed day by day. There were fewer and fewer people alive in the Immortal Execution Forbidden Ground. The ground was filled with corpses and bones. It was hell on earth. It was extremely cruel. For the experts in the outer sky, it was fortunate that the Immortal Execution Forbidden Ground was already broken. Its power was not even 10% of its full power. Otherwise, even if a true immortal came, he would die. 13 days later, Ning Chen waved his hand to disperse the Immortal Execution sword chi in the Yellow Spring Forbidden Ground. He turned around and looked at the young man not far away. He said calmly, "How is it? Did you find it?" Tian Hengzi nodded. He slowly closed his eyes. 2 streams of blood tears fell silently. He said tiredly, "The Immortal Palace is northwest of the Immortal Execution Stream. I can't confirm the exact distance. However, if we follow this direction, we will eventually see it." Ning Chen frowned slightly. He didn't say anything. He raised his hand and pressed it in front of the Immortal Execution Forbidden Ground. Phoenix fire spread and covered the entire stream. With rumbling sounds, the Immortal Execution Forbidden Ground slowly collapsed. Inside the Forbidden Ground, the experts in the outer sky looked at the changes in the surroundings. They were shocked at first. Then, they became excited. Someone broke the Immortal Execution Forbidden Ground. Ji Ruxuan narrowed his eyes when he saw the 4 immortal swords disappearing into thin air. As soon as he said that, the man in golden armor on the dragon carriage looked around. His eyes darkened. Something's not right. In the Immortal Execution Stream, the moment the 4 immortal execution swords disappeared, the space shook. The gate of hell appeared and the Yellow Spring Forbidden Ground opened. The group of people who were about to escape was trapped again. "It's him." Feeling this familiar aura, Jiang Li's expression darkened. In the Yellow Spring, Red Robe appeared. He walked step by step to the green cauldron. With a slap of his right hand, he pulled the green cauldron out. "Miss Jiang, let's go." Ning Chen waved his hand and took the green cauldron. He walked in front of Jiang Li and said, The illusory red robe in the Forbidden Ground attracted everyone's attention. The man in golden armor waved the golden spear in his hand, wanting to stop him. However, before the golden light arrived, the void rolled violently. Many Forbidden Ground appeared and blocked the spear light. The next moment, Red Robe grabbed Jiang Li's arm and brought him out of the Yellow Spring Forbidden Ground. "Your Excellency!" Outside the Immortal Execution Stream, Tian Hengzi moved and blocked the path of the two. He looked troubled. Ning Chen stopped and looked at the young man with bloodstains under his eyes. He said lightly, "The Immortal Execution Forbidden Ground has been broken. You and I don't owe each other anything. If you don't get out of the way, you can die with no regret." Tian Hengzi sighed and stepped aside helplessly. Ning Chen took Jiang Li and walked away. He didn't look back. Heaven's will. Tian Hengzi looked at the Forbidden Ground and sighed again. He had no choice but to open his bloodshot eyes again. The path to the Yellow Spring was difficult. He couldn't just sit by and watch. The two of them walked in the northwest direction of the Immortal Execution Stream. Ning Chen didn't say a word and quietly thought about something. The Yellow Spring Forbidden Ground wasn't that easy to break. Even with the help of a heaven diviner, it would be difficult for those outer heaven cultivators to come out in a short period of time. In addition, from the backlash Tian Hengzi received when divining the location of the Immortal Palace, he must have used up a lot of his vitality. If he forcefully broke the Forbidden Ground again, the fate of this heaven diviner was self-evident. In this world, there were two kinds of people that were the hardest to kill. One was those with great fortune or great merit, such as the emperors of the mortal world. The other was the heaven diviner. These two kinds of people had always been people that cultivators didn't want to provoke easily. The misfortune of karma was not a joke. Ning Chen was very clear about the threat a heaven diviner posed to him, especially when this heaven diviner came from the outer heaven that was very hostile to the inner realm. Thus, he set down the yellow spring forbidden ground to delay Ji Rushue and the others and to deal with Tian Hengzi. "Where are you taking me?" After walking for a long time and seeing that the former didn't say a word, Jiang Li finally couldn't help but ask. "Immortal Palace." Ning Chen came back to his senses and calmly said. Hearing this, Jiang Li was stunned. She asked in disbelief, "You know where Immortal Palace is?" "I didn't know before, but I know now," Ning Chen replied. Jiang Li wasn't an idiot. She quickly thought of the crux of the matter and said with a serious expression, "Did Tian Hengzi tell you?" Although they hadn't known each other for long, she understood the young man beside her very well. Unless there were benefits to be gained, he definitely wouldn't save them. Ning Chen nodded. He had to admit that this heaven diviner from the outer heaven was truly an incredible genius. Looking at his face, this person's true age shouldn't be more than 60 years. He wasn't an old monster that had a technique to keep his appearance. He didn't know how many people in the world could calculate the location of Immortal Palace, but it definitely wouldn't exceed the number of people on one hand. Jiang Li hesitated for a moment and asked, "When will you give me my half of the immortal origin?" Ning Chen stopped and waved his right hand. Red light surged and a broken green cauldron appeared in front of him. "Take it yourself," Ning Chen said casually. Jiang Li's eyes narrowed. She didn't think the former would give her the immortal origin so straightforwardly. It seemed that although this person's character wasn't very good, he kept his promise. Inside the broken green cauldron, pieces of immortal origin were quietly piled up. Spiritual energy curled around them, and it looked like there were several hundred pieces. However, no one knew which immortal origin contained law fragments. Jiang Li quietly looked at it for a moment. When she discovered that she really couldn't identify the law fragments, she didn't look anymore and waved her hand to collect her half. "How are we going to split this cauldron?" asked Jiang Li calmly. "If you can break it open, I'll give you half. If you can't, then just treat it as you thanking me for saving your life. I don't like owing others favors, and I hate it even more when others owe me favors," said Ning Chen righteously. Jiang Li sneered and didn't say anything else. A person's skin could actually be so thick. Previously, Ji Rushue, Pound, and the others were unable to damage the cauldron at all. It could be seen that this broken green cauldron was definitely not as simple as it seemed. If she could see that the green cauldron was extraordinary, then the person beside her would definitely be able to as well. Unfortunately, their promise didn't include anything other than the immortal origin. Ning Chen didn't care what Jiang Li thought. He waved his hand and put away the green cauldron. This thing hadn't been damaged even in the immortal execution Forbidden Land, so it could be seen just how shockingly tough it was. Even if it didn't have any other uses, it could still be used as a shield. "Why are you bringing me to the Immortal Palace?" Jiang Li turned around and asked. Everyone wanted to know where the Immortal Palace was, and she was no exception. Just now, he clearly could have left on his own, but he still brought her along. That made her a bit confused. Don't tell her that he was protective of the fairer sex or that he had taken a liking to her. That was just an excuse. "One more person means one more person to take care of," said Ning Chen casually. "I want to hear the truth," said Jiang Li coldly. "Heh." Ning Chen laughed and said, "Because your life is in my hands. If I die, you won't be able to live either. So if I really do encounter any danger in the Immortal Palace, the only person who can save me is you." Chapter 510. In the broken and silent immortal domain, a cold moon shone high in the sky. Two people walked side by side under the moon. 10 days had passed since they left immortal execution stream. The immortal domain was vast with no end in sight. The shattered sky and collapsed nothingness could be seen everywhere. It was dark and gloomy, making one's heart shiver. The two of them did their best to avoid these dangerous places, quickly advancing in the direction Tianhengzi pointed out. Ning Chen never doubted Tianhengzi's words, because the heavens calculator could choose not to speak, but he definitely wouldn't lie. After searching for another 3 days, Immortal Palace's traces still hadn't appeared. The damage of heaven and earth became more and more obvious. It was to the extent where even the path forward was obstructed. The two of them had no choice but to take detours again and again to avoid places where space had collapsed. Along the way, Jiang Li's expression became more and more serious. The damage of heaven and earth here was so severe. Would Immortal Palace still exist? Finally, on the 15th day, there was no more path in front of the two of them. When they looked up, the entire world had collapsed. It was a boundless nothingness with no end in sight. Ning Chen stopped. Looking at the darkness ahead, he didn't hesitate too much, directly walking in. "Wait," Jiang Li said. Ning Chen turned around and looked at the woman, not saying anything. "Antidote," Jiang Li said with a heavy voice. She could feel that the poison in her body was already on the verge of erupting. It should erupt within these 2 days. Ning Chen flipped his palm, and a medicinal pill appeared in his hand. He immediately handed it over. Jiang Li took the medicine and swallowed it. She circulated her true essence to dissolve the medicinal properties. A moment later, her brows furrowed, and her expression became cold. "This isn't the antidote," Ning Chen casually replied and said, "It really isn't the antidote. This medicine can only help you temporarily suppress the 100-flower pills poison. It can't cure the poison. The antidote will be given to you, but not now." After saying this, Ning Chen didn't say anything else, continuing forward. Jiang Li clenched her fists, and the hatred in her eyes became more and more difficult to conceal. In the end, her rationality suppressed her impulse, and she followed. Right now, she couldn't win against this person. Only by enduring for a while would she have a chance to get revenge. The two of them advanced in the endless nothingness. There was no path, no direction, and they couldn't even sense of time. The only thing that existed was the eternal silence and darkness. Ning Chen waved his right hand. The phoenix fire rose and a divine sun gathered in the sky. Its divine light pierced through the void and illuminated the endless darkness. Feeling the terrifying pressure coming from the divine sun, Jiang Li's body tensed up subconsciously. Her expression became serious. This was not a human flame, but she could not tell what it was. How many secrets was this person hiding? Outside the void, time passed day by day. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 days and nights had passed. In the void, the two figures walked further and further away. A divine sun rose up and down, illuminating an area of darkness. The nothingness that swallowed everything and the phoenix flames that were not the flames of the mortal world collided with each other and consumed each other. The 30-foot square became the only pure land within the darkness. At the same time, in front of the immortal extermination stream, Tianhengzi, who had forcefully opened his heaven's eye once more, had consumed a large amount of his life force. He was already nearing the end of his life. In the Netherworld seal, the 4 top prodigies worked together to break the seal. Their powerful attacks bombarded the flaws that Tianhengzi had found time and time again. Finally, the Yellow Springs Road was cut off. With an earth-shattering tremor, the divine prohibition was broken, and the powerhouses of the Grandmasters walked out. "Pooh!" Seeing everyone break out, Tianhengzi, who had bitterly endured for many days, could no longer hold on. He vomited a mouthful of blood, which dyed his white robes red. "Tianhengzi!" On the dragon carriage, Ren Jinghong's figure flashed as he supported the Heaven Teller, who had collapsed powerlessly. He turned over his palm and condensed Yuan Qi into the Heaven Teller's body. Useless, Tianhengzi said weakly. Then, he glanced at sky beyond heaven in the distance with a hint of regret in his eyes. Immortal palace is to the northwest. Whether it is ominous or auspicious, I cannot divine it. This time you all can decide for yourselves. His last words disappeared into the night sky along with the cold wind. The heavenly calculator of a generation had disappeared. Tianhengzi. Ren Jinghong felt a sharp pain in his heart. He clenched his fists so hard that they cracked. Bring Tianhengzi back to the spirit void and bury him, Ji Rushua softly sighed on the black war chariot. Ren Jinghong nodded. He picked up Tianhengzi's corpse and placed it on the dragon carriage. Without saying a word, he drove the carriage towards the northwest. If he didn't get revenge for this, he wasn't human. Northwest of a mortal punishing stream, in an extremely distant place, in the endless darkness, the two of them had already traveled for an unknown amount of time. Jiang Li's expression was exceptionally gloomy. She understood clearly that they had very likely already lost themselves in the nothingness. She didn't understand why the man at her side was still so stubborn. If they were forever trapped in the nothingness, even if they found Immortal Palace, what could they do? What Jiang Li didn't know was that ever since they entered Immortal Domain, Ning Chen had already treated this half of his body as an abandoned piece. Even if they were truly trapped here forever, as long as this body didn't die, nothing else mattered. The phoenix body was trapped, but there was still the main body and the demon body. The three bodies were of one mind. Regardless of whether it was 10 years or 100 years, there would always be a day when they could find traces of this body. Of course, if they couldn't find a way to revive the ghost girl, then whether or not the main body and demon body came was no longer important. In the end, Jiang Li still underestimated the ruthlessness of the man at her side. It wasn't only to others but also to himself. In order to achieve his goal, he could give up anything. Outside the nothingness, figures appeared one after another. When they saw the collapsed world ahead, they stopped their step. On the dragon carriage, Ren Jinghong's eyes sunk. There was no path ahead. Didn't that mean that Immortal Palace was already buried in the nothingness? On the side, the woman walked into the nothingness. From start to finish, she still hadn't said a single word. On the other side, Ji Rushua hesitated for a moment before also entering with the war chariot. 2 lunatics. The man with the axe on his back cursed in a low voice. He turned around and left. He didn't want to be forever trapped in this collapsed world for the sake of an illusory immortal palace. In the nothingness, another month passed unknowingly. The two had already traveled in the darkness for more than 2 months. Jiang Li's expression became more and more irritated. It was clear that she had already endured to the limit. The most terrifying thing about this family wasn't death, but rather darkness and loneliness. When one's limit was exceeded, even a normal person would be forcefully driven mad. Not everyone could have a heart of stone like Ning Chen's. In the past, even knowing destiny wasn't as calm as it was now. The darkness and loneliness of the underworld were enough to drive one crazy. However, at that time there would always be a beautiful figure by his side, helping him through the most difficult period of his life. A person's growth wasn't always smooth sailing. Ning Chen had experienced too much and had long learned to be strong. In the 4th month, Jiang Li ignored the poison in her body and erupted with the anger she had been enduring all this time. However, with the 3 successful bodies crippled, how could she be Ning Chen's opponent? Jiang Li was defeated without any surprise. She was defeated miserably. However, Ning Chen didn't kill her because she still had value in living. After going crazy, Jiang Li calmed down quite a bit. Her mental state seemed to have changed a bit. Ning Chen saw this but didn't say anything. Growing up wasn't easy. Learning to accept reality was the most basic step. In the 10th month, the poison in Jiang Li's body erupted for the 4th time. Ning Chen once again used a spiritual aura pill to help her suppress the poison. However, he still didn't give her the antidote. It was clear that Jiangli had learned to accept reality and no longer struggled pointlessly. She suppressed the hatred in the depths of her heart. After suppressing the poison, she continued to cooperate with Ning Chen to find traces of the immortal palace. The divine sun in the darkness became the only light, guiding the two forward. However, the collapsed world was boundless. No one knew where the end was. In fact, they didn't even know if there was an end or not. For tens of thousands of years, no one had ever entered the immortal palace. It was the same whether it was the inner world or the outer world. Even if there were amazing diviners who could predict the location of the immortal palace, in the end, they were all lost in the void, unable to leave. Just as the two of them gradually lost their way, in an unknown distance, an immortal corpse flew through the darkness, heading towards the depths of the void. Since ancient times, the immortal corpse had never stopped patrolling, carrying out its duties as usual, never changing even after tens of thousands of years. In the central continent, Ji Ming had already been in the Sea of Demonic Wheel for 3 years. The 9 half-step venerables who were in charge of guarding the Sea of Demonic Wheel had also left. Everyone knew that Scarlet Demon would never come out again. During these 3 years, after the Grand White Prefecture, a few more hidden sects appeared. They became the leaders of the central continent along with the Zhao family in the north. Geniuses from all over the place walked out. It was the first golden age of glory. In the eastern border of the central continent, 2 beautiful figures walked over. The woman in front wore a plain dress. She had an extraordinary temperament and gave off an indescribable pressure. Beside her was a beautiful woman in purple. She would intentionally or unintentionally walk half a step behind the woman. Her calm eyes never left the woman in front for even half a second. "Zijing, where do you think we should find him?" Mingyu looked left and right before asking. "This servant doesn't know," Zijing softly said. "Do you think he can still recognize me when he sees me?" Mingyu seemed to have thought of the situation when they first met and giggled. "He can." Zijing nodded. "I think so too. However, we used the Southern Patrol as an excuse to sneak out. We can't stay outside for too long. We have to quickly find him." Mingyu's smile disappeared. "He will. That senior said that Ji Ming Marquis is in the central continent, so he definitely won't be wrong. Humph, if I wasn't worried about that brat from the Grand Xia seeing through the clues and taking the chance to steal my territory, I really want to spend more time here," Mingyu said unhappily. She and that Xiaqi were both taught by bad people. Not mentioning other things, that brat's ability to hit someone while they were down was definitely not inferior to anyone. The current Xia Emperor is truly not simple. Purple Crystal agreed. To be able to restore Great Xia, which had many things to do, in just a few years, was not something that an ordinary person could do. It had to be said that the Marquis was truly an extraordinary person. He had single-handedly taught 2 emperors, each of them supporting the 2 strongest dynasties in the central continent. Currently, Northern Meng and Grand Xia kept each other in check. Adding on the existence of the Barbarian dynasty, the 3 powers formed the most stable tripartite state. No one dared to easily start a war. As for the true Extreme Country and Menyang Country, they were small places not worth mentioning. She had originally disagreed with Her Majesty coming out this time. The central continent was too foreign to them. It was easier said than done to find that Ji Ming Marquis. Chapter 511. In the 3rd year after entering the Sea of Demonic Wheel, the Emperor of Northern Meng entered Central State with only a 4th tribulation innate purple crystal accompanying him. Ning Chen didn't know. He was trapped in the void and couldn't escape. The endless darkness seemed to have no end. Countless days and nights passed in the cold and dark night. The brilliance of life seemed so insignificant in the darkness. Although Jiang Li's temperament had undergone a metamorphosis, she would still feel a bone-piercing chill every time she looked at the man beside her, whose expression had not changed at all from the beginning to the end. She didn't understand how cold a person's heart had to be so rational and calm all the time. They had been trapped in the void for at least a few months. Wasn't he worried at all? For the first time, she started to doubt whether the onlooker sees more of the game. Or maybe, in this person's eyes, even he himself was a chess piece that could be abandoned at any time? It had to be said that a woman's sixth sense was really scary. Jiang Li's feeling was very close to the truth. In order to resurrect the ghost girl, there was basically no chess piece on the chessboard that couldn't be abandoned, including herself. Ding! Suddenly, a familiar celestial music sounded in the distance. A faint five-colored divine light flashed through the darkness. It couldn't be seen clearly and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Immortal Corpse Patrol. Ning Chen's eyes narrowed. He waved his hand and took Jiang Li beside him. They turned into a stream of light and chased after it. In the void, the collapsed spacetime was the biggest obstacle. After a while, the immortal corpse completely disappeared. They couldn't find it anymore. The two stopped. Ning Chen looked at the darkness in the distance and narrowed his eyes. Unfortunately, it was a moment too late. Have you seen a real immortal corpse patrol? Jiang Li asked seriously. In the sky beyond heaven, there were legends of immortal corpses patrolling, but very few people had seen it. Looking at Jiang Li's reaction just now, he seemed to be sure that the five-colored divine light was a patrolling immortal corpse. Yes. Ning Chen nodded. He followed the immortal corpse into the immortal region and was very familiar with the five-colored divine light on the palanquin. He couldn't be wrong. In this place, he saw the patrolling immortal corpse again. It meant that the immortal palace was probably buried in the void. Let's keep going. Maybe we can find it soon. After saying that, Ning Chen didn't say anything else and continued on his way. Jiang Li didn't say anything and quickly followed after him. However, hope and reality were often the opposite. After the immortal corpses disappeared, the two of them traveled for another month, yet they still couldn't find any traces of Immortal Palace. The palanquin did not appear again. It was a coincidence. Once it appeared once, it would be hard for it to appear a second time. Why did you seek out the Celestial Palace? Jiang Li asked for the first time since they met. Save people, Ning Chen replied. Jiang Li frowned when he heard this and said, there are so many ways to save people in the world. Why place your hopes on the illusory Immortal Palace? I've tried everything. It's useless, Ning Chen said softly. Jiang Li was taken aback. A moment later, as if he had thought of something, he asked in disbelief, could it be that what you're looking for is the art of resurrection? Ning Chen smiled faintly and said, are you surprised? Lunatic. Jiang Li couldn't help but mock, you're also a cultivator. Could it be that you don't know that a person's death is like an extinguished lamp? Resurrection is simply impossible. In my previous understanding, the existence of gods was also impossible. Reality has proven that my viewpoint was wrong. Everyone's understanding has its limits. I don't know if the art of resurrection exists, but if I don't look for it, then it really doesn't exist, said Ning Chen calmly. Do you think it's worth it to take such a huge risk for this hopeless hope? Asked Jiang Li. It's not a question of whether it's worth it or not. Miss Jiang, perhaps there will be a day when you will understand that even if everything in the world can be divided into whether it's worth it or not, there will always be one thing that will make you spare no effort to do it, because that is the only value of your existence, said Ning Chen with a smile. I don't understand, and I don't want to understand. Your obsession is too deep. It's hard to escape the demonic tribulation, said Jiang Li coldly. Heh. Ning Chen smiled and didn't say anything else. He knew from the start that he couldn't avoid the demonic tribulation. He only hoped that when the day arrived, the ghost woman would have already woken up. In the following month, the two of them didn't say another word. Jiang Li had never thought that she would be trapped by a lunatic. Her luck really was terrible to the extreme. What was the most terrifying thing about a lunatic? It was that they were cold and indifferent. She didn't doubt that once this chess piece had no value, she would be casually tossed aside by the man beside her. How could a person who was so ruthless to himself care about an enemy? And just when the two of them had been in the boundless void for a year and 3 months, from an unknown location, a heaven-shaking rumble rang out. The entire world trembled, and in the immortal realms outside the void, another several hundred miles of land collapsed. This terrifying scene was truly shocking to the hearts of everyone. Oh! Within the void, Ning Chen's eyes narrowed. He took a step forward, quickly advancing. Jiang Li immediately followed. Her expression also became serious. They might have found the legendary Immortal Palace. In the depths of the endless darkness, several hundred miles of land calmly floated up and down. On the ground, an ancient and majestic Immortal Palace towered. Terrifying fluctuations continuously spread from the Immortal Palace, making one feel a bone-deep throbbing. Immortal Palace? A figure walked out from the void. After more than a year, he once again stepped onto the ground. Looking at the enormous palace in front of him, brilliance continuously flashed through his eyes. Jiang Li also walked over, her expression full of shock. So the Immortal Palace really did exist. Miss Jiang, let's go. Ning Chen called out to the absent-minded woman beside him. He walked towards the Immortal Palace. Jiang Li recovered her wits. Suppressing the shock in her heart, she quickly followed. Since the Immortal Palace existed, then the legendary true immortal might also exist. Could a human's body really be cultivated to such a level? Jiang Li's suspicions increased. Perhaps this time they would see the truth that had been buried in the endless years. The tightly shut Immortal Palace's door was made of an unknown material. It weighed over 10,000 jin. Ning Chen tried several times, but was unable to push it open. Forcefully break it open, Jiang Li suggested. Ning Chen nodded. With a wave of his hand, the Yama King appeared. His sword moved, and the 9 suns rose. With a single sword strike, heaven and earth changed. With a rumbling sound, the 9 suns shook the immortal gate. With an astonishing shake, the earth split apart inch by inch, sinking into the void. However, the closed immortal gate still didn't move in the slightest. Ning Chen frowned. He took a step forward and pressed his hand against the immortal gate. After a long time, he slowly said, "There might be a restriction behind the immortal gate. Let's work together and take turns attacking a spot to forcefully break it open." Jiang Li nodded in agreement. Her finger condensed origin energy and pierced it towards the center of the immortal gate. A finger pierced through the air and smashed into the immortal gate. The finger's power hadn't dissipated yet, and sword light soon followed. The two of them worked together to forcefully break through the restriction. Rumbling sounds rang out one after another, gathering at a single point. After a quarter of an hour, the restriction that couldn't recover in time finally couldn't endure their attacks and dissipated. Rumbling sounds rang out as the immortal gate opened. The two of them walked in, but after just a few steps, they heard the immortal gate tremble. With rumbling sounds, it unexpectedly closed on its own once more. A strange light rose up, and the power of laws gathered to reseal the immortal gate that had been broken open. Ning Chen's eyes narrowed. Looking at the immortal gate that had closed once again, a hint of uneasiness flashed through his heart. In the east wing of the Zhao family in Zhongzhou, a girl in purple stood quietly, looking at the cold moon in the sky. Her expression was cold, without a trace of her past self. At this moment, red rain fell from the sky, and a beautiful figure in blue appeared. Her blood-red hair danced in the cold wind. The demonic butterfly descended, and the atmosphere suddenly froze. "Butterfly in the flower," Zhao Liusu's expression turned serious as she said coldly. The demonic butterfly moved, and without saying a word, the black flower burial tears appeared again. With a slash, the surrounding void collapsed. Zhao Liusu flipped her palm to catch the slash. With a loud bang, the entire east wing instantly fell apart. The aftermath continued to spread, and the formations collapsed one after another, affecting half of the Zhao family. The reborn demonic butterfly's strength had increased to a shocking level. Even someone as strong as Zhao Liusu, who was at the peak of the Supremes, couldn't gain the upper hand. Seeing that the opponent was extremely strong, Zhao Liusu stomped her feet and flew straight into the sky. The wind and clouds gathered in all directions, and the vigorous vast origin energy condensed around her body, forming a crazy storm. The demonic butterfly's figure flashed, and with a slash she swept into the storm. The flower burial tears slashed mercilessly. Zhao Liusu flipped her palm and blocked the slash again. The entire Beiyu city fell into fear because of this shocking battle between Supremes. The void collapsed one after another, and the moonlight was drowned out. The battle between the most powerful people in the world shocked all the innate experts within a few thousand miles, and they couldn't help but tremble. The blood-red hair in the storm was so dazzling. No one would have thought that the demonic butterfly would reappear and descend into the world. No one would have thought that the demonic butterfly would have the ability to fight against someone at the peak of the Supremes, even though she had just entered the Supremes' realm. The slash danced and the palms fell. The two people fought to the point of incandescence, and every move they made was with their lives on the line. A rare life and death battle between Supremes bloomed in the dark night. It was an indescribable battle. Everywhere the aftermath passed, the sky changed color. Liusu, who had endured the soul power of the Supremes of the Zhao family for 9 generations, and the demonic butterfly, who had reached the perfection realm, used the most powerful martial arts in the world. Butterfly dance, double rainbow. The demonic butterfly's sleeves fluttered, and the technique from the past appeared again, but with a completely different power. The black and white blades drew a beautiful double rainbow, cutting through the dark night and descending. Zhao Liusu blocked the 2 blades with her palms, and in the scene of the sky collapsing and the earth cracking, blood splattered everywhere. The Supremes of the Zhao family were injured for the first time. How dare you! The Supreme's prestige was irreversible. Zhao Liusu was furious, and her palms were filled with a vast energy. The surrounding black light rose and penetrated through the sky. A destructive technique appeared in the world for the first time. Dark clouds rolled, and 9 wheels appeared in the clouds. 9 wheels formed by the soul power of the Supremes appeared, absorbing the endless power of the world and pressing down from the sky. The extreme power descended, but the demonic butterfly's expression didn't change at all. She combined her 2 blades, and the blood-red light illuminated the world. Through the past and present, the only one in 100 generations, a blade in spring and autumn, a beauty that can topple cities. The demonic butterfly's extreme power shook the world. The blood-red blade light that suddenly soared into the sky forcefully absorbed the blade aura between the heaven and earth. It spiraled and surged, and directly collided with the 9 wheels that were descending from the sky. The most terrifying collision caused the space within a few hundred miles to collapse rapidly. The sky above the Beiyu city seemed to have been hit by a divine tribulation. Chapter 5:12. The battle between the Peak Supremes caused the world to be in chaos. Flowers were buried and the 9 wheels were dyed red, but the killing intent of the 2 Supremes did not decrease. The battle that was rarely seen in 1,000 years became the only color in the dark night, attracting countless gazes. The butterfly reappeared, but it was completely different from before. The black blade was filled with killing intent. Zhao Liusu activated the 9 wheels, and the soul of the 9th Supremes was added to her body. Every move she made blocked the fatal blade light. It was impossible to tell the outcome of the battle. The blade turned the wind and clouds, and the palm went against the 9 heavens. Magnificent splendor blossomed under the night sky. Every move and style was a peak ability. Butterfly dance. In the battle, the demonic butterfly's blade turned, and the wind and waves surged. Countless blood-colored frost appeared out of nowhere and fell on the battlefield. Flowers bloomed in the void, and one after another beautiful frost flowers bloomed. It was so beautiful that it made people's hearts tremble. Frost! The frost flowers collapsed and turned into the blade that buried the heavens. Thousands of blade intents erupted, and instantly drowned the 9 heavens. Zhao Yusu's expression changed slightly, and the power of wind and lightning gathered in her palms. She jumped into the 9 wheels, and the might of the heavens gathered. The 2 extremes collided, and blood splattered everywhere. Shocking shockwaves surged, and the 2 beautiful figures were drawn several zhang away at the same time. Blood dyed their clothes. The demonic butterfly was strong, but the supremes of the Zhao clan were not weak either. They had the soul of the 9th supremes, and their control over the power of heaven and earth far surpassed normal peak Xiantian experts. Both of them had unrivaled battle prowess, and in a battle of life and death under the night sky, their terrifying ability made people gasp in amazement. The battle reached its climax, and the illusory image of a dragon gate appeared behind Zhao Yusu. It almost condensed into a solid dragon gate, and an extremely powerful pressure spread out. The peak of power in the human world appeared. Seeing this, the demonic butterfly's body erupted, and her blood-colored hair danced wildly. Behind her, an illusory dragon gate also appeared, and its pressure was shocking, and it was on par with the former. The 2 supremes clashed again, and the palm and blade exploded with earth-shattering power. In the shocking collision, the shock waves spread out, and the space cracked and spread out endlessly. The world turned into nothingness, and it was difficult for it to bear the 2 supremes' power that surpassed the limit. The gods in the human world had already surpassed everyone's understanding. At the Golden Buddha temple at the foot of the mountain, Bodhi was comprehending the Tao in front of the demon-subduing pagoda. 2 venerables were fighting and the world was in turmoil. The Buddha opened his eyes and watched the shocking battle. A middle-aged man in a white robe with blue patterns stood quietly in front of the Taibai mansion in the middle of the central continent. He looked at the battle in the distance, and his eyes flashed. Although the Zhao clan's prime master was young, his ability had undoubtedly long surpassed that of ordinary prime masters. He was practically invincible. What caught his attention more was that the seemingly demonized saber god was able to fight against a peak 9 heavens supremacy even though he had just become a 9 heavens supreme. It was difficult to determine the outcome of this battle. Did she come back for revenge? In the southeastern part of the central continent, in the Tuli ancient realm, Tuli's expression became heavier and heavier. Everyone knew about the oath she had made in front of the demonic Wheel Sea. He had never thought that this woman would actually become a sovereign. If that was the case, then the sects in the Central Plains would be in big trouble. If a machete god who could compete with the Supreme Being wanted to take revenge, no one in the world could stop him. Thinking of this, Tuli didn't hesitate anymore. He took a step forward and disappeared. This woman couldn't be left alive. They had already made a mistake by letting the tiger return to the mountain. This time, they couldn't make the same mistake again. In the Taibai mansion, Tuli appeared. He looked at the middle-aged man in front of the mansion and said, "Mansion Lord Taibai, why don't we work together? Isn't Tuli too impatient?" The mansion lord said calmly, "This woman has already become powerful. We can't leave her alive," Tuli said coldly. "It's difficult to determine the outcome of this battle. Isn't it better to wait until both of them are injured and then clean up the mess?" The mansion lord said lightly, "If the Zhao clan's prime master loses, it won't be easy for the 2 of us to kill Hua Zhongdia," Tuli said in a deep voice. Defeating a human prime master and killing a human prime master were 2 different things. If Hua Zhongdia wanted to leave, it was almost impossible for him and the mansion lord to stop her. After watching today's battle, it's not just the 2 of us who want to kill this woman. Let's just wait, the mansion lord said lightly. In the sky above the Zhao clan, the battle between the 2 sovereigns was getting more and more intense. The blood-stained void kept shaking under the extreme power. The butterfly that returned after 3 years came back for the promise. She would repay her junior brother with the blood of all the factions in the world. The injured Zhao clan's prime master didn't slow down at all. The 9 wheels spun and the wind and thunder surged. On the other hand, the demonic butterfly had the flower burial in her hand. Her saber was like a flowing cloud. When her sleeves flipped, the combination of hardness and gentleness made the world look at her. Under the night sky, the shadows kept crossing each other. Their grudges ended together. The saber and palm clashed. Their outstanding martial souls shone brightly in the sky. They had gone through thick and thin together. Today it didn't matter if they lived or died. Butterfly dance, sky net. In close combat, the demonic butterfly used the god-trapping technique again. Her sleeves turned into an inescapable net and trapped the Zhao clan's prime master. The sky net pulled back the net. The blue sleeves that spread out contracted. The saber light was cold and ruthless. Ha! At the moment of crisis, Zhao Liusu shouted. Dark light coiled around her body. Rolling clouds rose and turned into 9 divine swords. The wheels were filled with power. Everything collapsed in an instant. The divine weapon broke the sky net. The sword blocked the saber light. The Zhao clan's Liusu used the power of inheritance that had never been seen before. The power of 9 generations of sovereigns gathered in one body. Endless soul power condensed into reality. The peerless divine weapon shook the flower burial. The saber and the sword clashed. The heaven and earth tilted. 3,000 rays of light cut through the night sky, creating huge ravines. The dark clouds gathered, but they were cut apart by the saber light. The cold moon appeared again. The confrontation of 2 extremes was accompanied by the celestial phenomenon. The world was frightened by a single saber. Zhao Liusu held the sword in her hand. The 9 divine swords danced in the wind. Every move had a familiar shadow. You'll only make me angrier if you use his moves. The demonic butterfly's slender hand slashed across the flower burial's tears. A bloody light dyed the black blade red. The space within 100 miles suddenly darkened. A rain of blood fell. It was bone-chilling. Dance of the butterflies, demon domain. The blood-colored domain spread out. Butterflies danced in the rain. The saber light became even faster. It was a dazzling saber. It was a death god. Zhao Liusu waved her sword to block the saber light. However, she felt her true yuan being suppressed. With a tearing sound, her clothes were torn apart. Blood spilled out. Within the domain, the Zhao clan's Liusu was injured once again. Fate played tricks on people of the same trade. The saber and sword cut off all friendship. The merciless divine weapon was covered in vermilion red. Saber and sword, the battle between kings since ancient times. Today they clashed on top of each other. They interweaved with a magnificent aura of hell. It'll be difficult to take revenge for him. In the rain of blood, Zhao Liusu's footsteps trembled. Her hair broke free and danced wildly. The next moment, 9 illusory figures appeared. The Zhao clan's 9 figures opened their eyes. The blood-colored world immediately shook violently. The 9 figures were endless. They opened the demon domain and even the battle once again. The saber and sword clashed. Killing light spread everywhere. It was difficult to determine the victor. In the strongest battle, each of them revealed their trump cards. The 2 people at the top of the human world had abandoned their past. It was impossible for them to coexist. Only death could end their grudges. A saber fell and a sword met. It was unknown who would be the last one to be dyed red. While the 2 were fighting, in the immortal palace far away, knowing destiny was in danger. The moment the celestial gate closed, the space shook and the surroundings suddenly changed. On the celestial path, the killing formation opened. The mirror light shone on the path to hell. Red clothes, black hair, and a purple divine sword appeared like a mirror. Without saying a word, the sword was fatal. Ning Chen's expression darkened. He waved his sword to block the sword. However, he felt a huge force and took a few steps back. All forms were no longer forms. Red clothes changed and black clothes appeared. Demonic chi overflowed into the heavens. The purple divine blade changed into scarlet red. The demonic technique shocked the gods, and its strength was extremely heavy. The two illusory figures danced in different sword paths. At the beginning of the battle, they showed that they had an absolute advantage. Ning Chen's eyes narrowed. He stepped forward. His body was like an illusion as he moved quickly. The black clothes scattered and the red clothes appeared. The same speed, the same cold sword. Extreme speed against extreme speed. They suppressed the phoenix body. An unprecedented killing formation. The two bodies took turns and the sword opened the path to hell. On the other side, Jiangli was trapped in his own killing formation. The white figure shook the heaven and earth. It was ruthless. On the celestial path, the killing formation appeared. It trapped and killed the intruder. If he lost, he would die in one step. The killing formation that appeared at the same time was extremely fierce. The figure in the mirror fought two bodies with one sword. However, the two bodies changed silently. It was difficult to find the slightest flaw. The more they fought, the more difficult the battle became. Ning Chen's phoenix origin was greatly consumed. He stepped into the air. The 9 suns on his sword rose and slashed down. The same move appeared between heaven and earth. The 9 suns went against the world and collided with a loud bang. Blood stained the divine weapon. The aftershock made Ning Chen retreat a few steps. His right hand that held the sword dripped with blood. His eyes became colder. Sky shattering. The blood did not stop. The sword also did not stop. He slashed with the sword. 100 feet of wild wind roared out. The red clothes also used the sword form. The sword broke through the air and met the sword. The two moves shook the space. In the aftershock, the figure that passed by turned into a blade light and slashed down. With a clang, the demon blade appeared in the red clothes' hands. The blade light collided with the blade light. There was no flaw. At this moment, the demon blade in Ning Chen's hand suddenly flew out. It turned in an instant and formed a sword with his fingers. The sword pierced through the ocean of qi and came out of his body. The sword cut through the soul and the battle stopped. In this world, the person who knew him best was still himself. The knowing destiny sword was extraordinary. However, relatively speaking, his sword was still slightly better. Just as the battle ended and the two bodies disappeared, a change occurred. The incarnation disappeared and Bai Yi appeared. A powerful palm hit the heart. With a muffled groan, the knowing destiny sword took several steps back. The black tortoise heart armor that had blocked the attack several times could not withstand the huge force and finally shattered. The original incarnation had a shocking foundation and severely injured the knowing destiny sword. Blood flowed from the corner of Ning Chen's mouth. He took out an elixir and swallowed it. He looked at Bai Yi in front of him and gradually became serious. The next moment, the knowing destiny sword appeared. In the bloody sky, the blood-red patterns on the sword penetrated the arm of the original body. A shocking pressure spread out. The strongest body and the strongest sword reappeared in the world. The two swords clashed again. With a bang, the red clothes retreated and blood stained the sand. The shocking foundation was unshakable. In one move, the phoenix body showed signs of defeat. 9 suns burning the sky. In order to win, knowing destiny reappeared the Book of Sunday. The divine fire of 9 yang illuminated the sky. However, at this moment, Bai Yi's sword moved like spring and autumn. Frost surged. The Book of Life appeared. The divine fire of 9 yang showed signs of being frozen. The gap between the foundation was obvious at this moment. The two moves clashed. A pool of blood was spilled. The sword was red. The battle between the phoenix body and the original body was obvious. Chapter 513. Within Immortal Palace, within the realm of death, the phoenix body fought the true body. Yama cried out, purple light rising, illuminating the dark night. The illusory moon hung high in the sky. Within the realm of death where laws gathered, the battle between the two bodies had already continued for several hundred exchanges. The phoenix's extreme speed was unparalleled, its foundation unmatched. Speed and strength were both displayed to the extreme. The same body, emotionless eyes, Bai brandished her sword. The sword condensed water, fire, wind, and thunder. The aura of the source surged, its might rising endlessly. The terrifying aura of the source rose into the clouds under the moonlight. The most powerful sword made one's body tremble uncontrollably. When Ning Chen saw this, Yama gathered Phoenix origin. Flames rose around his body. Sword intent erupted, spiraling outwards. Rising sun illuminates the east. Sword style, flowing heavenly scripture. A divine sun appeared in the world. Wherever the first rays of dawn arrived, sword intent followed. Sword collided with sword. The rising sun collided with water, fire, wind, and thunder. A heaven-shocking explosion sounded. The phoenix body retreated again, borrowing the momentum to leap up. In the air, a sword slashed out. Magnificent sword light shocked the 9 heavens. Nirvana! The sword of Nirvana reached the pinnacle of the sword. It turned into a stream of startling swords that streaked across the void, rushing towards Bai. The most powerful sword approached her. Bai waved her left hand. Sentiments appeared. The most powerful blade and sword gathered the power of 4 coils. Reincarnation revolved. The most powerful move faced the sword. With a loud explosion, Bai retreated a step. Blood flowed out from her shoulder. The sword that entered her body was just a hair's breadth away. On the other side, the phoenix body retreated several zhang. Blood continuously flowed out from her arm, dyeing the Yama King's divine blade red. Vermilion dust scattered about. Knowing destiny staggered several steps. His extreme move was defeated, his injuries becoming more and more severe. The sword intent of this level was different. It tilted the scales of the battle more and more. Again, Ning Chen wiped away the blood at the corners of his lips. The Yellow Spring's divine restriction entered his body, sealing his injuries and maintaining his peak strength. In the next moment, the figure that approached rushed out again. The 2 swords collided again. One sword was fast, one sword was strong. The incomparable sword intent produced the most beautiful prelude to life and death. The body in the mirror, the figure in front of him, the same face, 2 people that could not coexist. The 2 swords fought until the heavens changed and the clouds became chaotic. The blood that spilled out dyed Hongyi's clothes red. Although Hongyi was strong, she couldn't completely block Hongyi's sword. The exchange of injuries wasn't equal, but it couldn't be stopped. Fast, it was still fast. Knowing destiny's state could only make up for the lack of foundation with speed. His sword was swift and hard to recognize. Amidst the endless red shadows, Bai was as unmoving as a mountain. She used life as a supplement, and the 3 scrolls of martial arts took turns. Her powerful might suppressed the phoenix's extreme speed. However, Red Coat, who was moving faster and faster, did not care about his injuries. His speed reached the pinnacle of the human world. In an instant, he surpassed his peak. The true meaning of the sword is fast, accurate, and focused. Purely pursuing moves will only lead one to greater height. Back then, at the end of the world, Mu Bai passed down the sword. A single sword split open the heavens, simple and unadorned. The extreme of the sword was boundless, and there was only one in the beginning. Sword, when he thought about it, his will came to an end. In order to break through the fate that he was suppressing, his red clothes calmed his mind, and his body dispersed. At the peak, there was only one sword, the most brilliant sword in his life. When the sword passed, it returned to reality. It was a sword that had never been seen before. Amidst its magnificent splendor, heaven and earth reflected each other. A single sword cut through space and time, and a single sword shocked the god. Ka, with a slight crisp sound, the Yama King could not withstand the sound of the only sword breaking. With a glance, the broken sword entered his body. Bai dissipated, and the battle stopped. In an instant, the wind stopped, and a wisp of vermilion silently fell. Silence, it was still silence. It was so quiet that it made one's heart palpitate. Suddenly, blood spurted out from Redcoat's body like rain. After surpassing his peak, his physical body could not withstand it and gradually collapsed. Observing the sword, comprehending the sword, practicing the sword, and forcefully using the only sword that was not completed, in the end, he suffered a backlash. The killing realm dissipated. In the dusky immortal palace, Pobo's body was dyed red with blood. Yama King's broken blade fell to the side. Redcoat, who was kneeling on the ground, was bathed in blood and did not get up for a long time. Violent coughs sounded. Blood flowed out from Pobo's fingers. The life substitution talisman flickered, but a moment later it was forcefully suppressed. It was not time yet. At least, Broken Sword supported his heavily injured body and staggered to the front of the broken sword. A trace of sadness flashed through his eyes. The phoenix appeared and swallowed the broken sword into its stomach. Yama King's sword was gone from then on. He practiced the sword all his life. He and the sword walked together for more than 10 years. Although Yama King's sword never acknowledged him as its master due to his cultivation, it did not reject him as it did in the beginning. Due to his limited talent, knowing destiny could not feel the sword's breath. However, after more than 10 years, every sound of the sword was extremely familiar to him. This was Yama King's sword, and also the ghost girl's sword. Knowing destiny inherited the sword. He and the sword walked together through every journey to revive the ghost girl. Today, the sword was broken. From now on, he walked alone. In the phoenix's shadow, the light on the demon knife gradually dimmed. The two weapons that shared the same life were both damaged. The moment the sword was broken, the spirituality on the knife also dissipated. With a bang, the killing realm was broken. A beautiful figure in white appeared. Her dress was stained with vermilion. Obviously, she was also heavily injured. "Are you out? Let's go." Ning Chen collected his thoughts and looked at the woman. He said tiredly. Jiangli looked at the former and frowned. Something seemed wrong, but she could not tell what. Cough, cough. After a few steps, a violent coughing sound was heard. Ning Chen stopped. Blood kept flowing out of his right hand, which was covering his mouth, and dyed his red dress again. Jiang Li's eyes flashed with a sharp light. Jiang Li's injuries were so severe. "Do you want to fight? You have one more chance. If you fail again, I will not let you live." Ning Chen wiped the blood from his mouth and said, "Humph." Jiang Li snorted and walked forward. She did not choose to fight. Against a lunatic who did not even care about his own life, it was not wise to act rashly. In this immortal palace, every step was unknown. She did not need to fight to the death with him. In the dim palace, the two walked forward. They did not know where they were going. No one had set foot on this path for countless years. Even the bones had turned to dust. After walking for a long time, a strange palace appeared in front of them. What entered their eyes was a huge heavenly lake. However, the water in the lake had already dried up. Not a single drop was left. Deity Transformation Pool. Jiang Li exclaimed in shock when he saw the shape of the heavenly lake. Ning Chen turned around and said, "Is the immortal transformation pool that Lady Jiang spoke of like this?" Jiang Li came back to her senses and said, "Apart from the size, everything else is basically the same." When Ning Chen heard this, his eyes narrowed. It seemed like someone from the sky beyond heaven had come to the immortal palace a long time ago. "Let's go and take a look at other places." After looking for a while, Ning Chen turned around and left the palace. He walked towards the other side. There was nothing special about this place, so there was no point in staying. Jiang Li followed and continued forward together. The two walked for another 2 hours. While they were puzzled, the path ahead became darker and darker. Blood. Suddenly Ning Chen stopped. He looked at the blood stains that covered the bluestone. His eyes narrowed. Something was wrong. Someone had come to the immortal palace. Jiang Li also noticed that something was wrong. Her heart sank. With the immortal palace's age, even the bones would have turned to dust. These bloodstains were clearly left behind not long ago. The place where the bloodstains were left was the only path ahead. The two had no choice but to continue forward. Their hearts were on guard. When the two reached the 8th hour, there was a fork in the road ahead. There were two similar paths that led to an unknown dark world. Which one? Jiang Li asked. Left. Ning Chen randomly chose a path and continued forward. Jiang Li did not say anything and followed. This was the first time they had come here. No one knew what they would encounter on these two paths. Thus, it made no difference to them which path they chose. Drip. Water dripped down from the immortal palace. In this silent darkness, it was extremely clear. The more they walked, the more wet the path became. It made them feel uneasy. Ning Chen walked a few steps and suddenly staggered. He spat out a mouthful of blood, dyeing the blue stone in front of him red. Cough, cough. Amidst the violent coughing, red light rose. Ning Chen forcefully used his phoenix origin to suppress his injuries. However, blood rushed out from his body like a mist. His cracked meridians exploded, and he was instantly bathed in blood. Seeing this, Jiang Li's pupils constricted. He was not seriously injured, but was about to die. But why? With this person's ability, how could he be so seriously injured in the killing realm? If she could pass it, he should be able to as well. Jiang Li did not know that in the knowing destiny state, the mirror killing realm was several times more difficult than her. He had no choice but to use an unfinished move. After surpassing the peak, he died silently. There was an ancient saying, if you learn the truth in the morning, you can die in the evening. In the knowing destiny state, he had glimpsed the only sword. All his meridians had been shattered by the backlash. He only had 1 day left to live. How sad. You calculated everything, but you never thought you would end up like this, Jiang Li sneered. Ning Chen ignored her. He covered the blood that kept flowing out from his mouth with one hand and supported himself against the wall of the immortal palace with the other. He wearily walked forward. There was not much time left. He could not waste any more time. Jiang Li coldly followed behind. She wanted to see how miserable this person's final outcome would be. 10 hours had passed. Even walking had become difficult for Ning Chen, but he still did his best to walk. He did not say another word. Not far away, a black stone door appeared on the wall. It was inconspicuous, but it had clearly been opened. There were clear cracks on the wall. Ning Chen's gradually dimming eyes shone with an undetectable light. He supported himself against the damp wall and walked toward the stone door. With a rumbling sound, the stone door opened. What entered everyone's eyes was a shocking sight that shook everyone's hearts. At this moment, in the northern part of the Central Plains, in the sky above the northern imperial city, the two sovereigns who were fighting to the death had raised their strength to their peak. Their ultimate martial light shone brightly. The saber god and the demonic butterfly both revealed their peerless glory. The flower burial tear shone brightly with black light. A saber light soared into the sky. Above the sky, the void split open. Black butterflies fluttered in the air. There were thousands of them, and their terrifying auras made people feel a bone-deep pressure. Diewu, Nether King. Behind the demonic butterfly, a pair of beautiful butterfly wings spread open. At this moment, the space within 1,000 miles of the northern imperial city seemed to be frozen. In the next moment, the saber light fell, and heaven and earth collapsed. Zhao Liusu's pupils shrank. She raised her qi to the limit. Her 9 divine swords transformed into a heavenly compass that blocked the attack. Ugh! With a muffled groan, the saber light shattered the compass and slashed across the purple-robed girl's body. In that instant, time seemed to stop. Blood filled the sky as the purple-robed girl fell from the sky and smashed into the ground. Chapter 5:14. After the defeat of the Zhao family's sovereign, Mo Dai's figure slowly descended. Looking at the heavily injured Zhao Liusu, she walked towards her. The cold blade of the Grim Reaper didn't leave any emotions behind. This battle didn't matter who won or lost, only life and death. Just as Flower Burial was about to claim her life, the great Sun Divine Bow Tower trembled. A terrifying arrow light pierced through the air, blocking the blade light. With a loud bang, the earth rumbled. Pieces of land collapsed, swallowing countless houses. Divine Soul. The demonic butterfly looked at the black tower in the distance, and coldness flashed through her eyes. Was the godly bow protecting its master? Zhang Hua swung his sword, and a blade light broke through the air and collided with the black tower. Amidst an earth-shattering tremor, the 1,000-year-old divine tower collapsed. The divine bow appeared, floating in the sky. Its dazzling brilliance lit up the night. The bow that had protected the Zhao family for tens of thousands of years quickly awakened. Blazing white light shone like the sun rising from the east. Another arrow light shot out, piercing through the air. Noisy! Mo Dai swung her blade, shattering the arrow light. Her figure flashed, and she instantly appeared in front of the divine bow. Flower Burial fell, and her blade cut through the divine soul. With a clang, the divine bow shattered, and the divine soul within the bow cried out before disappearing. In the Zhao family, numerous Xiantian experts looked at the shattered divine bow in a daze. Their bodies trembled violently. The great Sun Divine Bow that had witnessed the glory of the Zhao family for tens of thousands of years was destroyed just like that. The fact that they couldn't accept impacted the hearts of every Zhao family member present. It was even more intense than the defeat of the Zhao family's sovereign. The Zhao family was famous for their bows, and the great Sun Divine Bow was the reason why the Zhao family was able to contend against the top sects in the world when they didn't have a sovereign. Who would have thought that in just one day, the sovereign would be defeated, and the divine bow would be destroyed? Hua Zhongdia, your killing intent is too heavy. Are you going to repeat the mistake of the Scarlet Demon? At this moment, the void rumbled, and a middle-aged man in a white robe with blue patterns walked out. His aura was as vast as the ocean, and he wasn't any weaker than the Zhao family's sovereign. The Taibai Prefecture's lord, the peak Xiantian great cycle expert of the central continent, finally appeared and blocked Mo Dai's path. The world is in chaos. One wave of devil calamity after another. When did this world become so unbearable? At the same time, the Dragon Gate appeared, and a second figure appeared. It was a beautiful woman, and her cold voice did not conceal her killing intent at all. If you don't break free from the demonic tribulation and force your way into the autarch realm, butterfly in the flower, your path is over. After the two of them, another powerful figure walked out of the rolling black fog. Tuli appeared and blocked the last path of retreat. 3 Supremes blocked the way. The demonic butterfly stood in the air and looked at the 3 human Supremes around her. The blood-red light in her eyes was faintly discernible, and the murderous intent on her body became even more intense. Just as the killing was about to begin, in the distant ruins, the purple-clothed girl who should have been on the verge of death slowly opened her eyes. The light in her eyes was inexplicable and difficult to see. Immortal domain, within the incredibly damaged heaven and earth, an immortal palace had existed since ancient times, buried in nothingness. No one in the world could see it. Inside the immortal palace, in the dusky passageway, 2 figures looked through the black stone door. Their expressions were filled with shock. In the huge stone hall, 3 green coffins were lined up neatly, floating in the void. A terrifying pressure was constantly emitted from the coffins, causing people to feel fear in their hearts. Immortal! The 2 of them had the same question in their hearts. The aura in the coffins was too powerful. Stepping forward, the scene in front of them was even more shocking. The leftmost coffin of the 3 had already been opened by more than 3 inches. As far as their eyes could see, there was a vast ocean of nothingness, and there was no end in sight. Ugh! Suddenly, Jiang Li's body shook and he vomited a mouthful of blood, dyeing the ground in front of him red. In the vast ocean, countless figures stood in the starry sky. Their auras were connected, covering the sky and the sun. It was abnormally terrifying. The weakest of them was at least a half-step autarch. The auras of the people in the lead were so terrifying that it made people's hearts tremble. Even the stars in the sky lost their brilliance. However, even if they covered the colors of the sun and moon, and poured down the brilliance of the stars, they still seemed so insignificant in front of the figure outside the endless void. In the trembling void, a black-clothed figure stood silently. His face was cold and handsome, his black hair fluttered in the wind. His eyes that looked down on everyone were as dazzling as the stars, without a trace of color, holy and cold, causing everyone to feel a bone-deep fear. The Nether King, a supreme existence that surpassed the heavens and earth, personally descended upon the outer sky, causing the various starfields to tremble. In the immemorial war, the tragic war of blasphemy almost caused a starfield to collapse. Experts of the mortal world constantly fell from the starry sky, dyeing the stars with their blood. It was miserable, miserable, miserable. In the end, there was no doubt that the Nether King won. Almost all the experts of the mortal world had died in the battle, but they still couldn't stop the advance of the god. In the starry sky, the Nether King raised his hand, and large stars collapsed one after another. The aura of the origin gathered in the god's hand. Mountains, rivers, the earth, the vast ocean, in the void, a world formed by the origin of countless large stars slowly appeared. The Nether King created the world, shocking the outer sky. After an unknown amount of time, the 5 regions finally stabilized. At this moment, even someone as strong as the Nether King had a trace of exhaustion on his face. His eyes looked at the world he created, and a complicated emotion flashed past. I hope this world won't disappoint the god again. As soon as he finished speaking, the black feathers drifted away, and the body of the Nether King gradually dissipated. His energy was exhausted, and he returned to the 7 extinction celestial realm. In the starry sky, the newly formed 5 regions were so beautiful. There was no trace of filth, as if it was the most beautiful pure land in the world. After a while, 5-colored light gathered, and a seal appeared, sealing the passage between the 5 regions and the various starfields. From then on, the starry sky was divided into 2. There was the inner world and the outer sky. In front of the green coffin, Ning Chen, who had witnessed the creation of the world, sighed in his heart. Who was wrong between the god and the mortal world? What did you see? Looking at Ning Chen's expression, Jiang Li's eyes darkened. Why did she feel a tearing pain when she only saw a black figure? Could it be that she was worse than a seriously injured and dying person? The creation of the world. After speaking, Ning Chen looked away from the coffin and looked at the woman beside him. He said softly, "You can't be afraid in front of him." It was hard to say how big the difference between a human and a god was. If there was still fear in their hearts, they would even lose the strength to hold a sword. What was in the coffin was just a mirror image of the ancient times. The entire divine prefecture had experienced a similar situation. The despair that even the heavens and earth cried was still vivid in their minds. Judging from the battle in the ancient times, there were indeed some human cultivators who had surpassed the Xiantian full circle. However, it was still impossible to tell whether they were the legendary true immortals. Thinking of this, Ning Chen looked at the other 2 coffins. After hesitating for a moment, he walked to the one on the far right and slammed his palm. Jiang Li's expression darkened, and she quickly retreated. This madman. When the palm landed, there was a loud bang, and the entire stone hall trembled. In an instant, murderous intent filled the air. A terrifying sword light swept out and pierced through Ji Ming's chest. Ugh! He vomited blood. Even though he avoided the heart in an instant, he still couldn't block the murderous intent of the sword light. His phoenix body was in danger. Half of the stone sword rose from the coffin. It floated in the void, and a terrifying murderous intent surged, tearing the surrounding world apart. Sword of execution. Seeing the broken stone sword in the air, the 2 narrowed their eyes. Without thinking, they quickly rushed out of the stone door. However, it was too late. The moment the sword of execution appeared, countless formation runes rose from the stone hall, instantly blocking all the exits. Another terrifying sword light swept past, brushing past Ning Chen's right rib. A waterfall of blood splattered, dyeing the stone room red. On the other side, Jiang Li wasn't any better. His right shoulder was pierced by the sword light, and blood kept flowing out. The most terrifying celestial slaughter sword, in just a short moment, had caused the death of two peak powerhouses of the younger generation. At the moment of life and death, Ning Chen saw the green coffin in front of him. His eyes lit up and he quickly rushed over. "Enter the coffin." Jiang Li heard this and immediately rushed to the green coffin on the left, which was closest to him. Bang! The two entered the coffin and closed the lid, separating them from the murderous sword light. In the coffin, the flowing blood stained the bottom of the coffin red. Ning Chen's vitality was quickly draining away. The tribulation of enlightenment realm had finally come. Violent coughs came one after another. It was so harsh that his groggy consciousness gradually became clear. Time's up. At the last moment, Ning Chen forcibly propped up his severely injured body. The phoenix spread its wings and rushed out of the green coffin. Whoosh! The murderous sword light pierced through the phoenix's body, bringing out a waterfall of blood. However, the phoenix didn't feel anything. The green cauldron blocked in front of it, and it directly rushed toward the sword of execution. Before it got close, the phoenix transformed into Ning Chen, who was covered in blood, and raised his hand to grab the sword of execution. Whoosh! However, just as Ning Chen was about to grab the sword of execution shone fiercely. A sword light pierced through his body, cutting off his heart meridian. Blood bloomed. The hand that stopped slowly fell. Knowing destiny was silent and his life was over. He was silent, and the sword of execution was silent. Suddenly, a change occurred. A dazzling golden light rose. Knowing destiny's life replacement talisman finally appeared in the world. The hand that was about to fall suddenly grabbed the sword of execution. Then, with one hand holding the half of the sword of execution, he picked up the green cauldron with the other hand and smashed it down with all his strength. In the earth-shattering tremor, the sword of execution cried sadly. On the body of the sword, a crack spread horizontally and vertically, and it was about to collapse. On the other hand, the green cauldron was still intact. Its sturdiness made people speechless. The body of the sword was damaged, and the murderous aura on the sword stagnated. Ning Chen took the opportunity and formed countless seals to seal the sword of execution. The sword of execution shook angrily, and the murderous sword light broke through the seals. One after another, it forcefully cut open the seal of death. However, the temporary obstruction gave Ning Chen enough time to react. His figure flashed, and he brought the sword of execution to the front of the coffin. He threw the sword into the coffin, and immediately closed the coffin lid. After doing all this, Ning Chen heaved a sigh of relief. That was close. Fortunately, the green cauldron was there. Otherwise, even if he had 10 more life replacement talismans, it wouldn't be enough for the sword of execution. After the crisis was resolved, Ning Chen thought of Jiang Li, who was also hiding in the coffin. He walked forward and opened the coffin on the left. His pupils shrank. What happened? In the coffin on the left, Jiang Li's vitality was almost gone. In just a few breaths' time, her hair had turned white. Chapter 5:15. As time passed, 100 years passed in a single night. The moment the coffin opened, Jiang Li opened her eyes and turned into a beam of light, flying out of the green coffin. Her vital energy rose and her face recovered. Her hair turned from white to black. However, the life force that had disappeared could not come back. She turned around and looked at the man beside her. Jiang Li fell silent. His injuries had actually recovered. Ning Chen did not care about the doubt in her eyes. He looked at the leftmost green coffin, and a strange look flashed in his eyes. What was in the coffin? Why did it devour people's life force? He turned his palm and condensed his vital energy. A divine sun appeared and entered the coffin. However, a shocking scene occurred. The divine sun fell and disappeared in an instant. Ning Chen's face darkened. This coffin was indeed strange. There were 3 coffins, each more strange than the last. In the middle, there was only one coffin that had not been opened. Its oppressive aura was faintly discernible. Even before it was opened, it gave people goosebumps. Ning Chen walked forward and pressed one hand on the middle coffin. He held the green cauldron in his other hand and was fully focused. If anything went wrong, he was ready to smash the cauldron down. Seeing Ning Chen's action, Jiangli suppressed the weakness in her body and flew out of the stone hall without hesitation. He had already gone crazy. There was no need for her to die with him. With a rumble, the coffin opened and a shocking scene appeared. The coffin in the center was completely empty. There was only a blood-stained white robe lying quietly inside. Ning Chen squinted. A blood-stained robe had such a terrifying aura. What kind of existence was its owner? After thinking for a moment, Ning Chen's body shook. He glanced at the other 2 coffins and his face became serious. An empty coffin that contained the rules of time, a green coffin that sealed the sword of execution, and a blood-stained robe in the last coffin. Could it be that the things in these 3 coffins were all owned by one person? Then where was their owner? Also, the leftmost coffin had been opened before they arrived. What was going on? Did someone come in and open it? Or was there some other secret? The answer was difficult to understand. Ning Chen did not think about it anymore. He took a step forward and a huge phoenix shadow appeared behind him. It swallowed the 3 coffins. Red light and green light rose, and the situation fell into a stalemate. Other than the green coffin with the fairy-slaying sword that moved a little, the other 2 coffins didn't move at all and couldn't be absorbed into the phoenix's body. Outside the stone hall, Jiangli couldn't help being shocked when he saw Lin Fan's actions. Just what was this madman thinking? Drink! In the stone hall, seeing the green coffin move, Ning Chen let out a deep roar and pushed his martial arts to the limit. The phoenix spread its wings and concentrated all its power on the rightmost coffin where the fairy-slaying sword was sealed. Amidst the rumbling sounds, the stone coffin moved and was slowly swallowed into the phoenix's stomach. In the next moment, the phoenix phantom vanished. Ning Chen staggered. In just a few short breaths of time, he had lost all of his strength. After resting for a moment, Ning Chen glanced at the 2 coffins that he couldn't take away. He no longer lingered and walked out of the stone hall. He calmly said, "Let's go." Jiangli recovered from his shock and followed him without saying a word. Just how many secrets was this person hiding? Was that phantom just now the legendary phoenix? Ning Chen walked at the front, his eyes constantly flashing with a contemplative light. Something still wasn't right. The bloodstains he saw on the road clearly hadn't been there for long, so why hadn't he seen anyone? There wasn't even a corpse. Behind him, Jiangli looked at the figure in front of her that had recovered. Her expression was complicated. Fortunately, she hadn't attacked him before, or there really wouldn't be any room for negotiation. The 2 of them continued onward. Before long, a huge bronze wall blocked their path. There was no way forward. "Miss Jiang, step back," said Ning Chen. Jiang Li immediately retreated dozens of meters. Ning Chen summoned the green cauldron and viciously smashed it against the bronze wall. With a rumbling sound, the immortal palace violently shook. However, there was only a small dent in the bronze wall. It hadn't been smashed open as expected. Ning Chen frowned and turned around. He couldn't open this wall. Regardless of whether or not there was a path behind, continuing to waste time was meaningless. If you keep searching like this, even 10 lives won't be enough. Let me give you a word of advice. It's impossible to revive the dead, reminded Jiangli. Let's go. Ning Chen didn't say anything more and continued to walk forward. Jiang Li's expression became gloomier and gloomier. For an illusory hope, he was willing to give up his life. Was this lunatic's brain damaged? The road ahead was difficult, but it was the only way. Ning Chen was almost possessed. He had been rational all his life. At this moment, he finally let go of his excessive calmness and searched for a chance to revive the dead regardless of the consequences. Perhaps there would be times in one's life when one was impulsive. In the past, the Marquis of the Great Xia dynasty couldn't be impulsive and didn't dare to make mistakes. He could only remain rational all the time. However, today, facing what might be the last chance to revive the ghost girl, Ning Chen couldn't be indecisive anymore. He could only risk everything. In front of the fork in the road, Ning Chen walked on another road. His expression was cold and unprecedentedly determined. Jiangli had no choice but to follow him. Her life was under control. The light in the dim immortal palace was getting dimmer and dimmer. Fortunately, their cultivation wasn't low. They could barely see the road ahead. After walking for a long time, blood appeared in front of them again. Ning Chen's eyes narrowed. He walked quickly and looked at the blue stone in front of him that was stained with blood. His expression became more and more serious. Someone had indeed been here. The blood had dried up. However, the aura in the blood hadn't completely dissipated. Apparently, it hadn't been long. Ning Chen walked along the blood. From the blood, he could tell that this person was seriously injured. It was very likely that he was still in the Immortal Palace. Jiangli followed him silently. The tiredness on her face was more and more obvious. The two walked for about 2 hours. The blood disappeared at a corner. Ning Chen stopped and looked at the darkness at the end of the corner. After a while, he walked inside. After 100 steps, the scene changed. It was a strange hall. Stone pillars went straight into the void. Under the pillars, a huge blood pool led to an unknown place. The horrible scene was shocking. In a different stone pillar, blood was still dripping. Beside it, half of a broken sword was inserted into the ground. The spiritual qi on the sword had almost dissipated. The longevity sword. Ning Chen's eyes narrowed when he saw the broken sword. He was shocked. In this case, the person imprisoned in the stone pillar was Ji Yaoguang, the King of Light. The Central Plains Sword God, a legend for 100 years. He could have become a supreme, but he chose to give up when he succeeded. That day, when the King of Light entered the demonic Wheel Sea, Ning Chen had seen the white-clothed king's elegance with his own eyes. His sword shocked the world as if he was an immortal. This was an expert that even human sovereigns didn't dare to provoke. How could he be trapped here? Was there an existence that could suppress the King of Light in this place? Could there really be an immortal in the Immortal Palace? Ning Chen didn't hesitate anymore. He walked to the stone pillar and pressed his hand on it. Since he couldn't figure it out, then he would save the King of Light. Everything would be clear then. Sword light rose and circled around Hong Yi. Then, it turned into a stream of swords and crashed into the stone pillar. With a boom, the stone pillar couldn't bear the extreme power of the stream of swords. Cracks spread out for more than 10 zhang. Ning Chen raised his head and looked at the stone pillar. His eyes narrowed slightly. Everything in the Immortal Palace was sturdier than the previous. Above the blood pool, although the stone pillar had many cracks, it didn't collapse. After a violent tremor, it calmed down. Out of fear of injuring the King of Light inside the stone pillar, Ning Chen didn't use the green cauldron to smash it. Instead, he used his fingers to break apart the stone pillar. Jiangli looked at the man in front of him and didn't say anything else. Right now, even if he destroyed the Immortal Palace, it wouldn't be strange. Half an hour later, with a boom, the stone pillar in front of Hong Yi collapsed. A white-clothed figure appeared from within. His eyes were tightly closed as he slowly fell down. Ning Chen took a step forward and grabbed the King of Light. With a flash, he quickly left the place. Hong Yi stopped 10 zhang away. She gathered her true essence and examined the latter's injuries. Troublesome matter. A moment later, Ning Chen withdrew his hand. His expression became serious. The King of Light's blood had almost dried up. His lifespan was also almost exhausted. He was in imminent danger. To save or not to save him was a difficult choice. If he saved him, the price would definitely be great. Moreover, before the King of Light entered the demonic Wheel Sea, he already didn't have much lifespan left. Even if he was saved, he wouldn't be able to hold on for too long. It was unknown if he could even wake up. In this immortal palace, danger came one after another. Every bit of strength lost made it harder to continue. Ning Chen hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he still chose to save him. Whether or not the King of Light could wake up, he couldn't give up on this opportunity. Ha! With a shout, a phoenix image appeared. A drop of blood flowed out from Ning Chen's chest. Within the dark red blood was a trace of gold. It was an extremely dazzling sight. Not far away, Jiang Li's gaze focused once more. It really was a phoenix. There was no mistake. That drop of blood didn't belong to a human. However, phoenixes were noble and pure. They hated humans to the extreme. Why would they give their phoenix blood to a human? The phoenix blood entered his body and a bloody light surged. The King of Light's blood that was constantly flowing out was replenished. One of his feet that was about to enter the gates of death was barely pulled back. Ning Chen's eyes flashed with a trace of exhaustion. Soon after, he gathered his true essence and poured it into the King of Light's body once more to help him recover. He had to do his best to awaken the King of Light. In this world, the person who could seal the King of Light definitely surpassed a sovereign. Perhaps he could obtain the answer he wanted from the King of Light. Time slowly passed. Ning Chen's phoenix essence was being consumed more and more. The King of Light's injuries were too heavy. It was almost impossible to save him. It was easy to imagine how difficult it would be to forcefully revive him. 1 hour, 2 hours. Ning Chen's red robes were soaked with sweat. In order to find the King of Light's whereabouts, Ning Chen didn't hesitate to pour his phoenix essence into the person in front of him. After 6 hours, the unconscious King of Light finally moved for the first time. His trembling fingers were very light, but they were very clear. Seeing this, Ning Chen increased his phoenix essence by another 30%. He gathered all his energy to help the King of Light awaken. After another 15 minutes, Ji Yaoguang finally opened his eyes. His eyes gradually regained their clarity. He looked at the youthful figure in front of him. A moment later, he weakly said, "Many thanks. Senior is too polite." Knowing that the King of Light wouldn't be awake for too long, Ning Chen didn't beat around the bush. He directly asked, "Senior, who sealed you here?" Chapter 5:16. The Alcade King was silent for a moment when he heard the young man's question, and then he said, "It was a red-clothed woman with a red veil over her head. However, I couldn't sense any vitality from her. She seemed to have died a long time ago, and she was more like a corpse god." Ning Chen's expression changed. A ghost woman? How could that be? The cries of the phoenix resounded. Amidst the rising phoenix silhouette, an ice coffin made of ice and snow appeared and flew between the two. "Senior Alcade, was the woman you saw similar to her?" asked Ning Chen urgently. "You know me." The Alcade King's expression changed. When he saw the figure in the coffin, his pupils constricted. Exactly the same. Ning Chen's body involuntarily trembled. Was this the previous Rakshasa's daughter of the underworld? However, the ghost woman had once told him that ghosts could not coexist, so 2 generations of Rakshasa's daughters could never appear in the world at the same time. Just why? Not far away, Jiangli looked at the woman sleeping peacefully in the coffin. Was it this woman that made this person not even care about his own life? It was undeniable that this woman was so beautiful that she didn't seem like a woman of the mortal world. Unfortunately, beautiful women often had unlucky lives. "How do you know me?" The Alcade King suppressed a wave of dizziness and asked with his last bit of consciousness, "How do you know me?" "When Senior and the Grand Elders of the various sects were attacking the demonic Wheel Sea, I saw it with my own eyes from 5 miles away," said Ning Chen. "The younger generation will surpass us in time. With a final sigh, the Alcade king could no longer suppress his tiredness and fainted. Ning Chen was silent. He waved his right hand, and the ice coffin and the Alcade king disappeared into the phoenix. If the woman Senior met wasn't an immortal, then what about an immortal? Did she even exist? What kind of existence was that dead Rakshasa's daughter? Had she been refined into a corpse god? Ning Chen suppressed the disappointment in his heart and walked out of the blood pool. The hope that he had seen with great difficulty was shattered once again. After taking 2 steps, he saw that Jiang Li wasn't following him. He turned around and frowned. Not far away, at the end of the blood pool, Jiang Li stopped and looked ahead. He couldn't hide the shock on his face. Ning Chen turned and walked forward. Looking at the end of the blood pool, his eyes narrowed. Amidst the dim mist, the starry sky was so beautiful and vast. It made one feel as if they were standing in a star field and looking at the universe. Sky beyond heaven, Ning Chen said slowly. The brightest star in the west is the spirit void, Jiang Li said with a complicated expression. Spatial laws. You can see, but you can't enter. Given your cultivation base, you won't last more than 3 breaths of time before being torn to pieces, said Ning Chen calmly. He did not know where the blood in the blood pool flowed to, but just because the blood could be sent out, it did not mean that it could also be sent out. There must be some kind of connection between sky beyond heaven and immortal palace that he didn't know about. Perhaps, a long, long time ago, Immortal Palace was built by those who became true immortals in sky beyond heaven. Jiang Li turned around and asked, "Have you thought about how to get out?" "No," Ning Chen replied. Jiang Li didn't probe any further. It turned out that a rational person was even more frightening when they lost their rationality. Regardless of the consequences, they were no different from a lunatic. Right now, other than saving that woman, he probably didn't care about anything else. Bringing the dead back to life was as difficult as ascending the heavens. At the very least, from what she knew, this was absolutely impossible. No need to look anymore. Let's go. Ning Chen reminded and walked out of the blood pool. Jiang Li looked at the stars in the distance and sighed. She turned around and followed. She didn't know if she would have the chance to return to the spirit void in this life. Just as the two were trapped in Immortal Palace, demonic qi rose up from the demonic wheel ocean in the southwest of Zhongzhou. It broke through the restraints and pierced through the clouds. At this moment, everyone in Zhongzhou was shocked when they saw the pillar of demonic qi that shot into the sky. He's not dead. In the sky above the Zhao family, the human sovereigns all looked back in shock. Seeing this, the demonic butterfly immediately flew towards the southwest without saying anything. However, as soon as it moved, 3 human sovereigns blocked its path. "Move!" The butterfly in the flower stared coldly. Black light rose up from the flower burial flower in its hand. "So what if I don't move?" Tuli said coldly in the black mist. "Then die." After saying that, the flower burial flower's light was black and red. The demonic butterfly moved and the saber light opened up the path to the underworld again. With a loud boom, Tuli received the saber and retreated a few steps. He couldn't withstand the might of the extreme martial technique, and the blood in his body started to boil. Blood dripped down from the corner of his mouth. Even a human sovereign couldn't stop the demonic butterfly from advancing. Seeing this, the Lord of Taibai Prefecture could no longer sit and watch. With a wave of his horsetail whisk, the Taoist sword appeared, and its cold edge was threatening to kill. The demonic butterfly sensed it and turned around to face the Tao sword. The saber and sword clashed with a loud clang. Murderous light overflowed in all directions. Torrential waves surged between heaven and earth, and the night sky within 100 miles swayed because of it. On the other side, Ji Chuyu also moved. Her slender hand was like metal and stone. The 3 human sovereigns worked together to kill the demonic butterfly. When the killing move arrived, the demonic butterfly waved its sleeves and the flower burial flower appeared again. The white saber split and blocked the woman's 5 fingers. Dai Wu Qing Ping. In the aftermath, the two sabers danced and Qin Ping waved her sleeves. Rays of death light shot out. The three of them retreated at the same time. A bloody mark appeared on Ji Chuyu's face. Not bad. Seeing the opponent's strength, the Lord of Tai Palace gathered his vital energy. Green light rose between heaven and earth. The Dao sword in his hand shone brightly and revealed his peak cultivation. Tu Li and Ji Chuyu also activated their vital energy and raised their cultivation techniques to the limit. Suddenly, the night sky became as bright as day. The three colors of light were dazzling. The demonic butterfly's gaze turned cold. It shouted and shone with bloody light. Its blood-red hair danced wildly and its butterfly wings appeared again. Why did it hate it so much? Maybe it was because the people in the world were ungrateful. Maybe it was because the human sovereigns were kicking them when they were down. Maybe it was because it regretted its incompetence. His eyes were filled with blood-red demonic butterflies. His murderous aura covered the sky and covered the sun. When he opened his butterfly wings, they were black with a hint of brilliance. It was exceptionally poignant. It hated it so much that it was covered in smoke. The demonic butterfly moved and butterflies danced in the sky. The two sabers were 30,000 feet long. The three human sovereigns faced it head-on. The sound of the saber and the sword clashing cut open the night sky and shook heaven and earth. The Dao sword slashed across. The demonic butterfly's head was scarlet red. However, the flower burial saber's momentum didn't decrease. The Lord of Tai Palace's arm was also stained with blood. The saber was won and couldn't be blocked. The four human sovereigns appeared together. It was the most tragic killing scene in the past thousands of years. It wasn't inferior to the Battle of Qi Lian, who sealed the calamity 4,000 years ago. The four figures intersected in the sky. Blood splattered everywhere. Far away, at the foot of Swallow Cloud Mountain, in the Golden Buddha ancient temple, Lord Bodhi stood quietly. He looked at the pillar of demonic aura that soared into the sky and sighed. It was the first time he left the Golden Buddha temple for the south in 3 years. The demonic calamity was coming again. The human world couldn't bear such a calamity. The kindness of saving the world couldn't be forgotten. However, the calamity couldn't be tolerated either. If someone had to die for being ungrateful, then it would be Bodhi. The Buddha, who had a firm belief in protecting the world, took steady step. Although they seemed slow, they were astonishingly fast. Even the ends of the world were within reach, and one step covered 100 miles. In front of the demonic wheel ocean, Bodhi appeared and walked in. His Buddha power swept away all the corpses. A strange force appeared in the dragon burial ground. Black light rose and devoured the life force of the intruders. Bodhi twirled his fingers and Buddha light shone brightly, blocking the corrosive force. The black light and Buddha light clashed violently. The Buddha moved forward quickly towards the direction of the pillar of demonic aura. In the underground stone palace, the demon body was refining half of Xian Luo's demonic aura. It had reached the crucial moment. In 2 years, the demon body's cultivation had increased rapidly. His black hair had turned white and his demonic nature was shocking. The demonic aura sealed in the yellow spring was endless. It was as if the demonic aura that came from the sky beyond heaven was inexhaustible. On the side, the Qi Lian sword's red light became more and more dazzling. It had returned to its peak state. Ba. At this moment, Buddhist rain fell from the sky and dispersed the demonic aura in the stone palace. Bodhi appeared and walked over slowly. His white robe fluttered in the wind. His peaceful face didn't have many traces left by time. The world's strongest Buddha had appeared in the demon suppression stone palace. Qi Lian trembled and gave a warning. The demon body sensed it and opened his eyes. Jiming Marquis, you shouldn't have fallen so low. Bodhi sighed softly when he saw the completely demonized figure in front of him. Human nature is evil. What's the difference between a demon and a Buddha? The demonic body stood up and clenched his fist. Crimson drill entered his hand, and a monstrous demonic aura rose, its might terrifying. Bodhi's eyes flashed with emotion. He didn't say anything else and opened his Buddha world, sealing the demon body's path of retreat. In a single thought, Bodhi used his Buddha world's saint move again. His Buddha energy rose and he didn't hesitate anymore. He used his killing move right away. The demon body snorted and took a step forward, circulating the endless demonic aura in his body. His sword released Buddha light and slashed at the Buddha. With a clang, the Buddha palm blocked the sword. In the next moment, Buddha energy spread out and destroyed the demon body. Blood spurted out and the demon body retreated a few steps. However, the endless demonic aura suppressed his injuries. More demonic aura surged out from the yellow spring Forbidden Land. While destroying the demon body, it increased the power of the sword. Buddha, you can't kill me. The demon body held his sword horizontally and slashed with his fingers. The demonic aura was like an ocean, making up for the gap in cultivation. He stepped forward and fought the Buddha again. The palm and sword collided. The Buddha beads wrapped around the sword, trying to lock it down. However, the sword's edge was fierce and a sword aura was released, threatening the life of the Buddha. Bodhi's expression turned serious. He pressed down the Buddha beads in his hand and pushed away the sword aura. His Buddha palm formed a seal and slapped at the demon body. The demon body didn't dodge. He condensed demonic aura in his palm and used his endless demonic aura to resist the Buddha's attack. In the rumbling sound, the golden Buddha world trembled. The battle between the Buddha and the demon instantly turned white-hot. Close combat was extremely dangerous. One was strong, the other was crazy. The demon that the world couldn't tolerate. The sword opened the path to hell, walking alone in the yellow spring. The stone palace that had been silent for tens of thousands of years kept shaking. The confrontation between the Buddha and the demon had lasted for a long time and reached its peak. Blood flame. The blood flame around the demon body appeared again. It was endless, and the fear of burning the world shook the world. At the same time, under the stone palace, Xian Luo, who was suppressed by layers of seals, opened his eyes. His body forcefully absorbed the aftermath of the battle between the Buddha and the demon, attacking the weakening seals.